Recorded Books is pleased to present the Modern Scholar series, where great professors teach you. My name is Richard Poe, and I'll be your host. Today we begin a course entitled The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas. Your professor is Peter Kreeft of Boston College. Professor Kreeft has authored over 50 books, including Fundamentals of the Faith, The Best Things in Life, and Back to Virtue. He received his bachelor's degree from Calvin College and his PhD from Fordham University. Before teaching at Boston College, he taught at Villanova University for 3 years. For more information on this course, please visit its webpage at www.modernscholar.com, where you'll have access to links to related sites and a seminar room to share your thoughts with other students. And now we begin the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas. Lecture 1. Aquinas' Importance, and a short biography.
Welcome to 14 lectures on the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas. We'll begin with why Aquinas is important, why we should study him, and some little bits of biography. Then we'll go through the order of his masterpiece, the Summa Theologica, and in the last 7 lectures, we'll classify him in terms of the systematic disciplines of philosophy: metaphysics, anthropology, epistemology, and ethics. Why study Thomas Aquinas? Why am I making these recordings? Why are you listening to them? My professional answer as a philosopher is simply that by almost anyone's admission, Aquinas was the most important philosopher for the almost 2,000 years between Aristotle and Descartes. But my personal answer is that I believe Aquinas was simply the wisest and most intelligent philosopher in history. And I want to show you why. Everyone knows that Aquinas was a Catholic theologian as well as a philosopher. Some people may also know that he is the Catholic Church's favorite theologian. Back in the 19th century, Pope Leo XIII asked all Catholic schools to put what he called Aquinas' golden wisdom at the very top of their list of teachers. And Pope John Paul II was also a Thomist philosopher, though of a different kind. He combined Thomism with 2 modern philosophies, personalism and phenomenology. Pope Benedict is also a philosopher and also a disciple of Thomas, but more especially of Augustine. But then Thomas himself was a disciple of Augustine. But religious authority is not the main reason I think Aquinas is great. I was a Thomist in philosophy for years before I became a Catholic in religion, and many of the greatest modern admirers of Aquinas are Protestants or Anglicans or even agnostics. Aquinas didn't think of himself primarily as a philosopher, but as a theologian, an explorer and defender of what he believed to be the true divinely revealed religion. But we won't be focusing on purely religious topics, though Thomas himself would be disappointed if he knew about this. I will treat him here purely as a philosopher, judging him by reason, not by faith. Of course, that includes exploring the things he said about God, which he claims can be known by natural reason as distinct from supernatural faith. That is, by philosophy as distinct from religion. And to get clear on this, the relation between these 2 realms, reason and faith, that will be the subject of my next lecture. In this lecture, I want to do 2 things. First, tell you why I think Aquinas is to philosophy what Pixar is to cartoons, and then second, to give you a few vignettes from his life that give you some significant clues about his personality, clues to the subjective side of his greatness as a philosopher. The primary question for us as students of philosophy is not what makes Aquinas a great man, but what makes him a great philosopher. And I have 8 answers to that question. First, there is his inclusive habit of mind. Aquinas was a kind of matchmaker, a marriage broker, a synthesizer. His instinct was to combine everything true, good, or beautiful into one great big picture. In modern philosophy, you typically have to be either a rationalist or an empiricist, an idealist or a realist, ideologically right or ideologically left. But to be a Thomist, you have to be a little bit of everything. A Platonist and an Aristotelian and an Augustinian and a lot of other things too. He was a combiner. He combined faith and reason without confusing them, which was the essential philosophical project of medieval thought, the marriage of Jerusalem and Athens, Jews and Greeks, religion and philosophy, the biblical and the classical traditions, which are the two sources of nearly everything that has lasted in Western civilization. What else is there? When was the last time you talked to a Sumerian or read a book of Hittite philosophy? Aquinas also combined the two ideals of profundity and clarity, which no philosopher even tries to combine anymore. Our philosophers write either profound Germanic obscurities or careful, logically accurate English trivialities. If we ponder God and death and selfhood and the meaning of life, we do it ponderously. And if we use a logical and scientific method, we usually write only about logical and scientific topics, not matters of life and death. Aquinas also combined common sense with technical, abstract, philosophical sophistication. And he combined theory and practice. Some of his most theoretical, most abstract points have life-changing practical applications. He combined an intuitive wisdom, what many call a third eye, with demanding, accurate logic and a keen, detailed observation of nature. And he combined the one and the many, the big picture and many careful distinctions and definitions. That's a lot of combinations. A second reason for Aquinas' greatness is because of his habit of inclusion and synthesis, he stood at the center of the history of philosophy up to his time, tying together ideas from Heraclitus, Parmenides, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Plotinus, the Stoics, the Church Fathers, Augustine, Boethius, Abelard, Anselm, Bonaventura, Maimonides, Avicenna, just about everybody except the sophists, those pre-modern postmodernists. He combined the insights of nearly every philosophical school for the 18 centuries of the history of philosophy before him, and he held them together for one brief Camelot-like moment before they all came unraveled again into separate warring schools of thought for the next 7 centuries. His philosophy reminds me of a medieval cathedral, built up over centuries and assembled together in a very rich and complex variety and unity, sort of like the universe, with every part contributing to the unity of the whole. The altar, the stained glass windows, the columns, the flying buttresses, even the gargoyles, everything has a place. Edwin Panofsky wrote a little classic entitled Gothic Architecture and Scholasticism to show that parallel in detail. Medieval philosophy in Aquinas' day, by the way, is often called scholasticism or scholastic philosophy because it arose in the new medieval schools, the universities. Most modern philosophies remind me not of cathedrals, but either of occasional fireworks displays or of dull apartment buildings, flat, simple, two-dimensional, predictable, artificial. In fact, Descartes, at the beginning of his Discourse on Method, uses that architectural analogy for philosophies and says he prefers the simple, clean, modern, planned city to the ancient, complex, messy, unpredictable, gradually, organically grown city. But think about that. Which has more unity and more diversity together, like the universe itself? The organic or the artificial? The organs in a body or the rooms in a modern apartment building? So which would be the greater achievement in philosophy? Here's a third thing that makes Aquinas stand out among philosophers, and it also logically flows from his inclusiveness. It's the longevity of his philosophy. Aquinas not only preserved the insights of generations of his predecessors, he also built a philosophy that lasted for generations of his followers and can keep growing creatively. Thomism is still one of the few living philosophies, still a live option 750 years later. And this is partly because it is capable of assimilating new developments like existentialism, with Thomists like Gilson and Maritain, or personalism and phenomenology, with Thomists like John Paul II and Norris Clark, and the discoveries of modern science, with Thomists like Bernard Lonergan and Charles de Connick. A fourth unique feature of Aquinas is his Aristotelian habit of care and patience and avoidance of the temptation of exciting oversimplifications and extremes. Aquinas' position on most issues is a golden mean between extremes, which is a large part of what we mean by common sense. Aquinas almost always agrees with common sense, where other philosophers depart from it in one direction or the other. That's the main claim of G.K. Chesterton's little book, St. Thomas Aquinas, the Dumb Ox, which I think is the single best book ever written about Aquinas. The four greatest Thomist philosophers of the 20th century all said that too: Gilson Maritain, Thomas Owens, and Gerard Phelan. An important part of what we mean by common sense is practical wisdom. And here's a fifth reason Aquinas stands out among philosophers: the close union between the theoretical and the practical sides of his mind. Aquinas was personally very absent-minded, as most geniuses are, but that didn't mean he was out of touch or removed from real life, as many geniuses are. He wrote hundreds of wonderfully practical answers to questions ranging from how princes should govern justly to how to cure depression. His answer to that question, by the way, was three things: a hot bath, a large glass of wine, and a good night's sleep. But don't tell that to your psychiatrist. Here's another example of Aquinas' practical wisdom following from his abstract theory. It gives us a wonderful way to simplify our lives. He said, following Aristotle, that there are only three meanings to the term good, only three kinds of things that are really good and thus worthy of our desire and attention. There's the moral good, there's the useful good, and the delightful good. So, if it doesn't make you a more moral person, and if it isn't a practical necessity that you really need and can't do without, and if it doesn't give you any pleasure, forget about it. You see, Aquinas preserved the wisdom of a child. Most of us have lost that. And I think we need to be reminded of that kind of wisdom more than we need to add another item to our busy list of things to remember. A sixth point, a sixth excellence in Aquinas, is the clarity and simplicity and directness of his style and his argumentation and his logic. He thinks in syllogisms, and syllogisms are the simplest and most natural form of reasoning. Anyone can follow them. He comes right to the point. You always know the bottom line. A seventh feature is the profundity of his content. The nature of God and man and life and death and soul and body and mind and will and passions and good and evil and virtue and vice and truth and beauty and time and eternity and being itself. That's pretty profound content to put in simple, straightforward syllogistic form. And finally, the most important feature of all for any philosopher, he told the truth. Why do we forget that? It's the whole point of philosophy, isn't it? Of course, he didn't tell the whole truth, or nothing but the truth. No philosopher ever tells the whole truth. Totality is a divine prerogative. And no philosopher ever tells nothing but the truth without error. Infallibility is also a divine prerogative. Here are three examples of mistakes I think he made. He argued that we could know that God never created any other universes, and that there were no animals in heaven, and he also justified, quote, a little torture when judiciously used. Well, I think that's three pretty indefensible ideas. But for the most part, he's amazingly free from being the butt of Descartes' famous remark that there is no idea so ridiculous that some philosopher has not actually taught it. Nietzsche said that every system of philosophy is nothing but personal confession. In other words, philosophies are reducible to philosophers. That's one extreme. The other is the common scholarly habit of treating philosophies as if they came out of the sky instead of out of the earth and out of human mouths. Now, to navigate halfway between those two extremes, I'll tell a few little stories about Aquinas' life to sketch out some significant strands in the character of this philosopher. I'll do this not as a diversion from our philosophical understanding of his ideas, but as an aid to it. For philosophy is not merely logical, it's also personal. Philosophy is more like love than like math. It's defined as the love of wisdom, after all. Let's get some of the basic, dull biographical facts out of the way first, then tell a few revealing stories. Thomas was born the son of a powerful Italian count in 1225 and died 49 years later in 1274. He became the pupil of St. Albert the Great, the greatest scientist of his age, and he was the most revered teacher at the University of Paris, the most prestigious university in the medieval world. He was the first to assimilate and use all of the recently discovered works of Aristotle, and by doing this he came into conflict with the ultra-conservative local authorities who preferred the safer Augustine. Actually, Aquinas preferred Augustine too. He quotes Augustine more often than Aristotle. But where Aristotle was right, he used him. He was not afraid of pagan thinkers or new scientific discoveries. He was open to truth wherever it could be found, and he habitually synthesized opposite insights that he found in other thinkers. So he was not a party ideologue. He wasn't into isms. I think he would hate the term Thomism. He wrote somewhere that the object of the study of philosophy is not what philosophers have said, but what is the truth. He taught theology at the new University of Paris, and he authored literally thousands of short treatises and 2 long summas or summaries, notably the one called the Summa Theologiae, which is almost always misspelled Summa Theologica. And since philosophy was called the handmaid of theology, this theologian used philosophy, much as a physicist uses mathematics. That formula, philosophy, the handmaid of theology, is no longer popular, but it's still true today that you can't be a good theologian without being a good philosopher. I'll share with you now just 12 little anecdotes from his life that reveal the kind of person he was. The first is his fearlessness. Once Aquinas underwent surgery without shedding a single tear. He seemed not even to notice it. Remember, there were no anesthetics then. But he feared one thing all his life: thunder. What more innocent fear can you imagine? Even his fears were simple and childlike. Here's a second story. At the age of 5, he asked his teacher a stunningly simple question: what is God? His teacher was stumped and couldn't answer. So Thomas became a theologian to find out. He loved simple questions with non-simple answers. As we'll see later, Aquinas' answer to that question is that it's literally unanswerable, like a Zen koan. He says we cannot know what God is, only what God is not. That sounds like agnosticism, and it is agnosticism about God's essence. We can't define that, but not about his existence. He thinks we can know that and even prove it. Here's a third story. Once he reached the age of adulthood, he decided to join the Dominicans, one of the 2 new monastic orders that had been founded a century before by St. Dominic, the other being Francis of Assisi's Franciscans. Both were orders of wandering beggars, not the socially acceptable, comfortable, and politically powerful regular clergy or secular clergy who had parishes. These orders were like the religious hippies of his day. Chesterton says somewhere that it was like an English gentleman running off and marrying a gypsy. This upset his family, who had made different plans for his future. He could have become the abbot of Monte Cassino, the most prestigious monastery in the world, and eventually a leading candidate for pope. So his brothers kidnapped him, imprisoned him in a castle room, and sent a prostitute into the room to test his vocation. Thomas grabbed a log from the fireplace and put the fiery brand between himself and the temptation, who lost no time finding the door, on which Thomas then burned a large cross. He knew very clearly what he wanted and what he didn't want. Here's a fourth story. When he was sent to study under Albert, the most famous teacher in the Christian world, Aquinas was shy and silent and placid. And he was also very large and very fat, though not for lack of fasting. His fellow students called him the dumb ox. And when Albert heard this, he told them, "You may call him a dumb ox, but I say his bellowing will be heard around the world." A prophecy which came true. But all his writings manifest a kind of ox-like demeanor, slow, calm, careful, patient, contemplative. He never raises his voice, so to speak. He tells you nothing about himself. His whole passion was to be a transparent window to let the light of objective truth shine through. He was a contemplative. Even when he speaks, you can hear the silence surrounding his words. Another story. Teachers traveled a lot in the 13th century, especially Dominicans, so Aquinas was often on the road. But unlike all the other monks, he always walked instead of riding donkeys. He probably weighed about 300 pounds, and he put the donkey's comfort above his own. The Dominicans used donkeys instead of horses because they lived in poverty. Contrary to our modern stereotype of contemplative monks as otherworldly, Thomas was a keen observer of the natural world, especially animals. Another story shows how self-forgetful and absent-minded he was. Like many intellectuals, he probably had a severe case of ADD. An example of this is a banquet at the court of King Louis of France, at which he was an honored guest. Instead of sharing the small talk at the table, he was pondering a philosophical problem in his mind and suddenly found the answer to it. It was a conclusive argument to refute the old heresy of Manichaeism. So he banged his big fist on the table and said, "That will settle the Manichees." King Louis had enough philosophical sense not to be insulted at the interruption. In fact, he quickly commanded his scribe to bring pen and paper and take down Thomas's latest thought. Another story shows the same priority of philosophy over material things in his mind. He was traveling over a high mountain pass with his companions, and the sun suddenly came out and illuminated a vast landscape below, of rich towns and cities with golden domes. One of his fellow monks remarked, "Wouldn't it be grand to be the owner of everything you can see?" Thomas replied, "Well, I suppose so, but I'd rather be the owner of that missing page in that Aristotle manuscript." For Aquinas, one page of truth trumped thousands of miles of buildings. A pure philosopher. Another story is about how he wrote. He would sit surrounded by 4 scribes, and he would dictate one sentence to one, the next sentence to the second, and so forth. He spoke 4 times as fast as they wrote, so by the time he finished the 4th sentence, he'd dictate the 5th one to the first scribe. Aquinas' mind was as fast as his body was slow. If he had had computers, he probably would have written about 100,000 pages. As it is, in 25 years, he wrote 50 folio volumes. That's about 50,000 pages, the equivalent of 500 short modern books, and all with a quill pen. Also, he hardly ever revised anything. First drafts came out perfect. Remember that if you browse through the Summa Theologiae, which is a masterpiece of condensation, written, he said, for beginners. It's about 4,000 pages long. To say what he said in one page would take a typical modern theologian about 20. Thomas had an incredibly clear photographic memory and mind, like the chess master who plays 20 games simultaneously in his mind, blindfolded. There are such people. I played one once. I lost very quickly. Another story. Shortly before he died, he stopped writing the Summa. It's unfinished. Asked why he stopped, he replied, "Compared to what I have seen, everything I have ever written looks to me like straw." Imagine that, the Summa, by far the greatest work of theology ever written, and its author refused to finish it because he called it straw. Medievals used straw to contain dung. So this word of Thomas's is like the word St. Paul used for all his worldly achievements in Philippians 3 when he compared them to knowing Christ. "I count them but dung." The Greek word is skubala. Yes, it's the S word. Now, why did Aquinas call the greatest theological work in history straw? What had he seen? In a word, God. He had a mystical experience, a foretaste of heaven, and it so radically transcended words that he just couldn't go back to them. I think no one ever sculpted words as clearly and accurately as Aquinas, but they were not his God. I think he would have smiled knowingly to hear this famous Zen Buddhist wisdom about words. "A finger is useful for pointing at the moon, but woe to the fool who mistakes the finger for the moon." And I think he would have had a good laugh at the story of the theologian who died and was given the choice between going to heaven or going to a lecture on heaven, and of course he chose the lecture. Another little vignette. as a teacher at the University of Paris, he loved the public debates called disputed questions, in which a teacher publicly fielded any and all objections from other faculty and students. These were held in public, usually outdoors, for crowds, and most teachers avoided the rough and tumble of unpredictable questions with their risk of embarrassment. But Thomas loved it. I think he loved debate and dialogue and dialectic more than anyone else who ever lived, except maybe Socrates. A Summa article is really a short, systematic summary of a debate. Another story. When he knew he was terminally ill, he made a general confession of all the sins of his life. His friend and confessor, Brother Reginald, came out of the confessional booth weeping. The sins of a child of 5. The sins of a child of 5. And I don't think that could have been a cover-up. Aquinas was constitutionally incapable of dishonesty or even exaggeration. No word better fits him than innocent. Nothing is more inappropriate in reading him than the so-called hermeneutic of suspicion. There are no hidden dark corners. What you see is what you get. Here's the last and most telling story of all because it tells you his absolute center. Brother Reginald, his confessor, swore that in the middle of the night he saw Thomas alone, lying flat on his stomach on the floor of the chapel, conversing with Christ. A voice came from the crucifix over the altar. It asked Thomas the greatest question in the world, and Thomas gave the greatest answer. It said, "Thomas, my son, you have written well of me. What will you have as your reward?" And Thomas answered with characteristic brevity, "Only yourself, Lord." I think those are the 3 most eloquent words Aquinas ever wrote. He wrote about 10 million words. Nobody ever put the meaning of life in fewer words than that. They were the most perfect summary of his theology that he ever spoke. And I think even an atheist can admire the perfect style of that answer. I've talked a lot in this lecture about Aquinas as a person, his personality, and about his faith and his holiness. These lectures are about his philosophy. What's the connection between his faith and his reason? In my next lecture, I'll look at what he said about that, about the relation between faith and reason, philosophy and theology. He was primarily a theologian, and his primary work is the Summa Theologiae, not the Summa Philosophiae, but will follow the order of that work with philosophical questions in mind. Aquinas was a philosopher in service of theology. His theology, in turn, was based on the Bible, not on philosophy. He quotes Scripture tens of thousands of times from memory. Memorizing the entire Bible was not at all that unusual for a medieval monk or rabbi. When books were few, memories were many. All 3 of these things, philosophy and theology and Scripture, were for him, in turn, only means to the single most important thing in his life, which was being a saint. Personal transformation, ultimately deification, participating in the very life of God. That, for him, was the ultimate end of human life. So what we're doing here is extracting his philosophy out of a far richer and more layered personal context. The Summa Theologiae is not a theoretical treatise in the abstract. It's not like a book of philosophy written by some Enlightenment philosopher. Its primary aim is not scholarship, or even simply speculative wisdom, but the improvement of the souls of its readers by theological education. I think that fact does not compromise the logical and philosophical integrity of his arguments. Why would a higher motive corrupt a deed? If I feed your body only because I want your money, that's corrupting, and I'd probably feed you cheap food. But if I feed your body because I love your soul, I'd give you the very best food that I could. The builders of the medieval cathedrals didn't compromise their architecture just because they had higher religious motives, just the opposite. They performed architectural miracles. So we'll look at some of the logical, philosophical miracles that Aquinas performed in the service of his faith when we continue.
This ends Lecture 1. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 2. Philosophy and Theology, Reason and Faith.
This lecture is about reason and faith, philosophy and theology in Aquinas. It's about his overall strategy and method, or how he relates his two basic methods of thinking, philosophical and theological. Since Aquinas was primarily a theologian, and since his primary work is the Summa Theologiae, we'll follow the order of that work, which is a theological order, even while we evaluate what he says philosophically. Aquinas begins the Summa with God as the origin or first cause of all things, and after talking about the Creator, he explores the creation, centering on man and on man's distinctively human powers. There are mainly two of them, reason and free will. Then he talks about man's last end and greatest good, which is also God, and how to attain it. So God is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the ending of the Summa, as he is of the universe. And the Summa is like a cosmic circulatory system, with God at its heart, pumping the blood of being through the veins of creation, which is God's outpouring love to man, and then receiving it back through the arteries of man's love to him, man's moral journey back to God. So the Summa is really a dynamic work in its structure. It's a journey. It's the structure of the universe, not static, but a long journey around the great circle of being, or down and then back up the cosmic ladder. In these lectures, we'll explore only some highlights of the journey and not attempt to give a complete outline or a complete systematic summary of everything in Aquinas. That would take 14 years, 14 lectures. The Summa's first question, though, is about the relation between theology, or sacred science, and philosophy, and thus between faith, which is the source of theology, and reason, which is the source of philosophy. Aquinas' answer to this question is the foundation of the whole immense edifice of his authorship, whose grand strategy was to show the harmony or marriage of reason and faith, of philosophy and theology, of the Greek and the biblical traditions, sort of like two great rivers joining into one. In fact, almost everything we inherit from pre-modern civilization comes through these two rivers, these two traditions, the biblical and the classical, the Judeo-Christian and the Greco-Roman, or what Matthew Arnold called Hebraism and Hellenism. They were like two families that lived separately in pre-medieval times, were joined by marriage in the Middle Ages, and became divorced or separated again in modern times. Most of us are still children living in the homes of one or both of those parents. Those homes have become much bigger today, of course, especially the rational one, with the tremendous achievements of modern science, but still we cannot understand our own intellectual parents unless we know who they are and how they used to be married. And I think no one can show us that better than Aquinas. So to understand ourselves and our modern situation, we have to go back to someone like Aquinas. Philosophy, unlike theology, is a work of human reason alone. There is also a kind of theology that is also the work of human reason alone. The medievals called that philosophical theology or natural theology. Aristotle did it, for instance. He didn't rely on faith, but on reason, but he talked a lot about God. Aquinas' famous 5 ways of proving God's existence are an example of natural theology. They appeal only to reason, to sense observation and logical inference. They don't appeal to faith. There's also another kind of theology which does appeal to faith, presupposes religious faith. That is the rational investigation of the content of that faith, which Christians believe to be divine revelation, essentially the Bible and the Church's summary of it in the creeds. That's accepted as data by faith, and then reason explores it and deduces conclusions from it. And just as in science, the theory is always tested by the data, but it's a different sort of data. Now, the Summa Theologiae contains both kinds of theology, natural theology and supernatural theology, but its very structure distinguishes the two very clearly. Let me try to tell you how. First, the question is stated in a pro or con debate format, with only two logically possible answers. Then come the objections, which argue for the answer that Aquinas rejects. These objections are always summarized very fairly and strongly and clearly and succinctly, usually much better than the objector himself could ever do. Then come two parts to Aquinas' argument for his answer to the question. And here's the crucial distinction about faith and reason, because the first part begins with a quotation from an authority, human or divine, which is accepted by faith, either human or divine. The second part is a purely rational argument, and the juxtaposition of the two parts implicitly shows the harmony of faith and reason on each question. Finally come Aquinas' answers to each of the objections, usually by distinguishing two meanings of a key term, so that the objector is shown to be partly right and partly wrong. The very first article of the Summa is entitled, "Whether beyond philosophy any further teaching is required." And Aquinas' reason for saying yes is, in his own words, that it was necessary for man's salvation that there should be a knowledge revealed by God besides philosophical science built up by human reason. For man is directed to God as to an end that surpasses the grasp of his reason. But the end must first be known by men who are to direct their thoughts and actions to the end. Hence it was necessary for the salvation of man that certain truths which exceed human reason should be made known to him by divine revelation. But even as regards those truths about God which human reason could have discovered, it was necessary that man should be taught by a divine revelation, because the truth about God, such as reason could discover, would be known only by a few, and after a long time, and with the mixture of many errors. But man's whole salvation depends on the knowledge of this truth. Notice how practical Aquinas is, or rather how practical he says God is. Even the truths that our reason is theoretically able to know about God, God revealed to give us extra practical help, because not everybody is an Aristotle. At this point, you may be wondering whether the Summa can be called philosophy as distinct from religious theology, since it begins by talking about God and salvation. The answer is yes, but it uses philosophy for theological purposes. It's the Summa Theologiae, not the Summa Philosophiae. It's an in-house affair, so to speak, written for Christian readers, as a Buddhist sutra is written for aspiring Buddhists. But this can use pure reasoning for religious purposes, just as Buddha can be utterly rational and practical in motivating you to attain nirvana, for instance with his Four Noble Truths. And rational arguments for more than rational ends can be evaluated by pure reason. Now, when Aquinas says faith and reason are always in harmony, he means not the subjective psychological acts of believing and reasoning. They can be in disharmony and confusion in our souls, but he means the objective truths known by them. He's comparing two batches of propositions, not two human acts. Those propositions that are knowable by human reason without reliance on divine revelation, and those that are knowable only by faith, by belief that these things must be true because God has revealed them. So his question at the beginning of the Summa is how these two classes of propositions are related, logically. Now there are 5 possible answers to the question of the logical relationship between any two classes of things. Think of two circles, A and B. They can be in 5 possible relationships to each other. A could be a subdivision of B, or B a subdivision of A, or they could be totally separate, or totally identical, or mutually overlapping. Aquinas wants to show that they are mutually overlapping, so that there are some truths that are known by faith alone, like the Trinity, and some that are known by reason alone, like the truths of natural science, and some that can be known by both faith and reason, like the existence of God, and the freedom of the will, and the immortality of a soul, which of the three things Kant called the three fundamental postulates of morality. Kant, by the way, thought these things could not be proved by pure theoretical reason. We've just looked at one of the two main questions about faith and reason that are the foundation of Aquinas' work, namely, how much of faith can reason prove? And his answer is not all, and not none, but some. The second and more important question is, can there ever be any contradictions between these two things? Are faith and reason guaranteed to always be perfectly harmonious or not? If they're not, then the best answer to the first question might not be a marriage or an overlapping, but a divorce or a separation. And that is the answer that most modern philosophers give. So this issue also turns out to be the issue of medieval versus modern philosophy. Medieval philosophy saw itself as a kind of apprentice or handmaid to theology. Modern philosophy, in contrast, sees itself as independent, autonomous. But in fact, it's not usually autonomous. It often apprentices itself to science, especially so-called analytic philosophy, or else to political ideology, especially postmodernism. No one ever speaks of a postmodernist conservative, for instance. That's an oxymoron. Here are Aquinas' two arguments for his foundational conviction about faith and reason, that no proposition known by reason can ever contradict any proposition known by faith. In other words, that the marriage of faith and reason will work. The quotation I'm going to use is from the Summa contra Gentiles, whose arguments are much longer than the condensed versions of them in the Summa Theologiae, which is written for beginners. But the Summa Theologiae is longer because it deals with about 500 more questions. Aquinas writes, "The truth that the human reason is naturally endowed to know cannot be opposed to the truth of the Christian faith. For that with which the human reason is naturally endowed is clearly most true, so much so that it is impossible for us to think of such truths as false." He's referring to logical axioms or self-evident propositions here. Nor is it possible to believe as false that which we hold by faith, since this is confirmed in a way that is so clearly divine. In other words, if you believe the Christian faith is revealed by God, you must believe it's true, because God doesn't lie. Then Aquinas draws his conclusion. Since, therefore, only the false is opposed to the true, as is clearly evident from an examination of their definitions, it is impossible that a truth of faith should ever be opposed to those principles that the human reason knows naturally. The argument is very simple. If what reason tells us is true, and if what the Christian faith tells us is true, then there can never be any real contradiction between the two, since no truth can ever contradict another truth. When you have contradictory propositions, at least one of the two propositions must be false. That seems obvious, but the point here that might be controversial to people today is Aquinas' assumption that religion is not just a set of moral commands or ideals or psychologically helpful and hopeful hints, but also a set of propositions that are just as objective as those of science and common sense, though of course they're known in a different way, not by the scientific method or by sense observation, but by faith. And remember, what Aquinas means by faith here is not something subjective and psychological. It's certainly not a kind of coping mechanism or feeling or even religious experience. It's simply accepting as true whatever is revealed by God. The assumption is that the Christian faith is, among other things, a set of objective truths revealed by God. Without that assumption, Aquinas' close interlocking between faith and reason that he's trying to establish here would be impossible. Aquinas speaks of faith and reason as sets of objective truths rather than human experiences. He would certainly admit that we can subjectively misunderstand either of the two sets of propositions, and make mistakes in either philosophy or theology, so that our opinions about either of these two things can certainly contradict some truths in the other. Opinion can contradict truth, but truth cannot contradict truth. Aquinas' second argument for the same conclusion also assumes that Christianity is true. Remember, this is theology. The argument is that God is the teacher in both reason and faith, and this teacher never contradicts himself. It was a kind of medieval cliché that God wrote two books, Scripture and Nature, or Scripture and Natural Reason. Aquinas' argument runs as follows. That which is introduced into the soul of a student by the teacher is contained in the knowledge of the teacher, unless his teaching is fictitious, which it is improper to say of God. Now, the knowledge of the principles that are known to us naturally has been implanted in us by God, for God is the author of our nature. These principles, therefore, are also contained by the divine wisdom. Hence, whatever is opposed to them is opposed to the divine wisdom, and therefore cannot come from God. That which we hold by faith as divinely revealed, therefore, cannot be contrary to our natural knowledge. You might say to this, well, of course, that's self-evident given the premise that Christianity is divine revelation. But even those who follow Aquinas thus far will often balk at his next step, even though this next step is a direct logical corollary of his previous arguments. He says, "From this we evidently gather the following conclusion. Whatever arguments are brought forth against the doctrines of the faith are conclusions that are incorrectly derived from the first and self-evident principles. Such conclusions do not have the force of demonstration. They are arguments that are either only probable or fallacious, and so there exists the possibility to answer them." In other words, every possible argument against every doctrine of Christianity has a rational mistake in it somewhere, and therefore can be answered by reason alone without appeal to faith. That sounds too rationalistic to many Christians. But if it is not true, then at least one of those arguments against at least one of the claims of Christianity would really and truly prove that claim to be false. That is, it would prove that Christianity is not true. So Aquinas' optimistic and rationalistic sounding view of the perfect marriage between faith and reason logically and necessarily follows simply from the premise that Christianity is true. Aquinas is not claiming that every Christian doctrine can be proved by reason, only that none can be disproved. He's also not claiming that any given person is bright enough to do the disproving, only that there has to be some mistake in the argument somewhere which someone can discover. Some ambiguously used term, some false premise, or some logical fallacy, which are the three checkpoints of any argument. There's a historically important point about this happy marriage of faith and reason. One strong reason why Christians, like the Jews before them, so closely related theology and philosophy, faith and reason, was their religious doctrine that God created man in his own image, and part of that image is rationality. To appreciate this point, contrast Eastern religions, which do not have this concept of a personal God creating man in his own image with human reason as a God-designed tool for finding objective truth. Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism are different sorts of things. They're more mystical, esoteric, experiential religions. They interpret their public scriptures by private religious experience, while the three Western religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, do exactly the opposite. They're exoteric religions that interpret and evaluate private religious experience by the public revelation in their scriptures. The most practical and personal consequence of Aquinas' point about faith and reason is that it gives believers intellectual integrity and integration. Their thought can be at one with their prayer. They don't have to live in two different worlds. St. Bonaventura, Aquinas' Franciscan friend and contemporary, complained that Aquinas' use of Aristotle diluted the wine of the gospel by the water of pagan philosophy. Aquinas replied, "No, I am transforming the water into the wine." For Aquinas, all reason is faith's ally, simply because all truth is God's truth. Now, the most important and most famous application of this principle of the harmony of faith and reason is how reason supports the existence of God. The first question in the Summa is about theology and its method and its use of both faith and reason, but the next one is about the existence of God, because that's the foundation for the whole science of theology. If there is no God, there can be no theology, because theology, by definition, is the science of God, the logos about theos. An atheist will not become a theologian, for the same reason a Hindu mystic who believes that matter is maya, illusion, is not going to become a physicist. Actually, I know a man who taught physical chemistry at an Ivy League college, even though he believed that matter did not exist, because he believed in the religion called Christian Science, Mary Baker Eddy's religion, which teaches that matter is an illusion or merely a projection of consciousness, a kind of dream. So I asked him once how he could teach physical chemistry, and he said, "I begin my course by telling my class that even though I believe matter does not exist, this illusion has amazingly consistent properties." But I think this man is an exceptional case. Because the proofs for the existence of God are so important and so famous, I'll take a whole lecture on them alone next time. So I want to take the last few minutes of this lecture to introduce them, to set them up, by looking at just how powerful Aquinas thinks reason is for knowing God. Just before the article entitled Whether God Exists, we find two other articles. One asks whether the existence of God is self-evident, and the other asks whether it can be demonstrated that God exists. If the existence of God is self-evident, we don't need to prove that God exists, any more than we need to prove that we exist, or that 2 and 2 are 4. And at the opposite extreme, if it can't be demonstrated that God exists, we shouldn't waste time trying. So Aquinas first proves that God's existence is not so clear that we can't doubt it, and then that it's not so obscure that we can't prove it. Things that are proved are halfway between very clear things that need no proof and very obscure things that have no proof. Aquinas, like Aristotle, almost always takes a position that is the golden mean between two extremes, as common sense usually does. One example of Aquinas' common sense is his rejection of the most interesting and famous attempt to show that the existence of God is self-evident, St. Anselm's ontological argument, as it was later called. Aquinas rejects this argument because it tries to do the impossible, to prove a real God merely from the definition of the term God, which is like a magician getting a live rabbit out of a dead hat. But it's a very clever argument, and it tries to prove that the proposition God exists is self-evident because it's self-contradictory to deny it. For God means the being with all conceivable perfections, or, in Anselm's terms, that than which nothing greater can be conceived. And real existence, existence independent of the human mind, is a conceivable perfection. 100 real dollars is more perfect than 100 imagined dollars. Therefore, God must exist. To say God does not exist is to say that the being which by definition has all conceivable perfections lacks the one conceivable perfection of real existence. That's a very clever argument, but Aquinas doesn't accept it. He says, essentially, that the argument begs the question by assuming that there is something than which nothing greater can be thought. In other words, it assumes that the concept is not what logicians call an empty class. Following his usual method of finding as much truth as he possibly can in each objection, Aquinas admits that the knowledge of God's existence is almost self-evident, or something like self-evident, or something that can easily be confused with self-evident, when he says that it is innately known in an implicit or confused way. In his own words, to know that God exists in a general and confused way is implanted in us by nature, inasmuch as God is man's supreme happiness. For man naturally desires happiness, and what is naturally desired by man must be naturally known to him. This, however, is not to know explicitly that God exists, just as to know that someone is approaching is not the same as to know that Peter is approaching, even though it is Peter who is approaching. For many there are who imagine that man's perfect good, which is happiness, consists in riches, and others in pleasures, and others in something else. In the next article, Aquinas almost admits that God's existence cannot be demonstrated, that is, proved, because he does say that we can't have a perfect demonstration of God's existence. A perfect demonstration, as in Euclidean geometry, is a deduction from cause to effect. And God has no cause, so he can't be deduced from his cause. But he can be deduced from his effects. In other words, you can't reason forward to God, but you can reason backwards to him. Sort of like from the fingerprints to the finger. But, Aquinas says, he is infinite, and his effects, that is, the universe, are finite. Therefore, there is no proportion between him and his effects, since there's a proportion only between two things that are finite. So we cannot have a perfect or proper knowledge of God from his effects, only an imperfect knowledge. We can know his existence, but not his essence. He is literally indefinable. We know what he's not, but not what he is. Aquinas says, it may well happen that what is in itself the most certain may seem to us the less certain on account of the weakness of our intelligence, which is dazzled by the clearest things in reality, as the owl is dazzled by the light of the sun. Aquinas says that we have to choose between perfect knowledge of imperfect things or imperfect knowledge of perfect things. We can't have perfect knowledge of perfect things. In other words, if we want to talk about God, the most perfect thing, we have to be satisfied with very imperfect knowledge. We're the owls that are dazzled by the sun. If, on the other hand, we want to talk about imperfect things, the shadows, mere creatures, then we can have perfect knowledge. The most imperfect things of all aren't even real. They're abstract concepts, especially numbers, and we can have perfect knowledge of that. Mathematics is the only totally clear, totally unambiguous science. But as you rise from the imperfect to the perfect, your knowledge falls from the perfect to the imperfect. The modern preference is probably for that perfect knowledge of imperfect things, and the medieval preference is for imperfect knowledge of perfect things. It's better to have even a little knowledge of the most perfect things, Aquinas would say, than the most perfect knowledge of less perfect things. Next time, we will look at Aquinas' 5 famous arguments for the most perfect thing, God. Aquinas' 5 ways, as he calls them, are probably the most famous of all of the many arguments for God's existence. He will call them ways rather than proofs, because their ultimate purpose is not just to have a valid logical argument, but to be a real way of bringing real people to know the real God. They're not just blueprints, but highways to travel on. And he also calls them ways because the versions in the Summa Theologiae are very short summaries of much longer arguments. The Summa was written for beginners, remember. So, for instance, the first of the 5 ways, which takes only 1 paragraph in the Summa Theologiae, takes 21 paragraphs in the Summa Contra Gentiles. So we'll look at those arguments next time.
This ends Lecture 2. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 3. Can you prove God's existence?
Before we look at the logic of Aquinas' 5 arguments for God, let's ask why he comes up with them. What's the point and purpose of trying to logically prove that God exists? William James, the founder of pragmatism, said that if an idea makes no difference to our life and experience, it shouldn't be called either true or false in any meaningful sense, and we shouldn't waste time worrying about it. I think this is a good criterion of meaning or importance, so I think we should first ask what difference the idea makes before we invest time in thinking about it. There are really two questions here. What difference does it make to believe that God exists, and what difference does it make to prove it? The first question is easy to answer. Just ask atheists. Let's do that. Let's ask the two most famous and brilliant atheists in philosophy, Nietzsche and Sartre. Here's the difference it makes to Nietzsche whether God exists or not, from the madman's speech in his book The Joyful Wisdom. "Where is God? I shall tell you. We have killed him, you and I. But how have we done this? How were we able to drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? What did we do when we unchained this earth from its sun? Whither is it moving now? Whither are we all moving now? Away from all suns? Are we not plunging continually? Backward, sideward, forward, in all directions? Is there any up or down left? Are we not straying as through an infinite nothing? Do we not feel the breath of empty space? Has it not become colder? Is not night and more night coming on all the while? Who will wipe this blood off us? What water is there for us to clean ourselves? Is not the greatness of this deed too great for us? Must we ourselves become gods simply to seem worthy of it?" That's quite a difference. And here's the difference it makes to Sartre. He writes, "God does not exist, and we have to face all the consequences of this. The existentialist is strongly opposed to a certain kind of secular ethics which would like to abolish God with the least possible expense. Something like this: God is a useless and costly hypothesis, we are discarding it, but meanwhile, in order for there to be an ethics, a society, a civilization, it is essential that certain values be taken seriously, and that they be considered as having an a priori existence. It must be obligatory, a priori, to be honest, not to lie, not to beat your wife, to have children, etc., etc. So we're going to try a little device which will make it possible to show that values exist all the same, inscribed in some heaven of ideas, though God does not exist." The existentialist, on the contrary, thinks it very distressing that God does not exist, because all possibility of finding values in a heaven of ideas disappears along with him. There can no longer be an a priori good, since there is no infinite and perfect consciousness to think it. Dostoevsky said, "If God didn't exist, everything would be permissible." That is the very starting point of existentialism. Indeed, everything is permissible if God does not exist, and as a result, man is forlorn, because neither within him nor without does he find anything to cling to. That's quite a consequence, quite a payoff. But there was a different existential personal payoff, or pragmatic point, for proving God's existence in Aquinas' day than for us. There were no Nietzsches or Sartres in the 13th century. But there were a significant minority of fideists, faith-alone thinkers, who distrusted reason and did not agree with Aquinas that our souls were like birds that flew with two wings, faith and reason. For them, our souls were one-wing birds, faith-alone birds. Like the Protestant reformers a few centuries later, they believed that reason was too weak, too fallen, too untrustworthy, or even a temptation. Today, most philosophers who think that our souls are one-wing birds are rationalists rather than fideists. That's the essence of modernism and the so-called Enlightenment, rationalism. Postmodernism is the opposite. It could be classified as a kind of secular fideism, not believing in either religious faith or philosophical reason. The point of Aquinas' arguments is for him more a justification of reason than a justification of God. The arguments show that on this primary question of God's existence, faith and reason converge. The wings of the bird flap in harmony. Arguments for God's existence fall into three categories. Aquinas' 5 ways are classified as cosmological arguments because they begin with sense observation of some feature of the cosmos, the physical universe. A second class of arguments begins with premises from our own inner experience. For instance, religious experience. You might argue, how can you adequately account for religious experience without a God to cause it? Or the argument from moral experience. How can there be an absolute moral obligation if there are only relative fallible beings? Or the argument from the restless heart, from the experience of our desire for something more than we or the universe can supply. How can there be a natural desire for a non-existent object? Or the existential argument. Without God, life has no ultimate end and point and purpose and hope. These arguments, whatever their power, are more interesting to most people today because we are more psychological, more subjective, if you will, than pre-modern people were. But Aquinas wants arguments that are not just more interesting, but more logically tight, so he confines himself to the cosmological arguments. A third class of arguments begins neither with external data nor internal data, but simply with the definition of God. And that class of arguments has only one member, St. Anselm's ontological argument, which we've already seen Aquinas reject. All 5 of Aquinas' ways have the same logical structure. They begin with empirical observation of 5 features in the cosmos: motion, causality, contingency, imperfection, and order. And they assume the logical principle that there are only 2 possible explanations for this data. Either there is or is not an uncaused first cause. Then they argue that one of these 2 explanations fails to explain the data. If there is no uncaused first cause, then there could not be any caused second causes in any kind of causality. The conclusion is that there must be a first cause. Then, only after the proof is over, Aquinas mentions the word God by adding that this is what people call God. In other words, he claims to prove only that there exists some being that has at least a few of the attributes that Christians believe God has. In a sense, they're not proofs for the existence of God at all. They claim to prove only a very thin slice of God, so to speak, but enough to refute atheism. The first proof is the longest one, and Aquinas calls it the most manifest because its data is the most manifest, that things change. Aquinas' word for change is motion. It means not only movement in space, but any kind of change. It runs as follows. It is certain and evident to our senses that in the world some things are in motion. Now, whatever is in motion is put in motion by another. For motion is nothing else than the reduction of something from potentiality to actuality, and nothing can be reduced from potentiality to actuality except by something in a state of actuality. Thus, that which is actually hot, such as fire, makes wood, which is potentially hot, to be actually hot, and thereby moves it. Thus, whatever is in motion must be put in motion by another. Now, if that by which it is put in motion is itself put in motion, then this also must be put in motion by another, and that by another again. But this cannot go on to infinity, because then there would be no first mover, and consequently no other mover, seeing that subsequent movers move only inasmuch as they are put in motion by the first mover, as the staff moves only because it is put in motion by the hand. Therefore, it is necessary to arrive at a first mover, put in motion by no other. And this everyone understands to be God. You might ask, why can't the first mover be the universe itself? And Aquinas would answer, because if nothing can move itself, neither can the whole chain of moving things that we call the universe. The universe is like an enormously big and complex chain of dominoes. No matter how long the chain is, without a finger to push the first domino, none of the dominoes would fall. To put the point in terms of modern physics, there can't be a Big Bang without a Big Banger. To change the analogy, the universe is like a long railroad train. If there is no unmoved mover, then the whole train is moving without any engine. The caboose moves only because the boxcar pulls it. The boxcar moves only because the cattle car pulls it, etc. But if there's no engine pulling the first car, the whole train wouldn't move. And this is true whether the cause comes before the effect or not. Whether causality is like one billiard ball moving another, or like an iron ball making an impression in a pillow. The proof does not depend on whether or not the universe has a beginning in time. God could be like the iron ball, and the universe like the pillow, and he'd still be the first cause at every moment, like the first rung on a ladder supports all the other rungs at every moment. In fact, that is the case, says Aquinas. God is not in time, and therefore his act of creating the existence of things is not just past, it is present. Aquinas is not a deist. His God is alive and present, not dead and past. The Big Bang is past. It's been silent for 15 billion years now. We hear only its echoes. But for Aquinas, God is speaking and acting now, causing things to be at every moment. The principle behind this argument is what philosophers call the principle of sufficient reason, that everything must have a sufficient reason to explain it, that nothing can simply happen without a reason. Nothing just pops into existence. We all believe this principle. If a rabbit suddenly appeared on your desk, you wouldn't say, "Oh well, rabbits just happen." No, you'd look for the cause. Did it fall from the ceiling? Did it jump up from the floor? Did a magician pull it out of his hat? If there's no possible physical cause, you look for a mental cause. You think it's a hallucination, or you're being hypnotized. And if there's no natural cause, you look at least for a supernatural cause. God may have created a new rabbit. Even miracles wouldn't violate the principle of sufficient reason, because miracles too require a sufficient cause, a miracle worker. So if everything requires a sufficient reason, then these 5 features of the universe, change, causality, contingency, imperfection, and order, they also require a sufficient reason. They exist, but they don't just exist, they make sense. They have a sufficient reason. Everything does. The principle is universal. But you can't say that principle is universal if you don't apply it to the universe itself. If a rabbit doesn't just happen, neither does a universe. Aquinas applies this principle of sufficient reason to change in the universe in his first proof, and to the very existence of the universe in his second proof, which is about efficient causes, or causes of existence. The second proof goes like this. In the world of sense, we find that there is an order of efficient causes. There is no case known, nor is it possible, in which a thing is found to be the efficient cause of itself, for if so, it would be prior to itself, which is impossible. Now, inefficient causes, following in order, the first is the cause of the intermediate cause, and the intermediate cause is the cause of the ultimate cause, whether the intermediate cause be several or one only. Now, to take away the cause is to take away the effect. Therefore, if there be no first cause among efficient causes, there will be no ultimate nor any intermediate cause. But if in efficient causes it is possible to go on to infinity, there will be no first efficient cause, neither will there be an ultimate effect, nor any intermediate efficient causes, all of which is plainly false. Therefore, it is necessary to admit a first efficient cause, to which everyone gives the name God. This proof is different from the first in that it's about the cause of existence, not just the cause of change. That's why it's shorter. It doesn't include the analysis of change into potentiality and actuality. Its point is really intuitively very simple. Suppose I tell you there's a book that you want, a book that explains everything. You want this book very much, so you ask me, will you give it to me? And I say, yes, but I have to borrow it first from my friend. You ask, well, does he have it? And I say, no, he has to borrow it from the library. Does the library have it? Well, no, they have to borrow it from someone else. Well, who has it? No one actually has it. Everyone borrows it. Oh, well, then you'll never get it. And neither will anyone else. Now imagine that book is existence. My children have it because they got it from me, and I have it because I got it from my parents. But if no one has it by nature and doesn't have to get it from someone else, in other words, if there is no first uncaused cause of existence, then existence can't be handed down the chain, and no one would ever get it. But we do get it. We get it, and we give it to others down the chain. Therefore, someone has it. And the being that can give existence, because he has it by his own essential nature, is called God. Aquinas' third way is a little more difficult. He says, we find in nature things that are able to either be or not be, since they are found to come into existence and go out of existence, and consequently they are able to either be or not be. But it is impossible for any of these beings to exist always, for whatever has a possibility not to be, at some time is not. Thus, if everything has the possibility not to be, then at one time there could have been nothing in existence. But if this were true, then there would not be anything in existence now, because that which does not exist cannot begin to exist except by means of something already existing. Therefore, if at one time nothing was in existence, it would have been impossible for anything to have begun to exist, and thus even now nothing would be in existence, which is absurd. Therefore, not all beings are merely possible, but there must exist something whose existence is necessary. And this is another attribute of God, necessary being, eternal being, being that cannot ever lose its being. In this proof, Aquinas again begins by observing a simple and obvious feature of the universe, that everything in it is mortal, that every being in the universe can cease to be. And he reasons that if there were no God, no necessary being, then, given enough time, everything would cease to be. Aquinas doesn't specify this next point, but I think he implies that if there's no God, then the universe must have no birthday, since it has no creator to give it birth. And if it has no beginning, and has infinite time, then there has already been enough time for everything possible to become actual. And one of those possibilities is the death of everything, both every individual thing and everything together. And once the universe dies, it can't start up again, because out of nothing comes nothing. You might think here of the second law of thermodynamics, the principle of entropy, as an analogy. All forms of energy tend to flow from higher concentration to lower. They tend to dissipate. So eventually, our universe will be a homogeneous blob in which nothing happens. The only reason this hasn't happened yet is that there hasn't been enough time yet. The universe is still young. It's only about 15 billion years old. Aquinas, of course, didn't know about the Big Bang. Or rather, he did, though he didn't call it that, and he didn't know that it was scientifically provable. He called it the creation of the universe. A few decades ago, Robert Jastrow, the head of NASA, when science discovered the Big Bang, said something like this: "We scientists took a few millennia to climb this mountain of knowledge, the discovery of the origin of the universe, and then, when we reached the summit of that mountain, we found a bunch of theologians sitting there who had been there for years." So you might see Aquinas' third proof as a philosophical parallel to science's Big Bang cosmology plus entropy. I think as Aquinas formulates the third way, the argument has at least one questionable premise, that which is possible not to be at some time is not. In other words, that given enough time, every possibility eventually must be actualized. I think many modern physicists would question that assumption, but I'm not sure. The fourth way, says Aquinas, is taken from the gradation to be found in things. Among beings there are some more and some less good and true and noble and the like. But more and less are predicated of different things according as they resemble in their different ways something which is the maximum. So there is something which is truest, something best, something noblest, and consequently something which is uttermost being, and this we call God. This fourth way, the one from Degrees of Perfection, also has a hidden premise that is questionable, though not by science but by some modern philosophies. It is the notion that values are objective, that some things are really better than others. Every pre-modern society and philosopher in history, except the ancient sophists and the skeptics, accepted that premise. Today, most of the intelligentsia of Europe and North America doubt it. So this is an argument whose appeal will be much more questionable in our time and culture. But most people today still do rank things on a hierarchy. We don't really think of dogs or dogwood as equal to humans. Now, if this value judgment of ours is merely an expression of how we feel, we can't argue from it to anything about objective reality. But if this hierarchy is true, if people really are superior to vegetables, then Aquinas' fourth way can work. And if you really don't believe that people are really superior to vegetables, then please don't invite me to your house for dinner. The argument could be summarized very simply. One thing is better than another, and better presupposes best, and best is another word for God. Aquinas' fifth way is the most popular of all. It's the argument from design to a designer. He says, the fifth way is taken from the governance of the world. We see that things which lack intelligence, such as natural bodies, act for an end, and this is evident from their acting always or nearly always in the same way so as to obtain the best result. Hence it is plain that not by chance but by design do they achieve their end. Now whatever lacks intelligence cannot move toward an end unless it be directed by some being endowed with knowledge and intelligence, as the arrow is shot to its mark by the archer. Therefore some intelligent being exists by whom all natural things are directed to their end, and this being we call God. Using Aquinas' image, the universe looks like an enormous number of arrows. The arrows don't move randomly. They move to proper targets. Puppies become dogs, and dogs have puppies. The universe is more like a book than like an explosion in a print factory. And if there is a book, there is an author. As Paley argued in the 18th century, if you find a watch, it's reasonable to infer a watchmaker. And there's much more design in the universe than in a watch. No human mind is wise enough to design a whole universe, especially a self-regulating universe. The more design you find somewhere, the less likely it is that chance alone explains it. For instance, if you find a perfect letter S on the sand on the beach, you think it was probably written by human hands, but it could have been the chance result of wind and waves. But if you see SOS, it's much more likely that it's intelligent design rather than random chance. And if you see the whole first page of Hamlet written in the sand, you know there was a mind there. Or do you? Someone, I think it was Bertrand Russell, famously said that 1,000,000 monkeys writing at 1,000,000 typewriters for 1,000,000 years would type out the first page of Hamlet simply by chance. Well, perhaps so, but does anybody explain Hamlet that way? The only reason they explain the universe that way is to avoid God. Actually, one mathematician did work that out and corrected Russell. He concluded that it would take something like 1 trillion years for 1 trillion monkeys to type out even the first paragraph of Hamlet by chance. This argument from cosmic design has in fact convinced many sophisticated scientists like Einstein and sophisticated philosophers like the former atheist Anthony Flew. Like the other four arguments, its conclusion doesn't go much beyond deism, but that's enough to refute atheism. So-called intelligent design theorists today sometimes claim that science can prove the existence of God from examples of intelligent design, for instance, what they call irreducible complexity in the structure of simple organisms. I think Aquinas would disagree with that claim. His fifth proof is a philosophical proof, not a scientific proof. The notion of intelligent design is not something merely empirical or quantifiable. It's not scientifically testable, so it's not strictly speaking scientific, but philosophical. But it's common sense philosophy. The strongest example of design in the whole universe that we know of is the human brain, the very instrument by which we detect design and argue from it. Now, the brain is a lot like a computer. It's more than a computer, but it's not less. So that's a reasonable analogy. So if a computer were programmed by chance, would you trust it? So why trust your brain when you use it to do science or argue philosophy? Why trust your arguments for atheism if you believe that the computer that you're using to argue with is nothing but the random result of blind, dumb molecules bumping into each other? How could the intelligence that understands the whole material universe be caused merely by unintelligent matter? How could more come from less? That violates the basic scientific principle of causality. You can't give what you don't have. And that has to apply to intelligence as well as to motion and existence and necessity and degree of perfection. Human brains can be explained by evolution, you say. That's how they arrived in this universe. Yes, and I think Aquinas would say that evolution is an excellent example of cosmic design, evidence for God. He'd say the arrow of evolution flies to the target of human brains only because it's guided by the intelligence of a divine archer. I think Aquinas would not be among the anti-Darwinian fundamentalists today. I think if he saw the atheist bumper sticker of the Christian fish with the word Darwin superimposed on it, and if he understood Darwin's theory, he would interpret the bumper sticker as a theistic argument for God from design. He would not understand the intended irony. Remember, he was the pupil of Albert the Great, the greatest scientist of his time. Aquinas would argue that evolution is a good argument for God because of the principle of causality. The effect cannot be greater than the sum total of its causes. Now, everyone agrees that intelligence is a latecomer in the universe. Human intelligence evolved only a few million years ago. If there is no God, then there is no cause of human intelligence except matter, which lacks intelligence, and nothing can give what it doesn't have. So you either have to give up the principle of causality, which is commonsensical, or the theory of evolution, which has good scientific data for it, or atheism. Because if you combine the doctrine of evolution with the principle of causality, you get a pre-existing intelligence which alone can explain how man's mind could have evolved from matter. It wasn't mere matter. It was intelligently guided matter. It wasn't evolution from nothing. It was evolution like the guiding of the arrow to the target by the archer. I think that's what Aquinas would say today anyway. But since Aquinas always looked at both sides of every issue, I want to take his advice and look at the case against Aquinas' God and against Aquinas' arguments for God in our next lecture. We'll summarize his two objections against God's existence from the article in the Summa, and we'll look at objections against his 5 ways, especially from modern philosophers.
This ends Lecture 3. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 4. The Case Against Aquinas' God and Proofs.
In this lecture, we'll look at the case against Aquinas' God and Aquinas' proofs. Aquinas always tries to find at least 3 objections to every thesis. Often there are more than 3. Sometimes in the Summa you find as many as 12. But he can find only 2 arguments against the foundational point of all theology, the existence of God. And throughout the history of philosophy, these have been pretty much the only 2. They are, in 2 words, the argument from evil and the argument from science. There are, of course, many other arguments against religion and against all the other teachings of religion, but these don't claim to prove that God doesn't exist. For instance, there are psychological explanations of religion as based on fear or wishful thinking, such as Freud's, or on cowardice, such as Sartre's and Nietzsche's, but these don't conclude with, therefore we have proved that God does not exist. They're just alternative explanations. Of Aquinas' 2 objections, only the first one actually claims to prove that God does not exist. That's the problem of evil, which is the strongest argument for atheism in any age. The other objection only claims to prove that since science can explain everything without God, God is an unnecessary hypothesis, like the Loch Ness Monster or the abominable snowman. That's a serious argument against believing, but it's not an argument that ends with, therefore we have proved that there cannot possibly be a God. Instead, it ends with, therefore there is no need to believe in a God. So we need to look most carefully at the one demonstrative argument for atheism, the problem of evil. Aquinas states this with maximum economy. He writes, "It seems that God does not exist, because if one of 2 contraries be infinite, the other would be altogether destroyed. But the word God means that he is infinite goodness. If therefore God existed, there would be no evil discoverable. But there is evil in the world. Therefore God does not exist." The slightly longer form of that's more usual among philosophers, distinguishes a couple of more things. It goes something like this. Premise 1, God exists. Premise 2, God is all-powerful. He can do whatever he wills. Premise 3, God is good. He wills only the good. Premise 4, God is all-wise. He knows what he's doing. If you accept all 4 of those premises, you must deny the 5th proposition that evil exists. So one of those 5 propositions is logically incompatible with the others. So either there's no God, or a weak God, or a bad God, or a stupid God, or else there's no evil. So evil either disproves God's existence, God's omnipotence, God's all-goodness, or God's wisdom. In any case, it disproves the Christian God. This argument against God is a strong one for the same reason Aquinas' 5 arguments for God are strong. Both are based on factual premises, on observation of the world. In the sense, both are cosmological arguments. The arguments for God say, we observe second causes, you can't deny them, but we argue that without a first cause, you can't explain second causes. Therefore, there must be a first cause, by the principle of sufficient reason. The argument against God is quite similar. It starts with, we observe evils in the world. And how do we explain them? Well, if there were an infinitely good God, you couldn't explain evil. Therefore, by the principle of sufficient reason, there can't be such a God. In both cases, the premises are objective facts. Both are arguments from data in the observed cosmos. Now, good and evil are contraries. They're opposites. They're not contradictories. Opposite qualities are contraries. Mutually exclusive propositions are contradictories. So opposite qualities are not always mutually exclusive. For instance, I am both invisible and visible. Those are opposite qualities, but they're not incompatible, because I have a mind and a body, and my mind is invisible and my body is visible, so I am both visible and invisible. Or I can be both a lover and a hater. I can love and hate the same person at the same time. I often do that to myself. So, the question is, what makes evil in the world contradictory to God? It's the claim that God is infinite good, not just that he's good. If there is infinite goodness, then it seems there can be no room for evil. Just as if light is infinite, there would be no room for darkness, and if darkness were infinite, there would be no room for light. Aquinas' answer to the objection is essentially that the existence of evil is logically compatible with a God of infinite goodness and wisdom and power. Because, and here are his words, he formulates the answer as succinctly as he formulates the objection. As Augustine says, since God is the highest good, he would not allow any evil to exist in his works unless his omnipotence and goodness were such as to bring good even out of evil. That is part of the infinite goodness of God, that he should allow evil to exist and out of it produce good. Notice that Aquinas' answer, surprisingly, is not some timeless logical formula, but a story, a narrative, an interpretation of the evil data in the universe, which explains the data by the God hypothesis, that God is wise and sees that allowing physical evils in nature will result in a better world, and allowing moral evils in human life, by creating humans with free will result in a better history, a better life. Implicitly, you have the analogy here of the writer of a story. Imagine a fairy tale, a simple fairy tale where to get the beautiful princess, all you have to do is slay a dragon, and it takes a few minutes because you've got the magic sword. That's a boring fairy tale. But where you have to go through the 12 labors of Hercules, and where you almost fail every time, and where you have to be a courageous hero before you get the princess, that's a much better fairy tale. You'd spoil The Lord of the Rings if you subtracted everything in it except Frodo and the ring and Mount Doom, and simply had Frodo walk into Mordor, destroy the ring, and save Middle-earth. Now, the story of human life is a great fairy tale, and God's a great writer. So it would be an even greater thing for God to allow evils and bring good out of them. Aquinas doesn't think you can prove that God is bringing good out of evil, but you can believe it. And that's all he needs to do here, to defend himself against the charge that atheism is proved by evil. He just has to show that evil is compatible with God. It fits into a plot. Now, there's two very different kinds of evil, and therefore there's two different charges and two different answers. There's physical evil and moral evil. Physical evils are things like death and disease and pain and weakness. Moral evils are things like hate and injustice and lies. The atheist's argument from evil refers to both kinds of evil, and so does Aquinas' answer. But in both of them, Aquinas says God allows evil. God doesn't do evil, he allows it. He creates life, he doesn't kill. But he creates living beings that are mortal, whose life is finite. So, implicitly, he allows death. He doesn't have to, but he does. So, in a sense, he's on the hook for that, and you need an answer to that objection. Also, he doesn't sin, but he's on the hook there too, because he creates beings with free will who can sin if they choose, and he knows that they're going to. So even though he's off the hook for doing either physical or moral evil, he's still on the hook for both, for allowing it. He could have put up a snake fence in the Garden of Eden, but he didn't. He could have performed a frontal lobotomy on every brain that began to conceive an evil thought, but he didn't. Instead, he allowed evil and providentially made it work for a greater good, like in the fairy tale. Now, Aquinas doesn't say that he can prove that this is the case, but he says you can show that it's possible, that the existence of evil is not conclusive evidence that disproves God. It's like in court. The defense attorney has successfully defended his client if he has only cast doubt on the credibility of the evidence against his client, for instance, by giving the jury reason to believe that the accusers may be lying, or that there are some other facts that they didn't know about. To explain the need for physical evil, and why a good God would allow that, Aquinas gives you the picture of the universe as a single interacting whole, like a great work of art, a story or a picture. He says, God permits evil in the part for the greater good of the whole. A work of art always subordinates the part to the whole, and that requires some imperfection in the part. If God's going to create both fish and birds, well, the fish won't be able to fly, and the birds won't be able to swim. When we come to moral evil, or sin, Aquinas' explanation for God allowing it is to preserve human free will, and the plan to bail us out of our sin by the supreme act of love, giving his life to save us. Both are a surprise, a drama, a fairy tale, not a formula. In a sense, Aquinas is saying, yeah, we're kind of crazy. We prefer a universe that's dangerous, and maybe you can't prove that God is right in being like us, but he is like us. He prefers crazy, dangerous, interesting universes too. He could have written a novel, but he wrote a play and entrusted it to characters who goofed their lines. But even an imperfect play is better than a perfect formula, especially if it ends happily. And that's the point Aquinas quotes from Augustine. God brings good out of evil. The most spectacular example of that for Aquinas would be the death and resurrection of Christ. Here is the worst thing that ever happened: the deliberate murder of the most perfect man who ever lived. Here is the worst thing that ever happened: deicide, the murder of God. And Christians celebrate this as Good Friday, because out of this evil came the greatest good: redemption. That's the traditional Christian answer to the problem of evil. It's not original with Aquinas. But I think it's appealing because deep down we all agree with its premise that it's better to have free human beings, even if some of them do terrible things by misusing their power of free will to choose to do great evils to other human beings, that kind of world is better than a world of happy robots or trained animals. Aquinas says God has the same kind of love of freedom that we do. But the issue of God, of course, remains open, because evil does count as evidence against him. Bertrand Russell asked on his deathbed when a preacher came to him and said, "Bertie, you've been an atheist all your life. Don't you think you'd better contemplate the possibility that you were wrong? If you met God after you died, what would you say to him?" Russell replied, "Well, I would say, sir, evidently you exist. Evidently my atheistic hypothesis was erroneous. Could you please answer me one wee little question? Why didn't you give us better evidence?" I think Russell meant two things there. The evidence for God is ambiguous. You don't have to go from the effect all the way up to the first cause. And there's evidence against him, the problem of evil. Why does God allow the evidence to be ambiguous? Why does God allow life to be a mystery? Why does he keep us conflicted? And I think the answer to that question is to keep open the freedom for faith or for doubt. Pascal says God gives us just enough evidence to convince those who seek him and want him, but not enough evidence to compel those who don't. So God respects freedom. The doubleness of the evidence plus our free will gives us freedom to doubt and freedom to believe. That's the classic free will defense to the problem of evil. Aquinas didn't invent that, he just stated it most economically and clearly. The second of Aquinas' two objections to the existence of God is that the natural sciences can explain everything without a supernatural God. So God is a superfluous hypothesis, like Santa Claus or UFOs. This argument appeals to a principle that will come to be called the principle of parsimony, or Occam's razor, after William of Occam, a medieval philosopher about a century after Aquinas. It's usually formulated this way: it is superfluous to suppose that what can be accounted for by a few causes has been produced by many. This is an essential principle of scientific method, although you have to be careful how you apply it. The simplest hypothesis is not always the true one. Science almost always finds that the universe is more complex than we thought it was. Occam's razor says only to choose the simplest hypothesis that can explain all the data. A universe without dark matter or black holes would be a simpler universe, but it wouldn't be the real one, and belief in such an oversimple universe would not be justified by Occam's razor because there's data that necessitates those more complex hypotheses. As Hamlet says to Horatio, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy. In calling this second objection of Aquinas the scientific objection, I don't want to give you the impression that there was anything like the so-called problem of the conflict between science and religion back in the Middle Ages. There wasn't. Many medieval philosophers, like Albert, Aquinas' teacher, were also scientists, and almost all the great medieval and early modern scientists were theologians or philosophers, too. In fact, up until very recently, there were no great atheist scientists. Galileo, Copernicus, Kepler, Boyle, Harvey, Newton, they were all pious Christians. Bacon, Darwin, and Einstein were agnostics or deists, but they were not atheists. Occam did not invent the principle of Occam's razor, but he made it famous by applying it to metaphysics and concluding that universals, Platonic ideas or Aristotelian forms, were unnecessary and therefore unreal, that they were only names. The Latin word for names is nomina, so Occam's metaphysics is called nominalism. Now, Aquinas is not a nominalist, but he does not disagree with the principle of parsimony, which is the first premise of his objection. But he does disagree with the second premise, which he summarizes this way: but it seems that everything we see in the world can be accounted for by other principles, supposing God did not exist. For all natural things can be reduced to one principle, which is nature, and all voluntary things can be reduced to one principle, which is human reason or will. Aquinas' answer to this objection is essentially that his 5 ways show that it is necessary to suppose God's existence to fully explain natural things. So it isn't true, as it seems, that everything we see in the world can be accounted for by other principles, supposing God did not exist. To fully explain them, you need God. In other words, if you're a philosopher as well as a scientist, and if you want to find the first cause of the things in nature, then you need some sort of God. Of course, if you don't even ask the philosophical question, then you don't need to arrive at the philosophical answer. If you ask only immediate or proximate questions, whose answers can be verified empirically, in other words, if you stifle your natural philosophical curiosity, then you needn't arrive at the philosophical answer. If you ask only immediate questions, you get immediate answers. If you ask ultimate questions, you get ultimate answers. So Aquinas' answer to the scientific objection is to refer you back to the 5 proofs. There are, however, other kinds of objections that philosophers have brought against Aquinas' 5 ways, especially in modern times. First, some so-called scientific objections. You might wonder whether we can trust any cosmological arguments that were formulated in an era when the science of the cosmos was still so primitive. And the answer is that insofar as the arguments depend on premises that were refuted by modern science, we can't trust them. So let's see, do they? I think the answer is a little bit. I already mentioned the questionable premise in the third way that given infinite time, everything possible must become actual. I think modern mathematicians and physicists and experts in statistics and probability theory would quarrel with that. Then there is also the statement in the fourth way that a thing is said to be hotter according as it more nearly resembles that which is hottest, as if there were some hottest possible thing, which of course there isn't. But that's just a bad illustration, not a premise that the argument absolutely needs. More seriously, I think, there is a questionable premise in the first way, which misunderstands momentum and gets only half of momentum right, when it claims that everything in motion must be moved by another thing. Aristotle knew this half of momentum, namely that an object at rest tends to remain at rest unless acted on by another. But he didn't know the other half, that an object in motion tends to remain in motion unless acted on by another, because he didn't know that space was a vacuum, or very nearly a vacuum, so that a planet could revolve around a star forever if it had a stable orbit, without being pushed by another force. Many medieval astronomers thought that the planets had to be moved by angels because they never slowed down, as everything on Earth did. They didn't know the reason for earthly slowdowns was friction, drag caused by air molecules. But Aquinas' way doesn't move fundamentally on this scientific level, but on the metaphysical level, because he didn't mean by motion simply motion through space, which he and Aristotle somewhat misunderstood. Rather, he meant any kind of change, and his proof that nothing can move itself is really a proof that nothing can change itself. It doesn't really depend on the physical concepts of momentum or drag or vacuums, but only on the metaphysical concepts of potentiality and actuality. A second kind of objection comes from some philosophers like Hume who question Aquinas' metaphysical principle of causality, and in fact question the possibility of any metaphysical principles, which is like criticizing The Lord of the Rings not for being bad fantasy, but for being fantasy. For Hume, causality is only our subjective mental habit of associating things that we've seen together over and over again. It's not a metaphysical principle, because metaphysics itself is impossible for Hume. But Hume's critique of causality eliminates not only metaphysics, it also eliminates physics and science and common sense. So Hume cuts his own throat with that denial of causality. As does Kant. Kant is also skeptical of the claim to have objective knowledge of causality. He says we can know only what we have to think. We have to think in causal terms, but causality is not a thing in itself. So things don't have to obey the causal principle, but our mind does. But the relation between the mind and things is itself a causal relation. Whether you say things cause our mind's thoughts, or whether you say our thoughts cause things, you have to assume real causality. And I think Kant's is an even more radical skepticism of our knowledge than Hume's, because it seems to mean that perhaps my parents didn't really cause my biological existence, but I have to think they did. Another, I think more reasonable, causal objection to Aquinas' proofs admits that the principle of causality works for nature, but wonders whether it works for God, if God is infinitely different than nature. And I think Aquinas would reply to this that God is not infinitely different from nature, but that there's an analogy between God and nature, between creator and creature, as between an artist and his art, so that we can know something about the cause from our knowledge of the effect. But we'll look at this key notion of analogy more deeply in our next lecture, which is about the possibility of knowing anything about God. A third kind of objection to Aquinas' proofs is a skepticism of any rational knowledge of God, a kind of disconnect between God and reason. Some would go so far as to say that logic itself doesn't apply to God. But when you examine that statement, you find that it simply, literally makes no sense at all, It says that there's a being, God, about which you can logically say nothing. But you've just said something. That such a being is, that it is a being, and that it is not the same as those beings about which you can logically say something. And that's saying at least three somethings. To reply, so what if it's self-contradictory? God transcends logic. To say that is simply nonsense. Literally, nonsense doesn't suddenly acquire sense just because you're talking about God. Many people are skeptical of rational proofs for the existence of God because they see reason and faith as very, very different. But that brings us back to our second lecture on the relation between faith and reason. You can't just separate those two things completely as if they were two different universes, because both reason and faith claim to tell us things that are true. So it's simply not reasonable to assume that faith and reason can't ever meet without looking at the claims to show that they can. Like Aquinas' 5 ways, you have to show what's logically wrong with them. A much more modest objection, based on the gap between faith and reason, is that the God Aquinas proves is a million miles removed from the God of religious faith, and is such a very thin slice of God, so to speak, that it's like a ghost image. As Pascal wrote, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not the God of the philosophers and scholars. So it's just the remote God of deism, which Pascal says is almost as far removed from Christianity as atheism. I think Aquinas would quite agree that this is a very, very thin slice of God. But the point is that it's a slice of the same God, the real God. It's not a different God. It's just a different picture. It's a maybe ghostly picture, but it's a picture of the real thick God. A thin slice of the thick God. It's not the God of deism, because deism denies the thicker God, the present and involved God, the miracle-working God. Aquinas would agree that you can know God much, much better and fuller by faith and by religious experience, by things like trust and repentance and prayer and moral effort, and above all by love, than you possibly can know by logical proof. Like Pascal, Aquinas sees religious faith as much more than just belief or opinion. He classifies faith as a virtue, one of the 3 theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity, the 3 glues that stick the human soul to God, so to speak. And by that he means a kind of personal trust, the kind of thing families and lovers expect of each other, not scientists. This brings us to another kind of objection to Aquinas' arguments, which is a kind of Freudian psychological objection. It says that Aquinas' rational proofs were really camouflages of irrational faith. Aquinas believed in God out of mere faith, because his mother told him, because his priests taught him. He trusted them. Then, later, he looked for reasons, but that's just rationalizing. Reason didn't really bring Aquinas to God, faith did. Well, all that may be true, but I don't see how it invalidates the logic of the proofs themselves. You don't validate or invalidate a logical argument by discovering faith motives behind the arguments. That's what logicians call the genetic fallacy. Suppose we found out that Einstein's motives for relativity theory were terribly suspicious. Suppose we discover that he was really a Nazi spy planning to give the atom bomb to Hitler. Well, that would not disprove his calculations. E remains mc squared, no matter who discovered it or what his motives were. Furthermore, not all religious reasoning is rationalizing of faith. Aristotle's wasn't. He had no faith, but he came to the conclusion that one supreme God or first cause must exist by reason alone. And other people have made the same intellectual journey. So there's no absolute disconnect between faith and reason. The two can and often do overlap. This same reply, I think, has to be given to Marxist objections, which are a kind of collective psychoanalysis, that these objections, however serious, don't show logical fallacies in the proofs. They just question their motives. They say, for instance, that proofs for the existence of God are just rationalizations of the established economic order to keep religion functioning as the opiate of the oppressed people. Well, the answer to that objection is simply, so what? Even if that were true. If the logic of Aquinas' proofs works, then it works, and God's existence is proved. Another psychological objection is much more serious, and I think much more common. It's the objection of Nietzsche, probably the most complete atheist in the history of philosophy, and Sartre says something similar. It's that there can't be a God because he would thwart human freedom. Nietzsche writes, "I will now disprove the existence of all gods. If there were gods, how could I bear not to be a god? Consequently, there are no gods." And Nietzsche underlines consequently. He writes elsewhere that God had to die because it would be unendurable for us, for God to see our dark side. Well, that's a deep motive, but that too does not invalidate the logic of the proofs, but it does reveal something very deep, not in Aquinas, but in Nietzsche. Here are two conflicting demands: to be a god yourself and to bow down to the real God, to be the source of truth and to be the receiver of truth. Truth itself, Nietzsche wrote, is a kind of a god, sort of a god without a face. And Nietzsche realized that when he wrote, "Why truth? Why not, rather, untruth?" He called that the most daring of all questions. And it really is, and it's quite unanswerable. Try to answer that sometime. Give a true reason for preferring truth. That's self-contradictory. So you have to begin there. Just as I think you have to begin with accepting reason. To give a reason for accepting reason is, again, arguing in a circle. That was Descartes' circle. Much more commonsensical to accept reason, to accept truth at the beginning, and to use that to lead you to God, as is Aquinas' strategy. Finally, there are a few objections that seem to be based on misunderstandings of Aquinas' proofs. One is the objection of Aquinas' assumption that you can't have infinite regress in causes. You might say, well, why not? You can have infinite regress in mathematics. The series of numbers is infinite. There's no highest number and no lowest number. But real things are not numbers. Real things need real causes. And if there's no first cause, there can be no second or third or any subsequent causes. You can't actually have infinite regress in whole numbers, positive numbers either. Unless there's a 1, there can't be a 2. You can only have infinite progress in numbers. And that's also true in real causes. You can always have more, but there's got to be a beginning. You may not have an ending, but you have to have a beginning. That's why there's no such thing as the best of all possible worlds, because you can always add one more good thing. So there's no maximum, but there's a minimum, and that's true of causes too. So there could be infinite progress, but there couldn't be infinite regress. Another objection is this: why can't the universe simply be eternal and be there as the first cause? And the answer is simply that nothing can cause itself. The universe is not just being, it's beings. It's the sum total of all beings that have finite limits and motion, change, and these are all contingent. They need a cause. The third proof claims to show that such contingent beings require a necessary being. But then the objector might say, why doesn't this necessary being need a cause too? Why doesn't God need a cause too? Isn't there some sense in the child's question, who made God? And the answer is no, there isn't any sense in that question. It's a childish question, because it misunderstands the meaning of the word God. It asks, who made the unmade maker? Who caused the uncaused cause? God means the being with no cause, the being with no beginning. As Aquinas would say, his essence is existence. But, the objector might say, then isn't there a self-contradiction in the proofs themselves? They all conclude to a God who doesn't need a cause, but they all begin with the principle that everything needs a cause. That's an A proposition versus an O proposition. That's contradictories. Well, actually, that's an embarrassingly poor objection, even though it's found in the writings of no less a genius than Bertrand Russell. And the answer is simply that Aquinas never says that. He never says everything needs a cause. He only says everything in motion needs a cause. Everything that begins to exist needs a cause. Everything contingent needs a cause. Everything imperfect needs a cause. Every unintelligent being that acts for an end needs a cause. So if you read the actual arguments carefully enough, those misunderstandings disappear. These answers to objections do not mean that all objections are answered. The issue is still open, simply because every issue in philosophy is open, except issues that are closed by the law of non-contradiction alone, closed by showing that the proposition in question is logically self-evident and its opposite logically self-contradictory. And Aquinas does not believe that God's existence is self-evident to us. That's why he rejects Anselm's ontological argument. He says God's existence needs to be proved, and anything that needs to be proved, even if there are good proofs for it, is always still an open question for philosophers. Aquinas didn't close the issue of God once and for all. No one can do that. In fact, even God doesn't do that for us. He says in the Bible, "Come now, let us reason together." Next time, we'll look at how we can do that, how we can know God, and how we can speak meaningfully about God. So we've done the metaphysics of God, now we're going to do the epistemology and the linguistics.
This ends Lecture 4. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 5. Our Knowledge of and Language about God.
This lecture is on our knowledge of God. The pre-modern mind is like the mind of a preteen child. It's interested in the world around it and the world above it. It's interested in objective reality. In contrast, the modern mind is like the mind of a teenager. It's interested more in itself. It's more introspective, psychological, subjective. Am I beautiful? Do I have zits? Do people love me? What will I be when I grow up? So medieval thinkers like Aquinas spent a lot of time on the objective question, what is God? That will be the topic of our next lecture. And they spend only a little bit of time on the subjective question, how do we know God? And how do we express that knowledge in our language? And those are the two topics of this lecture. But the comparatively little bit that Aquinas has to say about this is very important to modern philosophers because it addresses the typically modern question. There are really three questions about God because there are three questions about anything. What is it? How do we know it? And how do we express it or communicate it? Just as the knowledge of being is an expression of being, so language is an expression of knowledge. Those three follow in a natural order. You can see that order by looking at someone who negates the whole of it. The ancient Greek sophist Gorgias. He was famous for three skepticisms, one for each of these questions. He claimed, first of all, that there is no being. That is, no intelligible being, no ordered being, no real object of human knowing. It was all only appearance or illusion. Second, he claimed that even if anything was really real, we couldn't know it. And third, he said that even if someone did really know it, they couldn't communicate it. Now, there's a single rich Greek word that means all three of these things: intelligible being, intelligent knowing, and intelligent communication. It's the word logos. It means, first of all, objective order, or intelligible reality. And it also means human reason, or intelligence, or knowledge, or science. And third, it means word, or language, or communication. Logos is the unity of those three concepts. We don't have any single word in English that's that rich. Well, the three dimensions of logos are the three dimensions of philosophy. Ancient and medieval philosophy concentrated on the first dimension, on the nature of reality, and therefore on metaphysics. Classical modern philosophy, starting with Descartes, concentrated on the second dimension, human knowing, how we can know and how we can be certain, and therefore it centered on epistemology. Contemporary philosophy concentrates on language more than ever before, on how words mean things, or even sometimes whether words mean things. Deconstructionism denies that they do. It's really the third part of old Gorgias's skepticism, in a more modern, sophisticated form. Aquinas himself organizes the Summa around these three questions. For right after he proves the existence of God, he writes this: "When the existence of a thing has been ascertained, there remains the further question of the manner of its existence, in order that we may know its essence." For Aquinas, essence means manner of existence. Now, we cannot know what God is, but rather what he is not. Therefore, we must consider first how he is not, second, how he is known by us, and third, how he is named. In this lecture, we'll look at those last two questions, how God is known and how God is named. In a later lecture, we'll look at Aquinas' more general epistemology, how humans know anything. We're talking now about the philosophical knowledge of God, knowledge by natural reason, not by faith, and not by religious experience, either ordinary religious experience like prayer or extraordinary religious experience like mystical states of consciousness. Aquinas believes that all of these ways of knowing God are valid, but we're confining ourselves to philosophical knowledge by natural reason here. There are at least four important metaphysical principles that form the basis for Aquinas' answer to how human reason can know God. These are the ideas of creation, cosmic hierarchy, the analogy of being, and human reason as participating in divine reason. If any one of those four principles were not true, Aquinas would say we could not know God by natural reason. Let's look at each one. First, creation. If God created the universe, that establishes an ontological relation between God and the universe, and therefore the possibility of a relation between God and man, and between the mind of God and the mind of man. Any creation tells us something about the creator, as a house tells us something about the builder, or a painting about the painter, or a philosophy about the philosopher, or music about the musician. And the universe is a kind of house, and a kind of painting, and a kind of philosophy, and a kind of music. The fact that those are meaningful images, meaningful analogies, are examples of another essential principle, the principle of analogy, which we'll look at in a few minutes. Now, just what the universe tells us about God has yet to be specified, and Aquinas will put very severe limits on that, but there's at least something there to know. But not much. Aquinas disagrees with both the extremes of rationalism and agnosticism, but he's closer to agnosticism. He writes, "From effects not proportionate to the cause, no perfect knowledge of the cause can be obtained. But from every effect, the existence of its cause can be clearly demonstrated. So we can demonstrate the existence of God from his effects, even though from them we cannot know God as he is in his essence. But, Aquinas says, we can know something about God through the principle of causality, since creation is a kind of causality. To create is to cause the very existence of the effect. Implied in the notion that God created the universe is not only divine power, but also divine intelligence, and thus design and order in the universe, the objective logos that I spoke of before. And this brings us to a second metaphysical principle that Aquinas assumes, that the universe created by God is an order, an ordered hierarchy, a cosmic ladder, or a great chain of being. This was also one of the assumptions of the fourth of his 5 ways to prove God's existence, that there are degrees of perfection in the universe. And this hierarchy will also establish the basis for his next principle, analogy, along the rungs of the ladder. For instance, plant life is a weak and imperfect analogy to animal life, the next step up, and animal life to human life, the next step up, and human life even to divine life. You could say the same thing in terms of logos, or order. The logos in an inorganic chemical is a lesser kind, a lower order, of the same thing, namely intelligent design, that we find in plant life or organic chemicals. But even in the simple hydrogen atom, there is ordered activity of the parts to a common end. When you get up to the level of animals, you find conscious intelligence, a knowledge of the world. You now find intelligence in the animal itself, not just in the mind of its creator and designer. And when you get to human intelligence, you find that it is self-knowing, not just world-knowing, and therefore it can be self-critical and rational, unlike animal intelligence, and therefore it can also be moral. Above human intelligence, there is angel intelligence, which is purely spiritual, innate knowledge of Platonic ideas, a kind of limited mental telepathy with God. By the way, Aquinas does not think the existence of angels can be proved by philosophical reasoning alone, but he does think that reason can show that it is probable that this possible level of reality is filled by actual beings, by analogy to all the possible levels of being below us being filled. If there are no gaps on the cosmic hierarchy between us and subatomic particles, why should there be such a big gap between us and God? Finally, at the top of the hierarchy, the highest level, divine intelligence, is unlike all others in that it's perfect and unlimited, and in fact it actually creates what it knows. So you see, along the rungs of this cosmic ladder, there's both sameness and difference. The same thing, logos, design, intelligence, manifests itself in various degrees on various levels. It's like there are rungs on the ladder, and there are also the two sides of the ladder, and the rungs account for the difference, and the sides account for the oneness. It's one ladder, but with many levels. Now, these levels are analogous to each other, which means they're not wholly the same and not wholly different. So you can know a little bit, but not everything, about one level from your knowledge of another level. So now we come to our third metaphysical principle that underlies Aquinas' theological epistemology, the principle of analogy. Since animal intelligence is analogous to human intelligence, or a little bit like human intelligence, it follows that we can know something, but not everything, about human intelligence from studying animals, which is exactly one of the things psychologists do. Similarly, from studying human intelligence, we can even know a little bit about God, because God is intelligent, even though his intelligence is even more radically superior to human intelligence than human intelligence is superior to the intelligence of a slug. But there's at least some connection, however thin, because of this principle of analogy. An analogy is there because of the intelligently designed hierarchy in the cosmos, which is there because it was created. So you see, all these principles are also related in a kind of ladder of dependence, one principle on another. To see just how analogy works, take the concept of goodness, an analogical concept. We speak of a good car, a good dog, a good man, and the good God. There's a hierarchy of levels of good in nature, which points us in the right direction when we speak of the supernatural good, the good God. It points us there, but it doesn't get us there. The concept of good can't define God, as it can define the good car, or the good dog, or the good man. In other words, we can know clearly what a good car is and what it does, and we can know what a good dog is and what it does and what it doesn't do, and what a good man is. These things don't disappoint our definitions. We can specify and predict how this will manifest itself in our empirical experience. A good car doesn't break down, and a good dog doesn't pee on the rug, and a good man doesn't let his friends' cars break down or let dogs pee on the rug if he can stop it. But the good God isn't predictable like that. He lets our cars break down, and he lets our dogs pee on rugs, and he lets bad things happen to good people, and he doesn't stop it, even though he can. And yet, he's good. So good is certainly not univocal. If it means anything, its meaning is analogical. It's meaningful to say that God is good and not evil, but we can't specify or define or predict exactly how that goodness will manifest itself. And even though we can't do that, it's still meaningful to say God is good because of analogy. It's meaningful to say that the goodness of a man is more like the goodness of God than the goodness of a car is. Meaningful to say that the good God acts more like a good man than like a good car. God is more like a mysterious but loving friend than like an unmysterious machine. Actually, that's putting it backwards. We should say that a friend is a little bit like God, not that God is a little bit like a friend, because God isn't really like anything at all. But everything is like him. He is what Aquinas called the prime analogate of the chain of analogies. He's the standard for all the others. You don't say that the president resembles his portrait, but you say that one portrait of the president resembles him more than another portrait does. Even though only man is said to be created in God's image, yet everything is created in some sort of image or reflection of God, although it's not self-conscious. The fourth metaphysical principle that grounds our knowledge of God is probably the one most difficult for the modern mind to understand. It's Aquinas' notion that human reason is a participation in or sharing in divine reason. That doesn't mean mystical experience. Aquinas is talking about ordinary human reason when he says it's a share in the divine reason. As C.S. Lewis says in his book Miracles, every time a human being thinks rationally, that is literally a miracle, something that couldn't be accounted for by nature alone. He uses this memorable picture. This gives you a picture of the world, which is like a map of the moon with craters on it, which have been caused by meteors coming in from outer space. Not that reasoning comes in from outer space literally and physically, but that it manifests something greater than nature. To know all of nature, you have to be greater than nature. And science knows principles that are true of all of nature. Therefore, human, abstract, rational, scientific knowledge is good evidence for something supernatural working there. That doesn't make much sense if you think of reason as merely inference or arguing, the kind of thing a calculator can do, and can do more efficiently than we can. Instead of using the calculator analogy, let's use the analogy of light. That was the medieval's favorite material image for immaterial intelligence. Medieval logicians distinguished what they called the three acts of the mind, and light is an image of the first act of the mind, while a calculator is an image for the third act of the mind. The first act of the mind is conception, or forming an intelligible concept, understanding an essence, a what. For instance, apple, or man, or animal. The second act of the mind is judgment, where we predicate one concept of another and say man is an animal, or man is not an apple. Only judgments can be true or false, not concepts. Then the third act of the mind is reasoning from some judgments to others, arguing from premises to conclusions. So we have understanding, judging, and reasoning as the three acts of the mind. Now, when Aquinas uses the word reason, he means all three acts of the mind, and not just the third. And he sees all three as some sort of reflection of divine intelligence, some sharing in a little bit of the power of the divine mind, since man is created in God's image. But it's especially the first act of the mind that's like divine intelligence, because judging and reasoning both take time for us, while understanding can happen suddenly. And according to Aquinas, God doesn't have to judge or reason because he understands everything at once, since he exists all at once, while we understand bit by bit, from premise to conclusion, from subject to predicate, because we exist bit by bit, from the past into the future. Our existence is not wholly present. Most of it is dead in the past or unborn in the future. But God, being eternal, is not just forever, but always in the eternal now. So his knowledge is in the eternal now. And the only one of the three acts of the mind that can be simply wholly present is the first, which is why conception is an image of divine knowledge, and why light is the medievals' favorite analogy, because it makes you see, and when you say, I see with your eyes, you naturally symbolize, I see with my concept-making mind. Whatever we do, Aquinas says, God does in a higher way, since all perfection is in him. All the perfections of any creature are in God in a more perfect way. So our knowing is a created image of God, the first knower. And that image actually participates in its source, as an image in a mirror exists only because the real object is there reflecting itself in the mirror. So it's only by actual divine power that we can reason. When you see an image of the sun in a window, that mirror image is an actual participation in real sunlight, a tiny share in the actual energy, the actual photons from the sun. So when we reason, we're using divine sunlight. This is more than just a passive likeness or analogy. It's an actual living participation in an ongoing active power that comes from God. Aquinas bases this principle on creation. He says the reason why human reason actually participates in divine reason is because every effect not only resembles its cause by analogy, but also in some way participates in the power of its cause. For instance, when fire ignites paper, the paper on fire has the power of fire. So our minds are like cigarettes, and God is the cigarette lighter. Another presupposition here, of course, is that God is mind, that God is rational, that God is not simply a blind force. Aquinas assumes that here. He's proved it elsewhere. You can always find assumptions behind everything Aquinas says. His philosophy is not like Descartes', an attempt to prove everything by deduction, step by step, starting from nothing, assuming nothing, beginning with universal doubt. Now, that's the Euclidean method, but it's not the Thomistic method. Aquinas is less like a geometer than like an artist. His philosophy is more like a work of Michelangelo or Da Vinci or Dante. It's not a system like mathematics, it's a complex work of art, a panoramic painting or a Gothic cathedral. It's full of all sorts of surprising things, like gargoyles or flying buttresses, because it's like the universe, and the universe is full of all sorts of surprising things, like giraffes or angels. Don't giraffes seem even more unbelievable and surprising than angels? Not all things are provable for Aquinas, but all of them are meaningful, and all of them are related in the universe, as all the ingredients in a work of art are related. So you see, Aquinas' philosophy is like the universe. It's full of intelligibility, full of the product of the first act of the mind. But not all of it is deducible by third act of the mind calculation, by deduction. Aquinas uses a lot of deduction, but it's not deduction, it's analogy that holds his system together. It's not a deductive system, like many modern philosophies, because it's not, first of all, a system of ideas, but a system of things. It's a map of the universe. Now, in light of these four metaphysical assumptions, let's see exactly what Aquinas says in the Summa about how we know God. Let's look first at the two articles immediately before the five ways. We looked at them before, let's look at them now from a different point of view. One says that God's existence is not self-evident to us, although God's existence is self-evident in itself because his essence is existence. But we don't know his essence. So we can't deduce his existence from his essence, as Anselm tried to do. So since God's existence is not self-evident to us, it has to be made evident. And the next question in the Summa says that this can be done. This demonstration can be accomplished. This is an example of Aquinas finding his way to a middle position between two extremes. Just as in Aristotle's Ethics, where every vice has an opposite extreme number, so in Aquinas' philosophy, each philosophical truth seems to be a kind of intellectual virtuous mean between two errors. Errors, like vices, always come in pairs. So you can be a rationalist or you can be an agnostic, and Aquinas is neither. Our mind is strong enough to know God's existence, but not so strong that it can deduce it from his essence. We can demonstrate him, but not with a perfect demonstration. We can know that he exists, but not how he exists. And Aquinas argues that we can't know God directly in this life, and yet we can know, even in this life, that we will be able to know God directly in the next life. You may say, how could Aquinas possibly prove that? Well, here's his argument. He says, since the ultimate beatitude of man consists in the use of his highest power, which is the operation of the mind, if we suppose that the created intellect can never see God, it would either never attain to beatitude, or its beatitude would consist in something else besides God. This opinion is against reason, for there resides in every man a natural desire to know the cause of any effect which he sees, and thus arises wonder in man. But if the intellect of the rational creature could not reach so far as to the first cause of things, this natural desire would remain vain. But no natural desire is in vain. Aquinas frequently mentions this happy principle that no natural desire is in vain. And it seems true to our experience. Fish don't have a natural desire to fly, but birds do, because even healthy fish can never fly, but even wounded birds can. How could our nature desire something that our nature can't possibly ever have? So if we have a natural desire to know God, it must be possible to know God somehow, somewhere, somewhen. So if that desire can't be satisfied in this life, it must be satisfied in the next life. It's an interesting argument. Of course, the argument has a whole slew of assumptions in it, but what argument doesn't? It seems quite reasonable and tight. Aquinas distinguishes two degrees of knowledge here, in speaking of our knowledge of God: comprehension and apprehension. He says that a finite mind can never comprehend or fully understand or surround the infinite mind of God, but it can apprehend it, it can reach it, it can attain it. It's like the difference between being married and understanding your spouse. Even if you can never fully understand another human being, you can get there, you can marry. Just how far can we get towards the knowledge of God in this life? Aquinas distinguishes four things that can be known about God by natural reason alone. First, that he exists. Second, that he is the cause of creatures. Third, that he has a certain number of deducible attributes, as we'll see in the next lecture. And fourth, we can know what he's not, that he's not a creature, that he's not in the same genus as creatures, even as to his being, since he is infinite, unlimited being itself, while creatures only have being in a limited way, so they're beings. We'll see that more carefully when we look at his metaphysics. Probably the single most distinctive Thomistic thesis about our knowledge of God and our language about God is that all our concepts and terms about God are either negative or analogical. Aquinas says that the only two kinds of things we can know about God's nature are not what he is, but what he is not and what he is like. We can have negative knowledge or analogical knowledge, but we can't have knowledge of God that's both positive and univocal, or non-analogical. So all our univocal knowledge of God is negative, and all our positive knowledge of God is analogical. Analogies don't mean just metaphors. That's only part of it. Metaphors or similes or images or parables, that's one kind of analogy, but there are also literal analogies, such as the analogy of human reason to divine reason, or animal life to spiritual life. That's literal, but it's not univocal, it's analogical. The reason our univocal knowledge of God is only negative, according to Aquinas, is because we can know by experience only what creatures are, but not what the Creator is, since we are not the Creator, we are only creatures. We keep having to be reminded of that. One preacher said he could summarize all of God's revelation in 2 propositions. 1, I'm God. 2, you're not. It's the second one we keep forgetting. Well, because we're not God, we know by experience what time is and what finitude is, but we don't know by experience what eternity is and what infinity is, except negatively. The word eternity means literally not ternity, not temporality. And infinity means literally not finity, not finitude. Surprising that the attributes of God that seem at first to be, to our mind, affirmative are really negative. But Aquinas says, though they're negative in our mind and in our speech, they're affirmative in God. So we have a kind of a photographic negative of God. What is positive in Him we can only know in a negative way. And the reason all our positive knowledge of God is analogical and not univocal is because we know by direct experience the universe, the art of God, but not the artist. And the art only resembles the artist. So our positive knowledge is our knowledge of these resemblances to God. For instance, we know that people are more like God than animals are, because people have reason and free will. And we can know that good people are more like God than evil people, because God is all good. But we cannot define God's infinite goodness, and we certainly cannot predict it. And we cannot define or predict God's reason, since He knows everything at once, including, for instance, what to us is the future. And we have no direct experience of that kind of knowing. Many philosophers today question whether language about God can be meaningful at all. Do we know what we're talking about when we talk about God? How would we identify God? I remember the last time I had a philosophical debate with an atheist. About 9/10 of the debate was not about whether God exists, but about whether it's meaningful to say that God exists. How can you define God? If you met God, how would you know this is God and not something else? Those are surprisingly difficult and tricky questions. And this is, I think, a very important question, because I suspect that most of the time, belief or unbelief in God's existence depends on the understanding of the meaning of the term God. I've never met an atheist who I thought fully understood what an intelligent theologian like Aquinas meant by God. After talking for a while with an intelligent atheist, I always find myself agreeing with him in denying the God that he denies. Only I claim that's not the God that Aquinas is talking about. For instance, a God who acts by moving around in time and changes. Well, that's a God that has to get either better or worse in some way. Or, alternatively, a God that's timeless and changeless because he does nothing. Well, that's more like a non-melting icicle than a person. Both of those concepts of God are imperfect. The atheist thinks that those are the only two possibilities. Maybe Aquinas can show a third possibility. He does that by saying God's perfection is pure act, pure actuality, and pure activity, spiritual activity of knowing and loving, which doesn't have to change as material activity does. So, although God knows, he doesn't learn truth. He is truth. And God doesn't fall in love because he is love. God doesn't fall in love for the same reason that water doesn't get wet. Now, those are at least meaningful clarifications of our language about God. They open up a door of possibility. Another attack on the meaningfulness of Aquinas' concept of God is this. Some philosophers say that the concept of omnipotence, or infinite power, is self-contradictory, and therefore meaningless. Well, the self-contradictory is meaningless. Why would omnipotence be self-contradictory? Well, take the classic question whether God can make a rock bigger than he can lift. If you say yes, then they say there can be something bigger than even God's power can lift, so God is not infinitely powerful. But if you say no, then they say there is something that God can't do, so again his power is not infinite. But I think the linguistic confusion is in that question, not in the concept of God that the question questions. I think the concept of a rock bigger than infinite power can lift is a self-contradictory concept. But infinite power, or omnipotence, is not in itself a self-contradictory concept. So the simple answer to the question is no, God can't make a rock bigger than he can lift any more than he can make anything else that's self-contradictory and therefore meaningless. That would be an imperfection, like God dying or God sinning. That's not possible, not because God has limited power, but because he doesn't have limited power. Aquinas says contradictions do not come under the divine omnipotence. In other words, nonsense suddenly doesn't become sense simply because you add the words, God can do this. Unless the law of non-contradiction can be revoked. And that law can't be revoked, even by a very activist court, because that law isn't man-made at all. It's a law of being itself, even of divine being. In that sense, the law of non-contradiction is based on the very nature of God. He is what he is and not what he isn't. He is consistent with himself. And therefore, so is everything else. Another serious question about the meaningfulness of Aquinas' concept of God would come from sources he had never heard, such as Hindu philosophical mystics like Shankara, who argue that God can't be a person because God is eternal and infinite. The notion of eternal person would be, to a Hindu, a self-contradiction. Also, an infinite person. A person must be an ego, and it must be distinguished from other egos. If God is being itself, how can God be being himself? That, I think, is a much, much deeper issue, and that's addressed by modern Thomists like Pope John Paul II, who was a personalist. He saw personhood as the very pinnacle of being, rather than any kind of defect or diminution of being. That's a very complex and profound issue, which I can't summarize quickly, but if you want a very good little short introduction to personalist Thomist metaphysics, I highly recommend Father Norris Clark's little book, Person and Being. Another critique of the meaningfulness of Aquinas' concept of God comes from so-called process philosophers, or process theologians, who maintain that the concept of an eternal God who doesn't change is religiously meaningless, something that we temporal persons can't meaningfully relate to. I think this is really a question of psychology rather than philosophy or linguistics, though. Aquinas argues that God must be eternal because if he changes, then he's a mixture of actuality and potentiality, and therefore he's not purely actual, and therefore he's not absolutely perfect, but only in process to becoming more perfect, which is what process theologians say. So God then is still learning. He's more like a philosopher or a saint than he is like the ultimate object of the philosopher's thought or the saint's love. Well, in that case, what is God's object? What is God's ideal if he's still growing? It's got to be only some abstract ideal of absolute perfection, since there is no actually perfect being, according to this philosophy. But the traditional term for the philosophy that claims that there is no actually existing perfect being is atheism. It seems to be a linguistic confusion to call this theism. More scientifically minded philosophers often object to the meaningfulness of Aquinas' language about God from another quarter, that it's so abstract, like geometry, that there's no empirical database. Where is the experiential basis for everything that he says about God? Well, the answer is that there were 5 empirical bases for his arguments for God's existence in the first place, and from this small basis or foundation, Aquinas erects a pretty tall building by deduction, sort of like the Washington Monument. Now, deduction is not the usual method of empirical science. But to insist that theology must use the methods of empirical science seems as unfair as insisting that empirical science must use the methods of theology. You have to find out what's wrong with the logic of the arguments. The critic is attacking the very genre of non-empirical philosophy and theology. That's like attacking calculus for being mathematical, or attacking Dante for being a poet, instead of showing the error in the equations or a fault in the poetry. Next time, we'll give a positive answer to the question, how can you make meaningful the concept of God, by looking at what Aquinas says are the attributes of God. Remember, when he was 5 years old, he asked his teacher the simple question, what is God? And since his teacher couldn't answer, he decided to find the answer himself. We'll look at his answer next time.
This ends Lecture 5. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 6. What is God? The Divine Attributes.
This lecture is on the attributes of God. Aquinas' long section in the Summa about the divine attributes is also his main answer to the challenge we took up in our last lecture, that his concept of God is logically or linguistically meaningless. Aquinas' description of the divine attributes shows us a lot about his metaphysics from the angle of God. So our later lecture on his metaphysics can look at it from the angle of our experience of finite creatures, and the two can supplement each other. Before going into detail, I'd like to identify 3 features of this part of Aquinas' philosophical theology that I remember surprised me very much when I first read Aquinas, so I suspect they may surprise you too. The first is how totally disciplined Aquinas' theology is. It goes only as far as its logic allows it. It never substitutes piety for reasoning or traditional beliefs for demonstrations. The second is how fruitful abstract deduction can be. As I said in the last lecture, Aquinas' set of premises is very small, like the foundation of the Washington Monument, but he erects a very tall building on it, on this thin base. From a very few premises, or maybe even from a single premise, he deduces very many things logically. Deduction is surprisingly fruitful. Logic is like a very pregnant woman. I'll bet nobody ever used that analogy for logic before. A third feature to notice here is that even though Aquinas is purely theoretical, yet there are almost always practical existential lessons everywhere implied in his metaphysical theory, and I'll try to bring some of these out as we go along. I knew once of a society of lay Catholics, I don't know whether it still exists, called the Society for the Contemplation of the Divine Attributes. It gave believers a method of prayer by contemplating one divine attribute at a time and drawing some of the practical consequences for life from this attribute. For instance, take omnipotence. If God is literally omnipotent, then death and disease and disaster come not from God's weakness, but from his power. So if we were totally logical about our faith, and if we believed that God was all-powerful as well as all-good, we would literally thank him for everything from A to Z, and everything in between. Every abyss and every zit and every hemorrhoid, because it's all under his control. So, what is God? What is Aquinas' adult answer to his childish question? It's not a childish question, it's a childlike question, so it demands a childlike answer. And he gives one. His first answer is like the answer of Socrates: we don't know. Since we have no positive knowledge of God's essence, so all our words for his attributes are negations of attributes that we do know from experience. For instance, eternity, infinity, immutability. They're negations of time and finitude and change. Even our understanding of oneness is really negative, even though the word doesn't seem to be negative. Aquinas defines oneness as not divided or divisible. And that's the attribute that Aquinas begins this section of the Summa with, the attribute of God's oneness or simplicity. He is one, not many. He is not composed of parts of any kind. By the way, although Aquinas is a Christian and therefore a Trinitarian rather than a Unitarian, he affirms the simplicity, the absolute simplicity of the divine nature just as much as a Jew or a Muslim. The 3 persons of the Trinity are not 3 parts of God. He's talking here about the one divine nature, the one divine substance, or essence, or being. He proves this oneness, which he calls God's simplicity, by a long inductive argument. He enumerates the 9 possible kinds of composition and proves that each one cannot possibly be in God, one by one. God is not composed of material parts, or of matter and form, or of subject and nature, or substance and attributes, or essence and existence, or genus and difference, or substance and accident, or of any other composition at all, or of composition with any other beings. First, God has no material parts, because God is not a body. That's obvious to most of us today, but small children and primitives often think God is a body, because they haven't risen to that level of abstraction. They can't conceive of what they can't imagine concretely. I remember when my son was about 5 years old, we were driving past a cemetery, and I said to him, "Do you know what that's for?" And he said, "I think so, but you tell me." So I thought maybe he has a little bit of a fear, so I'll try to relieve it. I said, "Well, that's where they put people's bodies when they die." And he shivered and said, "Where do they put their heads?" You see, he was thinking very concretely. He wasn't distinguishing body and soul, but body and head, because body and head are both concrete. Well, some people are still like that when they're adults. Some people don't rise to that level of abstraction, and they can't conceive of anything they can't imagine. I think the ancient pagans were often like that, because even the greatest of the gods of the pagans, like Zeus and Jupiter, had bodies. Aquinas' theology is as different from their theology as our science is different from their science. Well, if God doesn't have a body, can you prove it? Yes, here's Aquinas' proof that God is not a body. Any material body, he says, is composed of physical parts, because that's the nature of matter. Matter is that which is spread out in space, and thus divisible into parts. So that's one reason God is not a body, because he's not composed of parts. Aquinas gives a second reason, that he's perfect. That's really Aquinas' controlling assumption, and spirit is more perfect than body. Spirit can't be cut in half, body can. You can cut your body in half, you can cut your body and your spirit apart, but you can't cut your spirit apart. You can't have half a spirit or half a soul. And spirit is more perfect than body because spirit is active, whereas body is passive. Spirit pushes body around, body doesn't push spirit around. And the higher a being is in the scale of perfection, the more active it is. So the argument is God is supremely perfect, therefore supremely active, therefore supremely spiritual or immaterial. Second, God is not only not physically composed, he's also not metaphysically composed in any way. The other 8 compositions that Aquinas will prove God doesn't have are all metaphysical compositions. And the first one is the composition of matter and form, using Aristotle's philosophical vocabulary. Matter here means not just atoms, they're already formed, but whatever a thing is made out of. And form doesn't mean just shape, but whatever a thing is made into, what distinguishes it from other kinds of things. So matter is potentiality to being informed by different forms. Aquinas proves that God is not composed of matter and form from the same premise that he used to prove that God is not composed of physical parts. The premise that God is supremely perfect and therefore supremely actual and not potential. He writes, "Matter is in potentiality, but we have shown that God is pure actuality without any potentiality, hence it is impossible that God should be composed of matter and form." Aquinas offers at least 2 or 3 other proofs of each of these conclusions about God's attributes, but I'm selecting only the one that's the simplest and most obvious each time. A practical corollary of the point that God has no matter and no potentiality is that God can't get angry or fall in love or change or have any other passion. He's all action. Even his love is purely active love, agape or charity, not passive love, not eros, not falling in love. Next, Aquinas shows that God is the same as his essence or nature, He does not have a nature, he is that nature, and everything in that nature. For instance, he does not have wisdom, he is wisdom. And he does not have life, he is life. A human being has humanity, but God does not have divinity. He transcends the distinction between the individual and the universal. He's not merely a concrete individual being that has a universal nature, as Socrates has humanity. But neither is he just an abstract universal nature like humanity or divinity, like a Platonic idea. Next, Aquinas proves that God is not composed of essence and existence. This distinction between essence and existence is the most important and most distinctive of all Aquinas' metaphysical themes. Here is the ultimate ontological distinction between God and everything else, between being itself and beings. Everything else is composed of essence and existence, while God is not. Even angels, which are pure spirits without any matter, are composed of essence and existence, since they don't have to exist, so they need to receive existence, they need to be created. But God's being is necessary and eternal and exists by his essence, not by being caused. Everything has a real reason for its existence, a sufficient reason. And the sufficient reason for any being whose existence is not in its very essence has to be some other being that gave it existence. In other words, some other being that caused it. God's essence alone is the sufficient reason for his existence. So even God doesn't violate the principle of sufficient reason. Let's look at this point again, because it's crucial to Aquinas' metaphysics. Let's look at the essence or essential nature of some finite being. Let's take an example of an actually real being, a horse, and an example of a merely potential being which could exist but doesn't, a unicorn. If you merely compare the essence of a horse with the essence of a unicorn in your thought, you can't tell which one exists and which one doesn't. So something other than its essence must account for the horse's existence. That would be evolution, which arranged for horses to arrive by natural selection, but not unicorns. Everything except God needs this, needs a cause for its existence. God needs no cause of his existence because his existence is his essence. As a triangle needs no cause of its three-sidedness because that's its essence. The next thing Aquinas proves is that God is not in a genus or general class, that God is not composed of genus and specific difference, and therefore not definable. Everything else is defined by adding a specific difference to a genus. For instance, man is a rational animal, or triangles are three-sided plane figures, or democracy is popular government. But God is not definable because he's not in a genus. He's not a God. He's not an anything. He is not even a being, one among many beings. He is pure and perfect being itself. He's not contained in any genus, not even being. By the way, Aquinas argues that being is not a genus, because every genus is narrowed down by specific differences that are distinct from itself. But all real specific differences are real, and thus are some form of being. In other words, being is not a genus because you can predicate it of everything, even specific differences, but you can't predicate any genus of its differences. Man is a rational animal, but rationality is not an animal. If that bit of metaphysics was too abstract for you, that doesn't mean you're an idiot. It just means that Aquinas thinks on a very high level of abstraction. I hope you don't expect to understand everything instantly in a great philosopher. You can understand Aquinas, but not instantly. But Aquinas did. Shortly before he died, he was asked what gift he wanted to thank God for during his life, and he replied, "That I have immediately understood everything I have ever read." This from a humble and honest monk. That's quite a gift. Let's try to understand this very abstract point in Aquinas' metaphysics. Being is not an abstract universal. Being is not a class, because being is not just essence, but existence. Existence is the supreme actuality. Essence is actual form, specific form, unicorn and not mermaid, but essence is not yet actual existence. It's actual form, but not actual existence, so it still needs to be actualized, not formally, but existentially. The essence of a horse is existentially actual. The essence of a unicorn is not. You see, existence is not the supreme abstraction, empty of actuality. It's full, it's supremely actual. Therefore, to say, as Aquinas does, that God is existence itself is not to say that God is the supreme abstraction. Exactly the opposite. Aquinas next proves that there is no composition of substance or essence and accidents in God, because that would make God potential to accidents being added or subtracted, as a piece of wood is potentially hot or potentially wet. In God, there are no accidents. That's how you can distinguish God from a Los Angeles freeway. Finally, Aquinas proves that there is no other composition in God, because everything composed has a cause for its being composed, but God has no cause. And he then proves that God does not enter into composition with anything else. Into relationship, yes, but into composition, no. He's not part of the universe. He's not the world's soul, or the force, or the ultimate form of the world, or anything like that. That would be pantheism. God is the transcendent, first efficient cause, or creator of everything else. He's present to everything else, but not as a part of it. Nor is he apart from it, or absent. He's present to it as a mind and will is present to the objects known and willed. Transcendently present. The next attribute of God that Aquinas proves after simplicity is perfection. He has used this before as a premise, but now he deduces it from the further premise that God is supremely actual and not at all potential. He writes, "The first active principle must be most actual and therefore most perfect, for a thing is perfect in proportion to its state of actuality." He also writes that the perfections of all things are in God. All created perfections are in God. Hence he is spoken of as universally perfect, because he lacks not any excellence which may be found in any genus. So it follows that whatever is perfect in any earthly beauty or goodness or intelligence or power or anything at all, in a woman's face or in a saint's love or in a genius's creativity or in the power of the Big Bang, all that is in God, but without any such limits. The practical corollary of this theoretical idea is pretty obvious, and it explains why Aquinas, like all the saints, teaches detachment from worldly goods for the sake of divine good. Aquinas argues that whatever good, whatever beauty, whatever perfection we love in creatures is to be found in God more perfectly. Detachment from worldly goods does not mean indifference or lack of appreciation of them. In fact, appreciation of the good things of the world is our only possible starting point for appreciating the goodness of God. You rise on the cosmic ladder only when you begin at the bottom. The opposite of detachment is not appreciation. The opposite of detachment is addiction. And addicts can't appreciate what they're addicted to. Winos can't be gourmet wine tasters. Aquinas next considers the attribute of goodness. He says first that all being is good. He is a cosmic optimist. And he proves that this way. He says, the essence of goodness consists in this, that it is in some way desirable. Hence, the philosopher, that's what he called Aristotle, simply the philosopher, says, goodness is what all desire. Now, it is clear that a thing is desirable only insofar as it is perfect. But everything is perfect insofar as it is actual. Therefore, it is clear that a thing is perfect insofar as it actually exists, for it is existence that makes all things actual. Hence it is clear that goodness and being are the same, really. So all that exists is good. Aquinas also proves this more simply by arguing that all that exists is either the creator or a creature, and the creator is perfectly good, and any creature of God, anything created by perfect goodness, must also be good, therefore everything must be good. That doesn't mean that nothing is evil. It means that no being is evil. Nothing is ontologically evil, though of course some human acts and some human choices are morally evil, and all finite beings have negative limits to their goodness. Aquinas, following Aristotle, says goodness means three things: the pleasant, the useful, and the virtuous. All created things are pleasant somehow, and all created things are useful somehow. But only moral character and moral choices can be virtuous or vicious. The next divine attribute Aquinas proves is infinity. This attribute sharply distinguishes Jewish and Christian philosophy from ancient Greek and Roman philosophy. The pagans considered infinity an imperfection, not a perfection, because they thought in material terms, and it's form that makes matter finite and beautiful and good. When Philo of Judea went to Athens a few centuries after Plato founded the Academy and dialogued with the philosophers in the Academy, these philosophers were at first impressed by Philo's theology and his monotheism until he spoke of God's infinity. And then the pagan philosophers just couldn't understand how he could say that God, the perfect being, was infinite, that infinity was a perfection rather than an imperfection. They were thinking of matter and material attributes. Infinite height or infinite weight would not be a perfection, but an imperfection. Any perfect work of art has to have limits. But infinite goodness or infinite wisdom are not material attributes, but spiritual attributes, and infinity makes them perfect, not imperfect. Aquinas next shows how God is omnipresent, or present in all things. He writes, God is in all things, not as part of their essence. He's proved just a moment ago that God does not enter into composition with things, nor as an accident. He's just proved that God has no accidents, but as an agent is present to that upon it which it works. And since God is being itself by his own essence, created being must be his proper effect, as to ignite is the proper effect of fire. Now, God causes this effect in things not only when they first begin to be, but as long as they are preserved in being. You see, that distinguishes Thomas from the deists. As light is caused in the air by the sun, as long as the air remains illuminated. Therefore, as long as a thing has being, God must be present to it. That's Aquinas' first premise. Now, watch what second premise he adds to this first premise to prove a stunning conclusion. But being is innermost in each thing, and most fundamentally inherent in each thing. Hence, God is in all things and innermostly. You see, if being or existence is the innermost actuality in each thing, and if God is existence by his very essence, then God is actually, really, literally present most intimately in every thing. Gilson calls this argument the great syllogism, because it proves the great conclusion that nothing is more present to every being than God, activating each being to exist from within, so to speak, giving the gift or present of being because he's present in the present moment. See, the three meanings of present come together here. Augustine called God, he who is more present to me than I am to myself. And Aquinas does the ontology for that. So here's another practical payoff, realizing the presence of God not just in special experiences, but in every humble thing, if you only take the time to notice this wonder of wonders that it actually exists. That's due to God. Look at that dust particle on the floor. Really look at it. Notice it, maybe for the first time in your life. God is present in that particle, inside that particle. Inside not physically, but metaphysically, as the present cause of its very existence. He's there making it exist right now. So you can meet him there. You can meet him in anything if you just notice the fact that it exists, that it has the moxie to be, the chutzpah to stand outside nothingness. That chutzpah comes from God. This immanent presence of God does not contradict God's absolute transcendence for Aquinas. In fact, the intimate presence is made possible only by the absolute transcendence. I think you can understand this only if you stop thinking spatially about both his presence and his transcendence. He's not present by being contained, and he's not transcendent by being absent. He's transcendent in his nature, not his place. Transcendence means he's not limited, and presence means he's not absent. But he's present by his will and mind, not by being a body. Now here's how these two things, transcendence and omnipresence, work together for Aquinas. God is infinite existence, transcending any finite essence. And that's why he can be intimately present to every finite essence, sort of as light can be present to every color, only because light transcends all colors. If it didn't, if light, let's say, were essentially red, then it couldn't be present to blue except by making blue into red, or at least into purple. Similarly, our minds transcend our bodies. Our minds are not simply our brains. Our minds are spirit, not matter. And that's why our minds can be totally present to all matter, can know all matter, including our brains. Next on the list of divine attributes comes immutability. That's fairly easy to prove from the premise that God is pure actuality without potentiality. All mutability, all ability to change, begins with something potential and actualizes it. If there's nothing potential in God, there's no change in God. If there were, then some new perfection would be gained, or some old perfection would be lost, and then God would not be perfect at every moment. So God doesn't have moments. He has simply everything at the moment, the present. One practical payoff of this divine attribute of immutability is trustability, or reliability, or fidelity. It's not easy to have faith in someone who isn't faithful, isn't guaranteed to be the same tomorrow. But if God is immutable, if he's never less than perfect, then he's perfectly trustable. So either you're just not into this faith thing at all, or you're into it totally. Either you simply don't trust in God at all, or if you do, it should be total and not partial. It's all or nothing because God is either all or nothing, either perfectly trustable, unlike any human being, or not real at all, like Santa Claus. So saints and atheists are the only consistent people. Aquinas then goes on to prove that God is not only immutable, unchangeable throughout all time, but also eternal or timeless. He quotes Boethius's famous definition of eternity as the simultaneously whole and perfect possession of endless life. Eternity has no duration, no past or future, only present. Our lives are mostly past and future, and therefore not fully real, because what's past is dead and no longer real, and what's future is unborn and not yet real. But in God everything is real, including what to us is past or future. I think this is literally inconceivable to us. We can't know by natural reason and ordinary human experience what eternity is because we don't experience it. We can only know what it's not. Perhaps in mystical experiences we can know eternity for a split second. And perhaps the commonest of all mystical experiences is the experience of dying and seeing your life literally in one instant, with everything there, everything in order and in detail, but all at once. This seems to be a foretaste of eternity, a foretaste of our participation in the mind of God. A remote analogy to it would be finishing a novel and remembering every detail of that novel at once, so that when someone mentions the title of the novel to you, you know it all at once in perfect order, even though when you read it, you learned it bit by bit. Well, our lives are like lived novels. We live them day by day as we read a novel page by page. And when we die, the story is finished and whole and goes home to the printer. The last divine attribute Aquinas proves is God's oneness, or unity, or uniqueness. Here is how he proves it. Here is how he proves that polytheism must be false. He says, "The unity of God is proved from the infinity of his perfection. For it was shown above that God comprehends in himself the whole perfection of being. If, then, many gods existed, they would necessarily differ from each other somehow. Something, therefore, would belong to the one which did not belong to the other. And if this were a privation, then one of them would not be absolutely perfect. But if it were a perfection, then one of them would be without it. So it is impossible for many gods to exist." In other words, if there were two or more different gods, for them to be different, one would have to have some attribute the other did not have. Otherwise, they wouldn't be two. But every divine attribute is a perfection, so if one God had an attribute that the other didn't have, the other God would be less perfect and not really be a God at all. Aquinas also proves this by observing the universe and the unity of the universe. He says this, the unity of God, is also shown from the unity of the world, or the universe. For all things that exist are seen to be ordered to each other. In other words, the universe is a single interacting whole, a system. But things that are diverse do not harmonize in the same order unless they are ordered thereto by one. So there must be a oneness in the orderer. Aquinas then adds a point about God's unity that is a theological point rather than a philosophical one, a statement of faith rather than proof, but it has philosophical repercussions. As a Christian, Aquinas believes that God is a Trinity, because he believes this is in the divinely revealed data in the Bible. The Father is God, and Jesus is God, and the Holy Spirit is God, and they are three persons, not one, yet there is only one God. That's basically the five-fold data, which is explained only by the hypothesis of the Trinity. He argues that the doctrine of the Trinity does not contradict the absolute unity of God, by quoting Bernard of Clairvaux when he writes, "Among all things called one, the unity of the divine Trinity holds the first place." In other words, Aquinas is claiming that the Trinitarian God is not less one, but more one, because he's a Trinity. How can that be? Because, as Bernard explains, God is love, and the oneness of love binds loving persons together even more closely to each other than the oneness of mere arithmetical unity, mere quantity, which holds each one together with himself. And there's an experiential proof of this. In deep love, you identify with your beloved even more than with yourself. You find your identity in what you identify with. That's why the suffering or death of the beloved threatens you more than your own does. So the oneness of love is not only a morally better thing, but an ontologically tighter glue than the oneness of mere quantity. You didn't expect that kind of existential payoff from some abstract theological doctrine. But now we're moving into the North Pole of all human mental explorations. And if we're not Aquinas, we probably find that Arctic air a bit difficult to breathe. But we may also find the beauty of that Arctic landscape intoxicating. Having looked at God, Aquinas next looks at God's creation. Next time, we'll explore some fundamental themes in Aquinas' cosmology, especially creation, providence, and free will.
This ends Lecture 6. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 7. Aquinas' Cosmology, Creation, Providence, and Free Will.
In this lecture, we'll look at Aquinas' cosmology. We're now moving from what Aquinas says about the Creator to what he says about the creation. Cosmology means the logos of the cosmos, the rational science of the universe. It used to be a major division of philosophy, but many of its questions about time and space and matter, have been answered by modern science. But other philosophical questions remain in this discipline, especially questions about the relation between the cosmos and God. So we'll now look at how the Summa answers 20 of these questions. Remember, the content of the Summa is mainly theology, even though the method is mainly philosophical. So the issues Aquinas deals with are those that are somehow related to God, even when the issue is not God himself. But he uses philosophical reasoning, not theological faith, to illuminate these issues. 7 of the questions Aquinas asks about creation are why God created the world, how God created the world, whether creating something out of nothing is possible, whether you can prove the universe is not eternal, whether this is the best of all possible worlds, whether this is the only universe, and whether creation contradicts evolution. That last question isn't explicitly in the Summa, of course, but we can deduce what Aquinas would say if he asked it. 5 of the questions Aquinas asks about the relation between God and the world are whether God loves all the things in the world, whether he loves all things equally, why he made the universe so diverse, whether the things in the world lead us away from God or to God, and whether only man or also the universe has God as its final end. 5 questions about what goes on in the world are whether anything happens by chance, how divine providence works, how predestination is compatible with free will, why miracles are possible, and whether the cosmos includes angels. And 3 questions about good and evil in the cosmos are whether God wills the evils in the world, why evil cannot ever totally destroy goodness, and what is the greatest evil. First, here is Aquinas' answer to why God created the world. He writes, "Every agent acts for an end, otherwise one thing would not follow from the action of the agent more than another. Now, to act from need belongs only to an imperfect agent, but this does not belong to God, and therefore he alone is the most perfectly liberal giver, because he does not act for his own profit. This means that God created the world for our needs, not his, because he has none. Our very existence is sheer gift. His only possible motive was pure generosity, unselfish love, charity, which, according to Aquinas' Christian theology, is the very essence of God, the eternal inner life of the Trinity. But how did he create the world? He used no means or methods or matter. Aquinas defends the traditional formula for creation, ex nihilo, out of nothing, and that nothing doesn't mean space or formless matter or even potentiality. There was no potentiality to exist in that which did not exist. This contrasts sharply with the so-called creation stories of other religions and mythologies, where the creator gods only form the world out of some previously existing matter. In the Jewish scriptures, we have God creating matter itself, and time and space itself out of nothing. Thus, there's a word in Hebrew which simply does not exist in any ancient language, the word barach. And in Hebrew, that verb only goes with the noun God. No human being can do barach. However creative we are, we must create out of something. God alone can create out of nothing. You don't find that notion anywhere else in ancient religions. But is this possible? How can something come out of nothing? That seems impossible. For, as Aquinas puts the objection, an infinite distance cannot be crossed, but an infinite distance exists between being and nothing. And his answer to that objection is that it proceeds from a false imagination, as if there were some infinite medium between nothing and being. This false imagination comes from thinking of creation as a change between two states. For Aquinas, creation is not a change in time from one state to another. It's not a process in time at all, because God created time itself. Aquinas is implicitly an Einsteinian rather than a Newtonian. He sees time as co-created with matter. There is no absolute pre-existing time. So there is no previous state before creation. This is another concept that I think we simply cannot understand positively, since we're not God, so we have no experience of creation in the strict sense. But we can understand it negatively. We can understand what it's not. We know we can understand that because we just did. And according to Aquinas, we can also understand God and what he does analogically, so we can understand the act of creation analogically too. For instance, by the analogy of our own spiritual creations, intellectual or artistic, when we get a radically new creative idea that seems to pop into our head from nowhere, instead of arising from previous ideas or experiences. That's a remote analogy, but we are, after all, created in the image of a creator, which is why we are creative. His next question is whether the universe is infinitely old. Aristotle thought that he could prove that the universe always existed, that it had no beginning. In Aristotle's philosophy, God did not create the universe, but God only moves it by being its ultimate final cause or goal or standard of perfection. So for Aristotle, God is like a beautiful woman who stands still in the center of a room while all the men move around her, like a spiral galaxy. This view that the universe was infinitely old and God did not create it was, of course, a serious threat to the medieval synthesis of faith and reason, for here was Aristotle, the philosopher, reason incarnate, contradicting Christianity, at least the Christian doctrine of creation. To justify the faith-reason synthesis, then, it wasn't enough for Aquinas simply to believe and affirm that God had revealed the truth that the universe was created and not eternal. He had not only to disagree with Aristotle, but to refute Aristotle's arguments, and he did. Aquinas argued that we could not know by reason whether the universe was eternal or created, because, in his words, the newness of the world cannot be demonstrated from the world itself, nor from its efficient cause, God, for God acts by will, and the will of God cannot be predicted by reason. Of course, we know now that Aquinas was wrong about the first of these 2 points. Scientists have demonstrated from the world itself that it is only about 15 billion years old. Aquinas didn't know modern Big Bang cosmology. The Big Bang doesn't prove the universe was created by God, but it does prove the world has not always existed. Aquinas makes a crucial philosophical move beyond Aristotle in distinguishing creation from change. Creation causes the very existence of a thing. Change just changes its nature. Aristotle didn't distinguish a thing's existence from its essence or nature. He took the existence of the world for granted and wondered about its nature and its properties and its activities. The biblical teaching in the first verse of Genesis that God created the world was an answer to a question that no pagan had ever asked. The question, why is there anything at all, rather than nothing? But this answer led Jewish and Christian philosophers to ask that new question, why does anything exist? And thus to formulate the new distinction between essence and existence. And that distinction is the hallmark of Aquinas' metaphysics. How ironic that this piece of philosophical progress, the distinction between essence and existence, came from Aquinas' theological reflection on the dogma of creation. I think this shows God's pedagogical sense of humor. You can read Genesis 1:1 as God saying, hey, here's an answer to a question nobody ever asked. Now go figure out the question. Here's another question about creation. Since God is perfect and acts perfectly, did God create the best of all possible worlds? Leibniz argued that he did, and Voltaire brilliantly satirized that idea in Candide. Aquinas goes with Voltaire and against Leibniz. He agrees with common sense here, as usual, and admits that this is clearly not the best of all possible worlds. He raises the question whether God can do better what he does, and answers yes, for God could make other things or add something to the present creation, and then there would be another and a better universe. Possible worlds are like numbers. You can always add one more. There is no such thing as the best of all possible worlds, just as there is no such thing as the highest possible number. It's a self-contradictory concept, and God can't make what can't be. In explaining why God cannot make the past not to have been, Aquinas says, "There does not fall under the scope of God's omnipotence anything that implies a contradiction." You see, for Aquinas, the law of non-contradiction is not merely a human law. It's a universal law. In fact, it's a divine law based on the nature of God. Aquinas would say that when you are certain that x equals x and not non-x, you are having an insight into the nature of God, whether you know it or not. Next question, is this the only universe? Aquinas answers yes, because the cosmos is a single physical order with a single set of laws. That's what makes it a cosmos. I think he may be wrong here, because even a human creator, a fantasy writer, can create different imaginary worlds with different laws in them, and modern scientists can dream up logically consistent universes with radically different laws than this one. For instance, a universe with 3 or 5 fundamental forces instead of 4. So these are logically possible worlds, and God can do whatever is possible. I think Aquinas may have changed his mind on this point if Tolkien or C.S. Lewis had lived and written in the 13th century. What about evolution? Does it contradict what Aquinas means by creation? I think clearly not. The two ideas answer two very different questions. How did human biological life begin, and how did matter begin? Matter can't evolve into man until it first exists, and evolution says nothing about that. Also, evolution says nothing about souls. Souls leave no fossils. So, a direct divine creation of the human soul and a biological evolution of the human body seem quite compatible. Aquinas solved most questions by making distinctions, and I think that's surely what he would have done here. He would also distinguish the question of the material cause from the final cause, and he'd reject the evolutionist's claim that evolution took place without a final cause or a design, simply by random chance. But he'd say that's not a scientific question, that's a philosophical and theological question. Design isn't something science can empirically observe and mathematically measure. So the current controversy between evolution by mere chance and intelligent design isn't a scientific question, but a philosophical question. It's also not a religious question. So I think Aquinas would criticize both sides for confusing these three kinds of questions. We now come to some questions about the relation between God and the world. Does God love everything in the world? Here is Aquinas' argument for answering yes. God's will is the cause of all things. It must needs be, therefore, that a thing has existence, or any kind of good, only inasmuch as it is willed by God. To every existing thing, then, God wills some good. Hence, since to love anything is nothing else than to will good to that thing, it is manifest that God loves everything that exists. Please notice in passing this wonderfully simple and clarifying definition of love. To love anything is to will good to that thing. Aquinas goes on to explain, but our will is not the active moving cause of the goodness of the things it loves, but is moved by it. So our love is not the cause of good, but some good, real or apparent, is the cause that calls forth our love. But the love of God causes and creates goodness. Here is another practical payoff of a very theoretical point. The point is that God is wholly act and not passive, and therefore he doesn't respond to goodness and obey it as we do, but creates it. And the practical payoff of this idea would be that all the goodness we see in the world and in other people and in ourselves is being created by God. So when we love it, we are loving something in God, whether we intend that or not. Just as when we know anything about the order of the universe, we're knowing something about the mind of God who created it and designed it, whether we believe that or not. So when the atheist argues against God, he has to use some God-designed thing, like evolution, and his own mind. How ironic. I think one of God's perfections is his cosmic sense of humor. Aquinas then asks whether God loves all things equally, and answers no, because since God's love is the cause of goodness in things, as has been said, no one thing would be better than another if God did not will greater good for one than for another. The universe, after all, is a hierarchy, and God willed it that way. God loves human beings more than oysters. That's why humans are more valuable than oysters. If you don't believe that, please don't invite me to dinner at your house. Equality among persons is all well and good politically, but the cosmos is obviously not a political democracy. Would we prefer that it was? Would we prefer a cosmos where every creature had an equal vote, including all the mosquitoes? Next question is why God made the universe so diverse. In Aquinas' words, whether the multitude and distinction of things come from God. And his yes answer to this question makes him part company with all the pantheists and monists who are so common in both philosophy and religion. The reason for the diversity of things, Aquinas says, is God's will. And this is significant because one feature common to all monisms and pantheisms is to see God merely as a being or a force or at most a consciousness, but never as a will. Because will always discriminates, will chooses, will distinguishes one thing from another. Aquinas derives the goodness of a diversity of things from the goodness of God's will. And the practical applications of this are obvious. Diversity and inequality is good. In nature, in animals, in humans, in genders, in bodies, in souls, in minds, even in heaven. How boring pantheism would be. Only one perfect infinite being, and that's what we all are, according to pantheism. Aquinas praises plurality and finitude and imperfection because God did in creating it. His next question is, do creatures lead us away from God or to Him? Many people are suspicious of the world because they see it as a temptation, to love the things in the world instead of God. You find this negative mentality even in very great saints and thinkers like Augustine sometimes. And you find it in modern people who like to talk about spirituality instead of sanctity as the goal of religion. But this spiritualism is not in Aquinas. In fact, he says creatures do not withdraw us from God, but lead us to Him. He quotes St. Paul to prove this. The invisible things of God are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made. And he explains, if then they withdrew men from God, it is the fault of those who use them foolishly. And the very fact that they can thus withdraw us from God proves that they come from God. For they cannot lead the foolish away from God except by the allurements of some good that they have from God. In other words, if you're so foolish as to see God as your Santa Claus instead of your Father, and if you love His presence more than you love Him, that's your fault, not the fault of the giver or of the gifts. Aquinas next asks whether the cosmos as well as man has God as its end, and answers yes. In his Ethics, he will later try to prove that nothing less than God can be our final end, but here he says the same thing about the whole cosmos, because of final causality. The ultimate reason an acorn grows into an oak is because an oak is more like God. Everything is in love with God, even things without consciousness. Everything that happens because God is its ultimate good and final cause, its end as well as its origin. The practical payoff of this idea, this ancient vision of a teleological purposive universe, is that the universe is more like us than we usually think. It's not just a bunch of blind and dumb particles or energy fields. It's like a house for us to live in. And the point of that cosmology isn't just about the cosmos, but also about us. Modern materialism reduces us down to something ultimately purposeless, like the merely material universe, while Aquinas' typically ancient cosmology raises the cosmos up to something purposeful like us. Let's look now at a few questions about what happens in this world. Aristotle, the spokesman for ancient common sense, said that some things happen by chance, others by human art or by nature. When Christianity came into the world, it added many categories to pagan thought, but here is one it subtracted. In a universe created, designed, and providentially cared for by an all-knowing and all-loving God, nothing happens by mere chance. Aquinas says that everything is subject to the providence of God. It follows that chance can mean only human subjective ignorance, not anything objectively real. Aquinas gives this example. Thus, for instance, the meeting of two servants, although to them it appears a chance circumstance, has been fully foreseen by their master, who has purposely sent them to meet at the one place and in such a way that the one knows not about the other. So God might deliberately include in his design for the universe factors that must appear random to the human mind. If you just substitute a scientist and a subatomic particle for those two servants, in Aquinas' example, you can get room for quantum theory. The scientific concept of randomness in areas like quantum physics or natural selection or a roulette wheel would be quite logically compatible with divine omniscience and divine providence. Nothing is really left to chance, but some things may necessarily appear that way to us. How does divine providence work? Aquinas answers this question by using the principle that grace perfects nature. Like a good manager, God governs the world by his subordinates. Aquinas says, since things which are governed should be brought to perfection by government, this government will be so much the better in the degree that the things governed are brought to perfection. And it is a greater perfection for a thing to be good in itself and also the cause of goodness in others than only to be good in itself. Therefore, God so governs things that he makes some of them to be causes of others in government, as a master who not only imparts knowledge to his pupils, but also gives them the power of teaching others. This is the most basic reason why Aquinas would have no theological difficulties with evolution. In fact, he would see the use of natural forces, such as natural selection, as showing more perfection in God than special creation of each species by miracle. Miracles happen, but rarely. Providence differs from miracle mainly by its use of second causes, or natural rather than supernatural forces. Aquinas is very much opposed to the rather popular religious idea, sometimes associated with fundamentalism, that there's some sort of rivalry between God and the world. He writes, some have understood God to work in every agent in such a way that no created power has any effect in things, but that God alone is the immediate cause of everything done. But this is impossible, because the lack of cause and effect would be taken away from created things, and this would imply a lack of power in the Creator. For it is due to the power of the cause that it bestows active power on its effect. Also, because the active powers which are seen to exist in things would then be bestowed on things to no purpose, if these powers really accomplish nothing through them. And since grace perfects and uses nature, this applies also to human free will, which also comes under divine providence. In fact, literally everything does, according to Aquinas. But this is not threatening to the natural order of things, but precisely fulfills it. That's the basic reason why human free will is not threatened by divine providence or predestination. Aquinas writes, nothing can happen outside the order of the divine government, but it is part of the divine government that natural things happen by nature and free human choices happen by free will. In other words, the world is like a play in which the players make free choices, but the scenery doesn't. Both the players and the scenery are part of the author's plan. Aquinas says that God can move the created will, but when he does, he perfects that will's freedom rather than destroying it. Again, because grace perfects nature. But this still leaves room for miracles. Aquinas asks whether God can do anything outside the established order of nature, and he answers yes, because he is not subject to the order of secondary causes, but on the contrary, this order is subject to him. In other words, God is like a good CEO who is neither a tyrant nor a wimp. He trusts his middle managers to manage most of the time, but he can be active too when he needs to. He doesn't just sit back and do nothing but smile at what the others do. Aquinas had no elaborate defense of miracles because no one in his time questioned them. It seemed to him and to the whole of medieval Christendom that it was perfectly logical to believe in miracles, since they believed in a God who could perform them. If there is a God who can do the big miracle of creating the universe in the first place, it seems illogical to balk at little miracles. If he can bang out the Big Bang, he can certainly bang out little bangs whenever he wants to. As a disciple of Albert the Great, Aquinas certainly championed science. He never defended miracles against science because he never saw any problem, any conflict between them. Miracles don't threaten the natural scientific order because they presuppose it, and they're digested by it, rather as a meteor from outer space is digested by the earth. Even a virgin birth follows the natural laws of 9 months of pregnancy. Does the cosmos include angels, pure spirits? Yes, Aquinas argues, because the cosmos is not merely material. Even man has spirit as well as body, and it's logically possible for spirit to exist without body. Aquinas thinks we can't prove the actual existence of angels, but we can prove they're logically possible, and even that they're probable, because we see that every possible level of being is made actual below us. Minerals, plants, all sorts of animals. So, by analogy, it's probable that the levels of possibility above us, pure spirits, are also actual. So his philosophical take on angels is a middle position, as usual, between skepticism and rationalism. You can't prove they exist, but you can prove that they're possible and probable. By the way, almost all ancient religions and philosophies believed in something like angels. So they're also probable, according to the opinion polls of the sages, according to tradition, which Chesterton called the democracy of the dead. But Aquinas doesn't ever use that argument. A last topic in Aquinas' cosmology is evil. Aquinas asks whether the evils in the world are willed by God. That is obviously the primary theological question about evil, the relation between evil and God. And his answer is that God wills all beings, all things that are, but evil is not a being, not an entity. It's not a mere absence, and certainly not an illusion, but it's a privation or a deprivation of good in a being. It's not a being, so God did not create it, but it's in beings, which God did create. But God doesn't directly create it or cause it, but he causes all the beings in which it is found. So, indirectly, God is responsible for evil, because only real things that he created can be real causes. But all real things are good, and God wills all good things directly. He does not will evil directly, but he does will evil indirectly because he deliberately allows it. He allows physical evil, like death, for the sake of the order of the universe, and he allows moral evil to preserve human free will. Aquinas uses Aristotle's 4 causes to explain what kind of reality evil has. He says it has no formal cause and no final cause, but it has a material cause because evil is in good as its subject or container or matter. But that material cause is good because God made it. God gave the murderer Cain a world full of stones and 2 healthy arms and the strength to pick up a stone, and Cain used all those good things to do the evil deed of killing Abel. And all those things, the arms and the stones and the strength, they're all good. No evil can be done by evil things, only by good things, because there are no evil things, only good things. Another question about evil is whether it can ever win, or as Aquinas formulates it, whether evil can corrupt the whole good. And his answer is no. Evil cannot wholly consume good, because it cannot exist without good as its subject, and all subjects, all beings, are good. In other words, evil is a parasite on good, and if the parasite ever did destroy its host, it would also destroy itself. A final question is which of the 2 kinds of evil is the worse, pain or fault? It's significant that almost all arguments against God from evil concentrate on pain, assuming that that's the worst evil. But Aquinas argues for the opposite. He says, "A wise workman chooses a lesser evil in order to prevent a greater, as the surgeon cuts off a limb to save the whole body. But divine wisdom inflicts pain to prevent fault. Therefore, fault is a greater evil than pain." And I think, though we shudder at this, we must agree. Socrates taught that it is better to suffer evil than to do it. For suffering hurts the body, but doing evil hurts the soul. So the criminal's primary victim is always himself. What does this have to do with cosmology? It's how divine providence runs the cosmos. Essentially the same way we run a penal system, justly punishing evil for the good purposes of rehabilitation or deterrence, inflicting pain to prevent fault.
This ends Lecture 7. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 8. Aquinas' Metaphysics.
We'll now take a systematic overview look at Aquinas' philosophy, starting with his metaphysics. Philosophy's four most important divisions are metaphysics, philosophical anthropology, epistemology, or theory of knowledge, and ethics. Metaphysics is the most basic because it deals with being, with what is real. And everything depends on that. For instance, if you believe that only matter is real and not spirit, if you are a materialist in your metaphysics, then everything follows from that. Your philosophical anthropology will follow that, and you'll deny that humans are essentially different from animals. You'll have to deny the existence of a spiritual soul. And then your epistemology will follow. It will be a strict empiricism, with no independent level of immaterial, intellectual, rational knowledge that's distinct from sense knowledge. And your ethics will follow, by concentrating on material goods only, because those are the only good things if those are the only real things. So you will disagree with the last point we saw Aquinas making in our last lecture, that sin or vice is worse than pain. If your metaphysics is materialism, you'll see moral evil as relative to physical evil. You'll define sin merely as causing pain. So metaphysics determines everything else. But many modern philosophers deny the legitimacy of metaphysics. They argue that it has no distinctive subject matter, as all the other sciences do, even in philosophy. As one wit put it, "I haven't seen much news about being in the papers lately." Aquinas' answer to this objection is that even though metaphysics does not have a distinctive subject matter, or material object, as he calls it, but deals with all that is, nevertheless it has a distinctive point of view, or formal object. All the other sciences look at beings, but metaphysics looks at them from the point of view of being, their universal laws and principles and properties. There's another part to Aquinas' answer. It's that metaphysics is not so much about what everything is, but especially that anything is. Heidegger famously claimed that the whole of Western metaphysics from Plato on is guilty of a forgetfulness of being, because it focused on what things are and neglected the fact that they are, neglected to ask what he calls the fundamental question, why is there anything at all rather than nothing? But Aquinas certainly escapes this criticism. The primacy of the act of existence is the very center of his metaphysics. Other modern philosophers object to metaphysics because they say it claims a kind of God's eye point of view, claiming a knowledge of the whole of being as if from outside, forgetting that we are only parts of the whole. Aquinas' reply to that objection is to quote the famous saying of Aristotle that philosophy begins in wonder, and to note that we wonder not only about some beings, but about being as a whole. And by the fact that we wonder about this, that we can raise questions about being as a whole, this shows that we are not just parts of that whole. Because the questioning of a thing is not one of the parts of that thing. The act of wondering about X can be done only by something that is more than X. The 20th century Thomist Bernard Lonergan calls this the unrestricted drive of the mind to know all that there is to know about all that there is. Most modern philosophers object to metaphysics because of their restrictive epistemologies. Hobbesian or Humean empiricism, for instance, which forgets the very mind that's doing the reducing of itself to the scout of the senses, as Hobbes calls it, which can't account for the very self that's asking the questions. Or Kantian epistemology, which reduces what can be known to phenomena or appearances and denies the possibility of a knowledge of things in themselves, and thus seems to contradict itself, for that seems to be saying that it's really true and not just an appearance, that we can't know real truth but only appearances. Our demand to know all of being is one of the two bases of Aquinas' metaphysics. The other, correlative to it, is the intelligibility or knowability of all being. If any being were intrinsically unintelligible, in principle unknowable, that would frustrate this innate natural desire in us, which then would be simply absurd, for that would then be a hunger for a food that simply did not exist. It's such a hunger that does not exist. Aquinas asserts that intelligence and intelligibility are naturally ordered to each other, open to each other, like a cosmic Romeo and Juliet. In fact, the sexual metaphor is apt, because mental conception and sexual conception are mirror images of each other. And this brings us to the great principle of analogy, which for Aquinas was a property of the term being, and of the concept of being, and of being itself. An analogical term or concept is not wholly the same in all its uses, and not wholly different. A concept like two, or Boston, Massachusetts, is univocal. It means the same thing in all its uses. A pun or an ambiguity is equivocal. It means two or more unrelated things, like the bark of a tree and the bark of a dog, or the bank of a river and a money bank. But an analogical concept has a range of related meanings, like know, when said of a goldfish knowing where its food is, a dog knowing its master's voice, a man knowing the philosophy of Aquinas, and God knowing the universe he designed. For Aquinas, being or existence has a similar analogical range of meanings. You can't understand Aquinas' concept of being unless you can think analogically. One problem analogy solves that we've already seen is how we can know anything of God. All the attributes of God, which we looked at a few lectures ago, if we understand them as univocal terms, then our theology is anthropomorphic. We're dragging God down to a human level, as if those terms meant the same thing when said of us and when said of God. On the other hand, if the terms are equivocal, then they tell us nothing about God, and our theology is agnostic. But if the attributes are analogical, then we know some real reflections of God or analogies to God, however pale and remote. Now, if a term is analogical, we have to distinguish the many different but related meanings of it. So the first distinction Aquinas makes about the term being is between real being and mental being. And the criterion of this distinction, the standard he uses for distinguishing these two, is the act of existence. Real being exists by itself. Mental being does not. The only kind of existence a mental being, like a concept or an abstraction or a dream or a mental construct, can possibly have, the only existence it has is the existence of the thinker. Real beings exist and can generate concepts, but concepts can't generate real beings, because they don't have existence themselves, and that's why they can't make anything else exist. They can't act on their own. Real beings are actual, and therefore they're active. They can make a real difference in the real world. Concepts by themselves cannot. Ideas may have consequences, but they don't have effects. It's thinkers that make the difference, not the thoughts. I hope you understand that distinction at least, because that distinction is the essential mark of sanity. To be able to distinguish real being and mental being, to be able to live in the real world and not reduce it to a concept, or exalt a concept into a reality. Sometimes I think that not all philosophers are quite sane by that standard. The principle Aquinas uses here is that real being acts because it is actual. Agere sequitur esse, activity follows existence. Aquinas calls activity second act and existence first act. And this very abstract principle has marvelous practical consequences. It means that existence is always acting, always doing something, always spilling out over itself and making a difference to something else, always giving itself to something in a kind of act of ontological generosity, as if charity or self-giving is built into the very nature of existence. Why this should be so is a great mystery, but Aquinas' theological explanation is that it's rooted in the very nature of God as self-giving love, and the fact that all other beings are analogical images of God, reflections of the nature of God. That's the ultimate reason, he would say, why throughout the created universe, to be is to be a self-giver. And therefore, the more you give yourself away, the more real you are. One of the so-called transcendental or absolutely universal properties of all being is to be one. Whatever is one. Even a group or a collection is one group or one collection. Aquinas defines it this way. To be one is to be undivided in itself and divided from every other, to cohere together and to be distinct from other beings. Everything is this. Everything is one. Everything is itself and not something else. Unity is also analogical. God is more one than a human soul. He can't be schizophrenic as we can. And a human person is more one than an animal, because we can meaningfully say I. And an animal is more one than a plant. We're not sure whether oneness is in the leaf or the tree or the orchard. Probably the tree, but it's much clearer that oneness is in the wolf more than in the pack. And even a plant acts as one more than a rock. If you split a plant, it dies. If you split a rock, it doesn't. But beings are many as well as one. So how are these two features related? It seems to be a contradiction. One and many? This is the so-called problem of the one and the many. Old Parmenides answered the problem by simply denying one half of the paradox, manyness, and therefore also change, which is manyness in time, manyness of before and after. So Parmenides became the first philosophical monist or pantheist. His opposite number was Heraclitus, who denied oneness and permanence, and famously said that reality was like an ever-changing river that you could never step into twice. Plato solved the problem by distinguishing two worlds, the lower world of matter, which was many, and the higher world of Platonic forms, where alone you found oneness. Aristotle joined Plato's two worlds with his doctrine that a substance was matter and form together. Aquinas went deeper into the problem and solved it by his focus on the act of existence. And here's how he did it. He diagnosed the error of Parmenides and the monists this way. He wrote, "They fell into error because they dealt with being as though it were a univocal concept and an essence. This, however, cannot be done, for being is analogical. Parmenides argued as follows: outside of being there is nothing but non-being, and that which is not being is nothing. Since being is one, whatever is outside the one is nothing." From this argument of his, it is clear that Parmenides was thinking of the concept of being, which appears always to be one and the same and univocal, for it is unthinkable that something be added to the concept of being, so that one concept of being be distinguished from another. For that which would be added to being must necessarily be something outside of and distinct from being. But the only thing outside of or extraneous to being is non-being, or nothing. Hence it appears that the notion of being cannot be modified, cannot be anything but one, unique, and univocal. But if there's only one being, then individuality must be an illusion, and also individual responsibility. But then who's having the illusion? If the universe of many things is only a dream, who's dreaming it? Aquinas was far too commonsensical to be tempted by monism. On the other hand, radical pluralism is nominalism. It denies the reality of any universal terms like being and reduces them to mere words or mental abstractions. And of course, if being refers to nothing real, metaphysics is impossible. It's a mere myth or error inherited from the primitive superstition that every word must refer to a real thing. But our experience shows us both oneness and manyness. Just as in science, a good hypothesis has to account for all the data, not just part of it. That's why Aquinas can't agree with either Parmenides or Heraclitus. Now, this composition between the one and the many exists on many different levels for Aquinas. And the most fundamental level is the level of the composition of essence and existence. Existence being the common factor of everything, and essence being the differentiating factor. Everything that is exists, but it has a different essence. What does he mean by the act of existence? It's not just the fact that a thing exists, but the inner dynamic act of existing. That's the crucial distinction. That's the crucial movement in understanding Thomistic metaphysics. The act of existence is the innermost actuality of any being. It's not an essence, and therefore it's not a concept. It's not a what. It's not met in conception, it's met in judgment. Is not a concept. It's the act of being there, the act of being actually present, standing outside of nothingness and saying, "Here I am." It's not a noun, it's a verb. It's not some lowest common denominator, a kind of minimum, true of everything from atoms to archangels, a mere fact. If that's what it is, then essences would be positive perfections added to it to make higher and higher forms of reality. Hydrogen atom, organic life, ape body, rational soul. But that's not possible. Essences can't be positive additions to existence because nothing real or positive can be added to existence from outside, since whatever is added must already exist. Otherwise, nothing real is added. So if existence can't be a minimum onto which essences are added as additional perfections, then it must be a maximum, encompassing all reality, and essences would be limitations of it, sort of like wires limiting the quantity of electricity, or the banks of a river limiting the water, or like matter limiting and giving finite form to energy. For Aquinas, God is pure, infinite, unlimited existence. Creatures are finite beings because their existence is limited by finite essences. But this can't be imagined or visualized. Don't try to think of God as a sea and creatures as islands. That gives you pantheism. But the truth is something close to pantheism, if Aquinas is right. The truth is that there's a deep kinship, not an identity, but a kinship of all beings in the act of existence. Everything is real by the same act, the same ontological energy. So even a prisoner in a bare cell with no companion but a loose pebble can still feel this kinship with the pebble. It too shares existence. Nothing is totally alone. In fact, for Aquinas, this is the presence of God. For God is existence itself. And existence itself, Aquinas says, is most intimately present at the heart of every being, making it actual. Therefore, God is most intimately present at the heart of every being. Aquinas writes, "That which I call to be, the act of existence, is that which is most perfect, the actuality of all acts, and therefore the perfection of all perfections." That's so because this is what makes an essence actual and not just potential. Remember our example from a few lectures ago? A unicorn has just as good an essence as a horse, but it lacks the act of existence, which makes actual any essence. And this is not pantheism, because it's only by the transcendence of the act of existence over all essences that it can be so intimately present to every essence. An analogy would be a play. No actor in a play can be present to every scene and present to every other actor all the time, but the transcendent creator of the play, the author, is present to every character and every act. He's immanent because he's transcendent. The next level of the problem of the one and the many is the level of form and matter. The form or species of man or dog or star is one, but there are many men, many dogs, many stars. Why? Because matter multiplies form. Matter makes many beings with the same form, somewhat as a Xerox machine multiplies copies of the same document. Aquinas gets this notion from Aristotle. The composition of essence and existence is not in Aristotle, but the composition of matter and form is. And remember, form doesn't mean shape, something you can see, something external and material. Form means essence or essential nature. There are essential forms and accidental forms, and the essential form is what's common to all the members of a species. It's what we mentally abstract from accidental forms and from the matter. Different dogs are all dogs, different stars are all stars, different humans are all human. If you deny universal forms, if you're a nominalist and you reduce all universals to mere names, as so many modern philosophers do, then you have a very serious problem explaining how all humans are essentially equal if there is no such thing as a universal essence. Then nothing prevents you from saying that there are essentially superior individuals or superior races. Only a universal form gives you a real basis for essential equality. We are not equal in accidents, in age or strength or intelligence or cleverness or ability to throw a football. If there is no universal essence, then we can't be essentially equal. A consequence of the matter-form composition is that if there are angels, that is, finite but purely spiritual beings, without any matter at all, then each of them must be a separate species, because it's matter that distinguishes different individuals of the same species, different dogs, different stars, different men. And angels have no matter. Therefore, only form can distinguish them. So one angel has a different essential form. Angels differ from each other not as humans or animals do, but as animal species do. Not as lassie differs from laddie, but as dog differs from cat. There seems to be a problem with Aquinas' matter-form composition when it comes to human individuality. Aquinas says it's matter that individualizes form, and thus distinguishes many beings of the same species. But is he saying that we are distinct from each other only by matter, only by our bodies? Obviously, he doesn't mean that. He means that the first thing that distinguishes the species humanity into many humans is numerically different material bodies. Then we're further differentiated by numerically different souls, and by our actions and choices and personality traits. But you can't have numerically different souls unless you first have numerically different material bodies to receive them. Human souls, unlike angels, are essentially related to bodies. So much so that Aquinas says after the death of the body, even though the soul doesn't die, it's incomplete. It's an incomplete person until it gets a new body after death in the resurrection. So far, we've explored the two basic metaphysical structures of being, essence and existence, and matter and form. But all beings also act, so we need to explore the metaphysics of change, too. One of the earliest puzzles in the history of philosophy is the puzzle raised by Parmenides. To say that a thing changes seems self-contradictory, for it seems like saying that that thing, since it changes, is no longer that thing. But if it's no longer that thing, then it's not that thing that changed. Parmenides' solution to the puzzle was simply to deny change, to declare that it was an illusion and our senses deceived us. Aristotle solved the puzzle by distinguishing the two metaphysical principles of act and potency, or actuality and potentiality, and Aquinas borrowed this from Aristotle. He reasoned this way. A changing being has to be different somehow at the end of the process of change. Otherwise, there is no change. Yet it has to be the same being. So there has to be some underlying continuity and permanence. Otherwise, you just have the disappearance of one being and the sudden creation of a new being. If that were so, we couldn't even have memories. So Aristotle called this source of continuity potency or potentiality, the aptitude in a being for receiving new kinds of being. Potentiality is not visible to the senses, so it's not observable to science. It's closely connected with another pre-modern idea that modern science is often skeptical of, namely the idea of the nature of a thing. Aquinas defined a nature as the abiding center of acting. So a nature is a set of potentialities for action. The nature of fire is to burn, and the nature of birds is to fly, and so on. We can observe these natures or potentialities only through their activities, when they become actual and not just potential. So empiricists, who reduce all knowledge to sense knowledge, are almost always skeptical of the concepts of potentiality and nature, since they're not directly visible. But then they can't explain all sorts of ordinary words that we find meaningful, words like can, or ability, or capacity. When I say, I can hit you, I'm saying something true and meaningful, yet I'm not saying something about what I'm actually doing, or even about what I will do, but I'm saying I have a power that a rock doesn't have. Like Aristotle, Aquinas defines change as the transition from potentiality to actuality. And then he distinguishes two very different kinds of change, accidental change and substantial or essential change. When I get older, grayer, smarter, or fatter, that's only a change in accidents. But when I die, that's a change in essence. In accidental change, there has to be something that remains identical throughout the change. We know this by direct experience from within, for we know that we remain the same person when we undergo accidental change, for instance, when we get a haircut, or get injured, or wake up, or remember something. We know it's the same person by memory. In fact, we know it's the same person who forgets. If that were not so, there could be no communication, no keeping of promises, and no moral responsibility, because I would be a totally different person tomorrow than I am today. So we have direct experience of the fact that we have a substantial identity that remains. The word substance comes from the Latin substare, which means to stand under, to remain standing. The substance stands under its changing accidents, something like a hotel room standing under its changing guests who arrive and leave. This doesn't mean that substance is inert. Just the opposite. It's the substance that changes. Yet it remains itself. It keeps its identity. Self-identical doesn't mean the same thing as unchanging. The other kind of change is substantial change, or essential change. This happens twice to each one of us. First, when we're born, or rather when we're conceived, and second, when we die. A corpse is not a human person anymore. It can't do the things a person can do by nature. That's why we do things to it that we don't do to persons. We bury it. It has undergone a substantial change, and yet it's still my corpse. There's still some principle of continuity, even in substantial change. That's why there are cemeteries. In accidental change, the principle of continuity is the substance, which is composed of essential form and matter. In essential change, or substantial change, the essential form is gone. So what is the source of continuity and identity then? The only possible answer is the matter. And matter here doesn't mean the actual atoms and molecules. That keeps changing while I'm alive, and that always has some form or other. For instance, hydrogen or nitrogen. That's formed matter. But matter here means formless matter. Aquinas calls it prime matter. It's purely potential and not actual. So you can't see it. But you have to posit its reality to explain continuity in essential change. It's a totally abstract idea. You'll never find prime matter in a test tube or on your dinner table, no matter how tasteless and colorless the food is. Yet, whenever you eat an apple, it's there. It's what has lost its appleness and is now becoming a part of your humanness. You are not an apple, yet you ate an apple, and that became part of your body. That's the common sense fact that this very abstract concept explains. The most important metaphysical principle that Aquinas uses in the Summa is the principle of causality. We've seen him use this in his 5 ways to demonstrate the existence of God. Now let's dig a little deeper into this metaphysical principle itself. Following Aristotle, Aquinas distinguishes 4 causes, or rather 4 kinds of causality. Form and matter are the 2 intrinsic causes, the formal cause and the material cause, and the efficient cause and the final cause are the 2 extrinsic causes. We don't usually use the word cause anymore to refer to intrinsic causes. So we might call the 4 causes the 4 explanations, or the 4 explanatory factors that we need to totally understand anything. 2 inside the thing and 2 outside it. The 2 inside are what it is and what it's made of, the form and the matter. And the 2 outside are its origin and its end, or what made it and what it's directed to, the efficient cause and the final cause. This last kind of cause, the final cause, is another notion that has dropped out of most modern philosophies because it's not a scientific notion. But there's a good commonsensical argument for it. We notice that all things act in definite ways, in definite directions. Puppies always grow into dogs, and kittens into cats, and birds fly, and fish swim, and rocks fall, and fire burns. Puppies never become cats, and rocks never swim, and fish never fly. Final causality is simply the explanation for this fact. Things are directed to specific ends. Their behavior is not random. Efficient causality does not by itself explain this fact. Efficient causality provides the power, but final causality structures it, directs it, determines it. And if the cause is intelligent, we say it designs it. We, intelligent beings, design things for ends which we have in mind before we design these things. We first want heat, and so we design a stove. But beings in nature, without intelligence, also move towards ends, even though they don't have any mind to design them. Perhaps this fact proves the existence of a designing cosmic mind, or God, as Aquinas claims in his 5th way, and perhaps it doesn't, but in either case it's a fact, it's data, that the behavior of things in nature is determined, formed, structured to move in certain ways to specific ends. It's silly to deny the fact simply because theists use it to prove the existence of God as the final cause of it. That's like denying the Big Bang because theists say it proves the existence of a divine Big Banger. Finally, an important point about the efficient cause. Aristotle saw this merely as the source of change, but Aquinas sees it also as the source of existence. He argues that everything that begins to exist needs an efficient cause to account for its existence. This is, of course, one of the key premises for his arguments for God. If the thing itself were its own sufficient reason for existence, it would have to exist always. That's true only of God. Or else it would have to give existence to itself, which is logically impossible. Nothing can give what it doesn't have. So what doesn't yet have existence can't give existence either to itself or to anything else. Nothing just pops into existence for no reason. Everything has an efficient cause that explains it. That is, everything that begins. Otherwise, you might suddenly see a large hotel appear in your backyard someday without anyone building it. Efficient causality is a kind of self-giving of the cause to the effect, a kind of metaphysical love. In the Divine Comedy, Dante called it the love that moves the sun and all the stars. In our next lecture, we'll turn from the cosmos to the observer of the cosmos, ourselves, in looking at Aquinas' philosophical anthropology.
This ends Lecture 8. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 9. Aquinas' Philosophical Anthropology.
The first point in the part of the Summa that deals with philosophical anthropology is the spirituality of the human soul. The word soul, anima in Latin, doesn't necessarily mean something spiritual. It means simply life force or source of life. So in Aquinas' Aristotelian language system, animals and even plants have souls too. In his philosophy, biological life mediates and softens Descartes' dualism between pure matter and pure mind. Aquinas defines soul as the first principle of life in things which live. Remember, principle doesn't mean formula, it means source. So in animals too, and even in plants, there's something that's more than mere matter. A dog or even a daisy is not simply a body that takes up space, like a rock. It's a living body, a body with something else, something that distinguishes a living body from a non-living body. And that's called life, or soul. And that's very real. The difference between a dead cow and a live cow is a very real difference, but that difference is not any bodily organ. Dead cow's body is still utterly complete, but it has lost its soul. But human souls have three properties that plant and animal souls don't have. They are, according to Aquinas, immaterial, or incorporeal, or spiritual, and they're subsistent, and they're immortal. Those are the three most important claims Aquinas would make against modern materialism. And here's how he tries to prove them. His argument for the spirituality of the human soul is this. He says, by means of the intellect, man can have knowledge of all corporeal things. Now, whatever knows things cannot have any of them in its own nature, because that which is in it by nature would impede the knowledge of anything else. Thus we observe that a sick man's tongue, being vitiated by a bitter humor, is insensible to anything sweet, and everything seems bitter to it. In other words, if your tongue is shriveled by lemon juice, you can't taste the sweetness of candy. Or another example of the same principle would be light. If light is received through red-colored lenses, all the colors will look red. He goes on to say, therefore, if the intellectual principle, the knowing mind, contained the nature of any body, it would be unable to know all bodies. Therefore, the intellectual principle is not a body. In other words, the mind is not just the brain. The mind is an immaterial, spiritual power of the soul. The brain is a physical organ of the body. This is Aquinas' refutation of materialism. Knowledge for him is a relationship of a mind to the object it knows, and in knowledge you have not just a funny kind of object, but a subject, knowing an object. So there is more than the object of knowing. Knowing is a relationship of transcendence, of moreness. The knower has to be more than the known. To know X, you have to be outside X. So to know bodies, you have to be not just one of those bodies, but a body knower. Just as to know your emotions, you need something more than an emotion. And to know the childishness of a child, you have to be something more than a child. And to know foolishness, you have to be wise. And to understand drunkenness, you have to be sober and rational. But you can't understand the other way around. You can't understand rationality when you're drunk. So souls can know bodies, but bodies can't know souls. The knowledge of anything can't be one of the parts of that thing. If it were, it wouldn't be a knowledge of the whole thing, but only of the other parts of it. And since we can know truths about all the matter in the universe, for instance, the laws of physical science, we must be more than all the matter in the universe, and not just part of it. Another way Aquinas formulates this argument is in terms of matter and form. He argues, whatever is received into something is received according to the condition of the recipient. If the intellectual soul were composed of matter and form, the forms of things would be received into it materially and individually, and so it would know only the individual, as happens with the sensitive powers, which receive forms in a corporeal organ. It follows, therefore, that the intellectual soul is not composed of matter and form. If the soul were material, like the eye, it would be able to receive only material things, like photons of light energy, and not immaterial forms or formulas, like energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. Formulas are not made of photons. They're about photons. Aquinas' next step is to prove that the human soul is subsistent, that is, exists as a substance and not as an accident of something else, an accident of the body. That it exists independently and is not dependent on the body for its existence, as bodily acts are. Of course, it is dependent on the body for its functioning, except apparently in out-of-body experiences, which Aquinas didn't know about, but they confirm his point here. Granted, we can't think without a brain, but we can exist without a brain. As a speaker can exist without his vocal organs, he just can't act vocally. So the mind is not just a bodily part or a bodily act. It's neither a part of the brain nor a fart of the brain, as a Marxist materialist might analyze it. It's not a mere epiphenomenon, a byproduct of the brain, like the puff of smoke ejected from your car's tailpipe. That's a mere byproduct of the car. Here's Aquinas' argument. He says the intellect has an operation of its own apart from the body. He means abstract thinking, as distinct from concrete sensing or imagining. And only that which subsists or exists on its own can have an operation on its own. Therefore, the human soul, intellect, or mind is something subsistent. Aquinas' next step is to prove that this soul is immortal, or ontologically incorruptible. It is, of course, quite corruptible morally. He means by corruption death, ceasing to be. Here is Aquinas' argument for the immortality of the soul, which is certainly one of the most existentially important ideas in all of philosophy, unless death is not one of the most existentially important facts of our human existence. He says a thing may be corrupted in two ways, by itself or accidentally. Now, it is impossible for any substance to be generated or corrupted accidentally, that is, by the generation or corruption of something else. Therefore, whatever has existence by itself, and that's the definition of a substance, cannot be generated or corrupted except by itself. Now, it was shown above that whereas the souls of brute animals are not subsistent, the human soul is, and so the souls of brutes are corrupted when their bodies are corrupted, while the human soul could not be corrupted unless it were corrupted by itself. But this is impossible as regards anything subsistent that is a form alone without matter, for it is impossible for a form to be separated from itself. In other words, he's saying that corruption only happens when a form is separated from its matter. For instance, we die when the soul is separated from the body. But if the soul is a form without matter, it can't die. You can kill a man by separating his soul from his body, and you can kill a body by separating its head from its torso, but you can't kill a soul, because, not being a body, the soul doesn't have any separable parts. It's a form, it's not matter. That's essentially Plato's argument for immortality in the Phaedo, put into Aquinas' Aristotelian categories of form and matter, and also into the categories of substance and accident. His point is that accidents, like the whiteness of a seagull, can be corrupted by the corruption of the substance they inhere in, the seagull. But a substance, like one seagull, cannot be corrupted by the corruption of another substance, another seagull. Think of a mixture of oil and water. The water isn't burned away when the oil is, and the oil isn't evaporated away by sunlight when the water is. Soul and body are different kinds of things. What corrupts the one, bullets or cancer, can't corrupt the other. And what corrupts the other, lack of wisdom and virtue, can't corrupt the one. You don't die just because you get stupid or wicked, and you don't get stupid or wicked just because you're dying. Aquinas does not say that the body and soul are two substances, as Descartes does. He says we are one substance, not two. We're not ontological schizophrenics, or ghosts plus machines. The soul is the form of the body, and the body is the matter of the soul. But the soul is also a substance, as well as being the form of the body. If it were only the form of the body, it couldn't survive the death of the body. Look what happens when a tree dies. The essential form of treeness does not survive the tree's physical death, and neither do its accidental forms, like greenness, because they are only the forms of the physical tree. But the soul or life force of that tree is not subsistent, as our soul is. Subsistence is the act of existence of a substance. and so the soul does not decay when the corpse decays. Here is Aquinas' second argument for the soul's incorruptibility. It's much more experiential and psychological, less abstract and metaphysical than the previous one. He says, everything aspires to exist after its own manner. Now, in things that have knowledge, desire ensues upon knowledge. The senses know existence only under the conditions of here and now, whereas the intellect apprehends existence in itself and for all time, so that everything that has an intellect naturally desires to exist always. But a natural desire cannot be in vain. Therefore, every intellectual substance is incorruptible. The key premise of this argument is that no natural desire can be in vain. Why did Aquinas believe that? Isn't that naive? What do you have to believe in order to believe that? And what do you have to believe in order to disbelieve that? I think maybe you just have to be natural instead of cynical. Aquinas' mind was too natural and innocent and sane and healthy to doubt the principle that no natural desire can be in vain, because to doubt that principle is to suspect that we human beings are living jokes, programmed by our nature to necessarily desire things that simply don't exist. What kind of a crazy world would that be? What would that psychological fact say about cosmology and metaphysics? If objective reality simply didn't contain anything at all that answered to our deepest subjective desire, well, then we'd be living in a world designed for frustration. And that would not be a world of random chance. That would be a world of design, but a dark and devious and devilish design. A world in which man was designed not by a good God, but a bad one. It would not be a world of randomness, because in a world of randomness there would always be a possibility of getting what you want simply by random chance, like on a roulette wheel. But this would be a world designed by a sadistic trickster who designed our nature to not be able not to desire something that simply did not exist, like the number 21 on a 20-number roulette wheel. That something, of course, is immortality. We all want it. We want life, not death. We don't mourn at births or rejoice at funerals. We don't like death. It can ruin your whole day. We want a deathless life, and we want that by nature, naturally. It's an innate desire. It's not an artificial, conditioned desire like going to the land of Oz or flying through the air like Superman. So a universe that supplied food for every hunger except that one would be a trick universe, like a trap that lured an animal by treat after treat before killing it. That's my argument for Aquinas' principle that no desire that's natural can be in vain. Aquinas doesn't offer any such argument because he doesn't even consider such an existential absurdity as the trick universe. But if the soul is immortal, as he says, why is it united to a mortal body? And his answer is not as a punishment or an imprisonment, as Plato thought, but for the soul's own good. He says it's not because of some evil that the soul is united to a body. The body supplies the soul with opportunities for acting in a material world. The senses supply the mind with all the data that we then interpret and abstract from. And all mental learning begins with physical sensing, so that's like food for the mind. So the body is like a mother robin feeding her baby, the mind, with the worms, the food of sense experiences. We're not meant to be bodiless. We're not angels. We're rational animals. When angels assume bodies, as they usually do when they appear in our world, according to all the stories, those bodies are external artificial things, like Halloween costumes. We sometimes disguise ourselves as angels on Halloween, but we don't fool anybody. Angels disguise themselves as humans because they're much better at it than we are, and so they can fool you. Many have entertained angels unawares. But we are not angels in costume, or spirits in prison. We're rational animals. Aquinas is just as strongly opposed to an angelistic anthropology as to an animalistic one. True, he sees man as essentially different from animals because his soul is spiritual and substantial and immortal. But he also sees man as essentially different from angels because his soul is the form of his body. This middle position between materialism and spiritualism allows Aquinas to validate both the soul's immortality and our sense of psychosomatic unity. Aquinas says that the intellectual soul is properly united to the body. In other words, the body is not an obstacle or an alien or an enemy to the soul, but a helper and an aid and a good for the soul. Only by beginning with bodily sense experience can the intellect ever know anything. Aquinas would be classified as a moderate empiricist or a soft empiricist in his epistemology. Aquinas explains why or how the union of the soul and the body is for the benefit of the soul this way. He says, since the form is not for the matter, but rather the matter for the form, we must gather from the form the reason why the matter is such as it is, and not conversely. That principle, explaining matter by form, explaining empirical details by unifying purpose, explaining the material by the non-material, that principle sharply distinguishes the typically medieval notion of what a rational explanation is from the typically modern one. The typically modern one tends to materialism and reductionism, explaining love by hormones and thought by brain chemistry. But Aquinas explains the body, explains the fact that the soul is united to a body from the viewpoint of the good of the soul. Just as, say, the scenery of a play is explained by the theme, the point of the play, not vice versa. There was a controversy in Aquinas' day about whether we had one soul or three: the vegetative soul, the animal soul, and the rational soul. Is it the same soul that keeps the body alive and that has animal instincts and that thinks? Or is it three different souls? Aquinas quotes Aristotle's argument. Against those who hold that there are several souls in the body, he asks what contains them. That is, what makes them one. It cannot be said that they are united by the one body, because the body does not contain the soul and make it one. Rather, the reverse, the soul contains the body and makes it one. Let's use an analogy. The words of a book, which are its matter, are grammatically and thematically unified by the book's point or meaning or message, which is its form. So the form contains the matter. The play contains the setting, not vice versa. We have ourselves inside out if we look for the soul somewhere in the body. Where would it be? I think the sellers of Viagra understand where most men locate it. So we have one soul with three powers, not three souls. Aquinas explains the different powers this way. The vegetative power acts only on the body to which the soul is united. The sensitive power regards a more universal object, namely every sensible body, not only the body to which the soul is united. In other words, an animal soul or sensitive soul can sense and desire any body, but a plant soul cannot. And the rational soul regards a still more universal object, namely not only sensible bodies, but all being universally. But if the soul is not in the body, are those powers of the soul located in particular parts of the body? No. The intellect is not inside the brain somewhere. What's inside the brain is gray matter. Aquinas says rather that the whole soul is in each part of the body. He writes, if the soul were united to the body merely as its mover, we might say that it is not in each part of the body, but only in one part, through which it would move the others, as a pilot is in the cabin of the plane, or a captain at the wheel of his ship, you might say. That's what Descartes thought when he said that the soul was in the pineal gland. But that's really no less silly than saying that the mind is in the brain. Aquinas is more sophisticated than that. He says, but since the soul is united to the body as its form, it must necessarily be in the whole body and in each part thereof. A proof of which is that on the withdrawal of the soul, no part of the body retains its proper action. Aquinas then contrasts the relation between the soul and the body with the relation between the rational and the animal powers of the soul, or between the intellect and the sensory appetites. He calls this relation between reason and the senses a political and royal relation, while the relation between the soul and the body he calls a despotic relation. He gets this analogy from Aristotle and explains the point this way. He says, a power is called despotic whereby a man rules his slaves who have no right to resist the orders of the one who commands them, since they have nothing of their own. But that power is called political or royal, by which a man rules over free subjects who, although subject to the government of the ruler, have nevertheless something of their own, by reason of which they can resist the orders of him who commands. And so the soul is said to rule the body by a despotic power, because the members of the body cannot in any way resist the sway of the soul. But the reason is said to rule the appetites by a political power, because the sensory appetite has something of its own, by virtue of which it can resist the commands of reason. So, the next time you succumb to lust or greed or addiction, please don't blame your body. Blame the appetites of your soul. Blaming your body for moral faults is like blaming your typewriter for your typos. Aquinas says we have two levels of cognitive powers, namely the sensory powers and the intellectual powers, and we also have two parallel levels of desiring powers, or appetitive powers, namely the sensory appetites and the rational appetite, or animal instincts and the will. Aquinas calls the will the rational appetite. That will be a crucial psychological foundation for Aquinas' ethics, because the good is the object of the will, just as the true is the object of the intellect. And of all the objects of the will, the supreme good, the supremely desirable thing, is what he calls happiness, which means not just momentary subjective contentment, but permanent, true, real happiness. And that, Aquinas says, we all desire with necessity. That's not a matter of free choice. This is not the necessity of coercion or violence, which Aquinas says is altogether repugnant to the will, but the necessity of the end. What he means by this necessity of the end is simply that everyone necessarily desires the supreme end, the supreme good. But the will is free to choose between different conceptions of what that happiness consists in. For instance, pleasure or riches or virtue, and it's also free to choose different means to that end. Aquinas writes, there are individual goods which do not have a necessary connection with happiness, because without them a man can still be happy, and to such the will does not adhere of necessity. But there are some things which do have a necessary connection with happiness. He means here things like wisdom and virtue. For only by means of these things can man adhere to the God in whom his true happiness consists. Nevertheless, until the necessity of this connection is shown through the vision of God in heaven, the human will does not adhere to God of necessity. In other words, he's saying that even though, in fact, the true God is the only game in town, since we may not know this, we're free to worship any number of false gods if we choose. We want our own happiness necessarily, but we don't want God necessarily, even though God is in fact our own true happiness, because we don't necessarily know or believe that God is our true happiness. Also, we don't necessarily want wisdom and virtue, even though these are in fact necessary to bring us to happiness, because we don't necessarily know or believe that they are necessary. So you see how important right knowledge or right belief is for happiness. A last important issue is the freedom of the will. Aquinas' argument for free will is extremely simple and empirical. It is the meaningfulness of moral language. He says, man has free will, otherwise counsels, exhortations, commands, prohibitions, rewards, and punishments would all be in vain. We don't do any of these things to machines. When the vending machine doesn't deliver your soda, you don't call it a sinner and tell it to repent. You kick it. If you deny free will, then that's all you can logically do to human beings. Although you may choose to do your kicking gently with positive reinforcement instead of negative. But dealing with humans would then be exactly like animal training, only a little more complex, different in degree but not in kind. Because if we don't have free will, then we are different from animals only in degree and not in kind. So if there is no free will, then mere behavior modification would replace moral persuasion. But wait, there's an objection. How can Aquinas believe our wills are free like sovereigns? Didn't he believe in the sovereignty of God? Aquinas quotes a kind of proto-Calvinist objection to free will. What is free is cause of itself, so what is moved by another is not free, but God moves the human will. Therefore, man does not have free will. In our day, the arguments for determinism and against free will usually come from below, from matter and the physical sciences. In Aquinas' day, they came largely from above, from divine determinism, predestination. And Aquinas' answer to the divine determinism objection is not to deny predestination, but to reconcile it with free will by an application of the fundamental principle that grace always perfects nature rather than setting it aside or demeaning it. He says, free will is the cause of its own movement, because by his free will man moves himself to act. But it does not necessarily belong to liberty that what is free should be the first cause of itself. Just as for any one thing to be the cause of another, it does not have to be the first cause. God then is the first cause, and he moves other causes, both natural causes and voluntary causes. And just as by moving natural causes, God does not prevent their actions from being natural, so by moving voluntary causes, God does not deprive their actions of being voluntary. In fact, he is the cause of this very thing in them, their freedom, for he operates in each thing according to its own nature. Well, I've never heard of any simpler or more elegant solution to the puzzle of fate and free will than that one. Fate and free will are both always implied in every story we ever tell about human activity, so we believe in both. But we think they're a puzzle, a contradiction. Aquinas shows us why they're not, and validates our instinctive wisdom in seeing ourselves in the stories we tell, seeing stories as a full and true expression of our whole human nature, since they always combine fate and freedom, while our philosophies sometimes don't. Most philosophers deny or water down either destiny or freedom, but no story can get away with that. No story that isn't predestined, no random story is any good at all, and neither is any story about mere robots without free will. Since intellectual knowledge and free will choice are man's two distinctive powers that raise him above mere animals, since he aspires to truth and goodness, the two ideals corresponding to those two powers, we'll next look at Aquinas' epistemology, or theory of knowledge, and knowledge as object, truth, and then at his ethics, which is about free will choice and its object, the good.
This ends Lecture 9. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 10. Aquinas' Epistemology.
When we explore Aquinas' epistemology, we will not find an answer to what many modern philosophers think is the most important epistemological question of all, because Aquinas never asked it. That's what has been called the critical problem, the critique and justification of human reason. This is the crucial problem of classical modern philosophy, from Descartes through Kant. Modern philosophy really begins when Descartes insists that philosophy should begin not with metaphysics, but with epistemology, so that it can be more critical and scientific. One of the principles of the scientific method is to assume nothing, to doubt everything, and this seems to require beginning with epistemology instead of metaphysics. That's more critical because it's like a carpenter examining his tools before he builds a house. The carpenter is the philosopher, and the house is metaphysics, and the tools are reason, and the examination of the tools is epistemology. If he were challenged to answer the critical question, Aquinas would probably say that you can't do epistemology without doing metaphysics, because what knowledge is depends on what is. For instance, if only matter is real, then only material knowing, sense knowing, is real knowing. I think Aquinas would also say that the modern question is logically unanswerable because it contains a built-in self-contradiction, using reason to criticize and validate reason. That's like one of many prisoners on trial assuming the role of judge and declaring himself and all the other prisoners innocent. Why is he exempt from trial? So whatever act of reasoning we use to try to justify reason also needs to be justified. And the same thing will be true of that justification, etc., ad infinitum. Aquinas is an epistemological realist, not an idealist. He believes that reason reaches objective reality, not just ideas. And this epistemological realism distinguishes him, in some way, from all three of the major schools of modern epistemology, all three of which, in different ways, are idealist rather than realist. First, Aquinas does not begin by assuming nothing and trying to prove something by deducing something about objective reality from our own ideas, as Descartes does. He doesn't start with "I think, therefore I am." He starts with "things exist." Second, he doesn't begin by defining an idea as the first object of our knowledge, as Locke's empiricism does, right on the first page. And third, he does not agree with what Kant calls his Copernican revolution in philosophy, which claims that in all our thinking, the thinking subject forms and structures and determines the known object, rather than vice versa. For Kant, the forms of perception, space and time, and the categories of logic, and the so-called ideas of pure reason, world, self, and God, are all not received from objective reality into our mind, but imposed on it by the mind, so that it's impossible, according to Kant, for us to know things as they are in themselves. But Aquinas is a realist because he believes that from the beginning, reason is open to reality and reality is open to reason, that intelligence and intelligibility are like a man and a woman, destined for union with each other. But Aquinas doesn't try to prove this, he assumes it. And he would argue that we have to assume that from the first moment that we claim to know any truth at all. However, Aquinas does offer a critical account of human knowledge once this assumption is granted. He explains how we know. And here, too, he comes up with a philosophy that differs from all three major modern answers: rationalism, empiricism, and Kantianism. Aquinas knew two of these philosophies, at least, as options in ancient Greece: rationalism from Plato and radical empiricism, or hard empiricism, from ancient materialists like Democritus and Lucretius and Epicurus. Like Aristotle, Aquinas navigates between these two extremes. His position is sometimes called moderate empiricism, or soft empiricism, because it says that all human knowledge begins with sense experience, but it is not limited to sense experience. Aquinas would say that hard empiricism confuses man with an animal, in reducing all knowledge to passive sensation, and that the rationalist confuses man with an angel, in believing that we have innate ideas, a kind of mental telepathy with the divine mind. So it's our middle position on the cosmic hierarchy between animals and angels that is the constant metaphysical background to Aquinas' typically Aristotelian golden mean between those two extremes. Now let's see how he works this out in detail. He writes, there are three grades of the cognitive powers. For one cognitive power, namely the sense, is the act of a bodily organ. There is another grade of cognitive power which is in no way connected with matter, and that is the angelic intellect. But the human intellect holds a middle place, for it is not the act of a bodily organ, yet it is a power of the soul which is the form of the body. Aquinas agrees with the empiricists that we have a so-called passive intellect, that is, that the human mind is in potentiality, or passive, or receptive of knowledge. It does not have innate ideas. He explains this by comparison with the divine intellect when he says, we may see whether an intellect is in act or in potentiality by observing its relation to universal being. For there is one intellect whose relation to universal being is that of the act of all being, such as the divine intellect, in which originally all being pre-exists as in its first cause. And therefore the divine intellect is not in potentiality, but is pure act. But no created intellect can be in act in relation to all of being. The human intellect is in potentiality with regard to things intelligible, and is at first like a clean tablet on which nothing is written, as the philosopher says, the famous tabula rasa quotation from Aristotle. This is clear from the fact that at first we are only in potentiality to understanding, and afterwards we are made to understand actually. And so it is evident that with us, to understand is in a way to be passive. So Aquinas, like Aristotle, disbelieves in Plato's innate ideas, and he shows the dependence of his epistemology on his metaphysics when he says, Aristotle did not allow that the forms of material things existed apart from matter, in other words, no separate Platonic ideas, and we must therefore assign on the part of the intellect the power to abstract these forms from material conditions. That's the reason Aquinas says there's also an active intellect, not merely a passive one, as the hard empiricists hold. Matter cannot enter the mind, only form can. And if forms don't already exist freed from matter, as Plato thinks they do, then our mind has to go out and act to abstract them from matter before they can enter the mind. Sort of like a hunter who has to act to shoot a lion with a tranquilizer dart and put him in a cage and take him to the zoo before he can get a lion in the zoo to contemplate. You see, the zoo is the mind, and the lion is the form, and the jungle is the world of matter. We abstract the form from the matter as the hunter abstracts the lion from the jungle. So Aquinas combines passivity and activity in knowing, and here's how he explains the need for both. He says, the intellect is already actually immaterial, but is in potentiality to receiving determinate forms. But phantasms, sensory images, are actual images of certain determinate forms, but are only potentially immaterial. So nothing prevents one and the same intellect having one power by which it makes forms actually immaterial by abstracting them from individual matter, which power is called the active intellect, and another power receptive of such forms, which is called the passive intellect, by reason of its being in potentiality to being determined by such forms. You see, a material apple can't enter a spiritual mind. Only the appleness of the apple can. But we first have to abstract the appleness from the apple. Aquinas' next question is, what is truth? You expect Aquinas as a realist to hold a correspondence theory of truth, but he's subtler than that. He holds that a concept is not just a picture or a copy of the real form in the world. If that were so, how could we ever know which pictures were true? Instead, it's the very same form that both structures the matter outside our mind and structures the idea in our mind. So Aquinas' theory is not a correspondence theory, but an identity theory of truth. He says, quoting Aristotle, that the soul of man is in a way all things. This is because the forms of all things can exist in the mind. The mind is like a mirror, receptive of the forms of all other things. So humanity is like 6 billion mirrors in an enormous room, the universe. Each mirror can reflect anything in that room, including the other mirrors. So the whole universe, and not just pictures of it, reappears 6 billion times when human minds know it. That's the reason for that profound line in Schindler's List, whoever saves one life saves the whole world. That's true. The mistake with correspondence theories is that they thingify ideas. They treat ideas as things, like pictures or copies of real things in the world. In Aquinas' technical language, that means treating ideas as material signs rather than formal signs. Material signs are signs that are also things, like signposts or maps, things that point to other things. Formal signs are pure signs. They're not things at all. Only ideas are formal signs. They're mental acts of pointing to things. They're not things themselves that point, like fingers. They're acts of the knowing subject. They're not objects. If ideas were objects or things, then we would know ideas first and things second. Well, that's what Descartes says, and also Locke. That's common to both modern rationalism and empiricism. But then skepticism would be the inevitable conclusion, because then we'd be like prisoners in jail cells who see only what's in their cell, including the pictures on the TV set in the cell, which claim to be pictures of the real world outside, but there would be no way to know which pictures are true if there's no direct knowledge of objective reality, if the prisoners can't ever get out of their cells. For Aquinas, when you know things, you're out of your cell. You're having a kind of rational out-of-body experience. Your mind is out of your body. You're outside, you're not inside. That's the only way you can judge which ideas are true. If you can't see the president, but only your own pictures of him, how could you know how true each picture is? That's why Aquinas says that ideas are not things that are understood, but means by which we know things. He asks whether the intelligible species or form abstracted from the phantasm is related to our intellect as that which is understood. And he answers no. It is the means of knowing, not the object known. And he offers two good arguments for this conclusion. First, if what we understand is merely the intelligible species or form in the soul, it would follow that every science would not be concerned with objects outside the soul, but only with the intelligible species within the soul. In other words, all sciences would be subdivisions of psychology. Second, he says, it is untrue because it would lead to the opinion of the ancient sophists who maintained that whatever seems is true, and that consequently contradictions are true simultaneously. For if a faculty knows only its impression only, it can judge of that only. Now a thing seems according to the impression made on the cognitive faculty. Consequently, the cognitive faculty will always judge of its own impression as such. And so every judgment will be true. For instance, if taste perceived only its own impression, then when anyone with a healthy taste perceives that honey is sweet, he would judge truly. And if anyone with a corrupt taste perceives that honey is bitter, this would be equally true. Thus, every opinion would be equally true. Well, that absurd conclusion, that every opinion is equally true, is exactly what many modern thinkers happily embrace and call toleration, the equality of all opinions. They say that true means only true for me or true for you. Thus, no one is ever wrong, and we should never be judgmental, except being judgmental about being judgmental. In other words, truth itself is relative. Alan Bloom began his book, The Closing of the American Mind, with this famous sentence: "If there is any one thing a college professor in America can be sure of, it is that most of the students in his class will believe, or think they believe, that truth is relative." Well, that, of course, is simply absurd. Aquinas didn't even feel the need to explain why it's absurd that every opinion is equally true, for it's immediately self-contradictory, like all forms of universal skepticism. If every opinion is equally true, then the following opinion is also equally true, namely, that not every opinion is equally true. If every opinion is only subjective, then that, too, is only subjective. In a short little 4,000-page book like the Summa, Aquinas didn't waste his time refuting nonsense. Here are a few more specific and technical points about human knowing. Aquinas says we understand by composition and division. This means that we know truth only in a judgment which affirms or denies one concept, a predicate, of another concept, a subject. Then we reason from some judgments as premises to others as conclusions. So there are three acts of the mind: understanding the meaning of a concept, making a judgment of truth, and reasoning. Now Aquinas says, somewhat surprisingly, that the first act of the mind, the act of understanding, the intellect's simple apprehension of a concept, cannot ever be false. Why does he say that? Because only judgments can be true or false. Your concept of an apple may be confused, but it's not false until you make a judgment, like apples are poison or apples are vegetables. His next point is that one person can understand the same thing better than another can. Intellects are not equal in their power to understand, even though the laws of logic and mathematics are the same for all minds. And since our judgment follows our understanding, which varies, as well as following our reasoning, whose laws don't vary, laws of logic are the same for everybody, that explains why people will always have disagreements, including philosophers. This contrasts sharply with Descartes. Descartes tried to end the endless disagreements between philosophers by using only the scientific method, which he saw as essentially the mathematical method. And the use of this method has, in fact, produced remarkable agreement in science. In fact, the scientific method is probably the greatest discovery in the entire history of science, because it's like a skeleton key that opens all the other doors. Medieval scientists disagreed as much as philosophers did, because their method was essentially the same as that of the philosophers. But modern scientists now agree much more than they disagree, while philosophers still disagree more than they agree. Why is that? Well, Descartes would say it's because philosophers don't use the scientific method, and he proposed that they start doing that in his Discourse on Method. So he began that book by redefining reason as something equal in all men, not unequal, as Aquinas says. We're all innately equal in our ability to understand the rules of the method and the principles of logical and mathematical thinking. Well, he's right there, but he's forgetting intuition, or wisdom, or understanding. Descartes claims it's only because we don't all use that method that we disagree. But Aquinas would give a different reason for disagreements between philosophers. He'd say it's because of some innate inequality in understanding. Though we're all equal in our ability to reason and in our knowledge of the laws of reasoning, we're not all equal in our understanding or our judgments that follow our understanding. So I think Aquinas would say Descartes' hope to end philosophical and probably even political and religious disagreements, and perhaps even war, by using his scientific method is a noble dream, but an impossible and a utopian dream. It founders on the fact that one person has more understanding, more insight, more wisdom than another. And philosophy and religion and even politics depend more on understanding than on logical reasoning. That's why people are better philosophers than computers. Another point Aquinas makes is that the intellect cannot know singulars, or concrete individual things. Only the sensory powers can know singulars. So without the senses, we can know only forms, species, universals. We need the senses to know singulars or individuals because matter is the principle of individuation, as we saw in metaphysics, and you need the senses to know matter. So Aquinas has a very high view of the human senses. He gives them an essential and necessary role in human knowing, unlike rationalists like Descartes and Plato, who tend to distrust them and look within to innate ideas for certainty. But Aquinas also has a high regard for the intellect. He says that infinity is potentially in our intellect through its knowing one thing after another, because never does our intellect understand so many things that it cannot understand more. He's saying that our intellect is potentially infinite, like the number series. Only God's mind is actually infinite. Our mind doesn't ever actually know all things knowable, but it is able to know all things knowable. You can't draw any limit after 5 or 5 billion truths. Aquinas asks another important question about knowledge: how do we know ourselves? And he says it's by reflection on our knowledge of the world. Here too we need the senses. The sensory knowledge of some material thing has to come first. Only then can we reflect on the fact that we knew that thing, and then eventually come to understand that we are the kind of thing that can know. We're intellects, not just material things. So we first know a material object, then we know our act of knowing it, then in the third place we know ourselves as the subject pole of that act of knowing. This contrasts with Descartes. Aquinas does not begin with, "I think, therefore I am." He begins with, "I see a tree, therefore I am not just an object seen, but a seer." Self-knowledge comes last, not first. It took Socrates a lifetime to fulfill the oracle's quest, "Know thyself." Aquinas does not think we have any innate ideas, though we have innate powers. and he thinks that we come to know immaterial forms, or what Plato called ideas, only by abstraction from material things. Platonic ideas, of course, are not subjective ideas, they're objective, real forms. Now, Aquinas says these ideas exist in three places, not where Plato thought, separately and independently, but they do exist. They exist ante rem, in re, and post rem, before things, in things, and after things. First, in the mind of God, before they are in the things of nature, and secondly, in those things in nature, and third, in our mind, after we abstract them from things. So Aquinas could be called a Platonist as well as an Aristotelian. There are Platonic ideas, although they're only in the mind of God. Following Augustine, Aquinas gave Plato's homeless wanderers a metaphysical home. But that's not where we know them. We don't know the mind of God, where they're apart from matter. We know them only by abstraction from material things. So they're in our mind only after they're in material things, though they're in God's mind before they're in material things. But we have no direct mental telepathy with the mind of God. Yet we can do a kind of indirect mental telepathy, a reading of God's thoughts after him as he expresses those thoughts in things. In other words, all our science is reading God's art backwards. And even after forms are in our mind, by abstraction, Aquinas says we cannot understand them without the help of the imagination, or what he calls turning to the phantasm or sensory image. We need concrete illustrations or analogies to understand abstract principles. Aquinas is very commonsensical and much closer to empiricism than to rationalism. But he's not merely an empiricist. And therefore, he also says that when the soul is separated from the body by death, it still has its own proper act of understanding, because that power is not a sensory power. That would explain how out-of-body experiences are possible, maybe even before death, because the mind is not just the power of a bodily organ, not even the brain. On the other hand, it's conditioned in its exercise by the body and the brain, so Aquinas would not at all be surprised or upset by recent discoveries about the power of the brain chemistry to alter mental states. That's exactly what he'd expect on his hypothesis that the soul is the form of the body. One last important point is the relation between the intellect and the will. Aquinas treats this in the anthropology section of the Summa, but it's really about epistemology too, because it's about the intellect. He asks whether the will is a higher power than the intellect. That's a crucial question, because there seems to be a central disagreement between pagan Greek philosophers and Christian philosophers here, a difference between two opposite views of man, which Matthew Arnold called Hebraism and Hellenism, the biblical view and the classical pagan view. Aristotle, as well as Plato, identified our true and highest self and our highest power with reason, with mind. But the Bible identifies it with love, which is an act of the will. So we seem to have two irreconcilable anthropologies here, foundering on the question, what is the highest and deepest thing in man? Is it reason or is it will? The Greeks were intellectualists, Christians and Jews are voluntarists, and that looks like the difference between cats and dogs, or even birds and fish, so they can't marry. So the great experiment of the medieval synthesis between classical and biblical wisdom can't work, right? Well, I think you will not be surprised to learn that Aquinas' answer is, it's not that simple. There's truth in both traditions, and he does synthesize these two anthropologies. He says that both sides are right in different ways and right about different things. He makes two crucial distinctions to solve this problem. The first one is between different objects of the two powers, intellect and will, and the second is between two different causal ways they act on each other. First, comparing the objects of intellect and will, he says, when the thing in which there is good is nobler than the soul, the will is higher than the intellect. But when the thing which is good is less noble than the soul, then the intellect is higher than the will. Thus the love of God is better than the knowledge of God, but the knowledge of material things is better than the love of them. He explains that this is so because love draws you out into the object and conforms you to it, while knowledge does the opposite, because a thing is known only according to the powers of the knower. Knowledge is like fitting an object into a container. The container here is the mind. So when we know God, we have to drag him down to our level of knowledge, so to speak. But in contrast, when we know ice cream, we raise it up to our level of spirituality, intellect, mind. Ice cream can enter our mind only as an idea. But loving works in the opposite way from thinking. When we love God, we try to become like him. We conform ourselves to him. And the more we love ice cream, the more our thoughts and desires and souls become ice cream-like. So, knowledge is higher than love in relation to the world, but love is higher than knowledge in relation to God. So the Greeks were right about the world, and Jews and Christians right about God. The second distinction Aquinas uses to compare the intellect and the will is how they cause or move each other. Each has the power to move the other in different ways, with two different kinds of causality. Aquinas says, a thing is said to move in two ways, first as an end or final cause, for instance when we say that the end moves the agent, and in this way the intellect moves the will, because the good understood is the object of the will and moves it as an end. Secondly, a thing is said to move as an agent or efficient cause, as what alters moves what is altered, and what impels moves what is impelled. And in this way the will moves the intellect and all the powers of the soul. In other words, the intellect is the soul's only navigator, and the will is the soul's only captain. Each needs the other. Aquinas adds, we can easily understand why these powers include one another in their acts, because the intellect understands what the will wills, and the will wills the intellect to understand. In the same way, good is contained in truth, inasmuch as it is understood, and truth is contained in good, inasmuch as it is desired. So, intellect and will require each other. Here, and even, Aquinas says, for our supreme happiness, the beatific vision. This union with God in heaven is a union of love, he says, only because it is a union of mind. In fact, he says the actual glue that unites us to God in the beatific vision is not will, but mind. Here is his argument for that conclusion. He says, the attainment of our last end does not consist essentially in the very act of will, for the will has two functions. It is directed toward the end in two ways. When the end is absent, it desires it, and when it is present, it takes delight in it and rests in it. Now it is evident that the desire for the end is not the same as the attainment of the end, but is rather a movement towards the end, where delight and rest come to the will only from the end being already present. So, the will is just as important as the intellect in attaining our last end, but the act of union itself is an act of the mind. And that's what Jesus said, this is eternal life, to know you, the only true God. Of course, this is not merely rational knowledge by concepts, it's personal knowledge by experience, but it is knowledge. It's what causes the greatest delight in lovers, their knowledge of each other, their intimacy, both physical and emotional and intellectual. If they're completely in love, they could just sit and stare happily into each other's eyes forever. That's the cause of their bliss. Their knowledge is the cause of their delight. So, on this classic problem of intellectualism versus voluntarism, the bottom line is that Aquinas straddles the line between them, transcends the either-or. Intellect and will are like man and woman, made for each other and indispensable for each other's fulfillment.
This ends Lecture 10. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 11. Aquinas' Ethics. What is the greatest good?
Pretty much all of ethics is about three words: good, right, and ought. A philosopher can concentrate on any one of those three. Concentrating on the good means starting with the question of what is really good, and thus the question of what is real, and thus starting with metaphysics. Concentrating on the right means focusing on rights and the laws that guarantee them and the social interactions that the laws regulate. Concentrating on ought means focusing on psychology and moral experience, especially the experience of duty and obligation. Aquinas, like most pre-modern ethical philosophers, does the first thing. He focuses on the good. Thinkers like Hobbes and Locke and Mill in different ways do the second thing. They have an ethics of rights. Kant and Kierkegaard and even Sartre, again in very different ways, do the third. They focus on ethical experience and obligation. Another way of summarizing all of ethics in 3 questions is C.S. Lewis's image of a fleet of sailing ships receiving a set of sailing orders. The orders have to tell the ships 3 things. First, how to cooperate, and that's social ethics, focusing on rights. Second, how to stay shipshape and afloat, and that's individual ethics, focusing on oughts. And third, what's the mission of the fleet? Why is it at sea at all? That's the question of the end, the good. When we think of ethics today, we usually think of social ethics first, how to treat other people. And then second, we think of individual ethics, character building, virtues and vices, and we seldom think of that third thing at all. But Aquinas begins his ethics there, and makes everything else in ethics relative to this question. And I think that's quite reasonable, because the other 2 things are means to this end. If you don't know the end, you don't know what means is fit for it. There's no point in cooperating or staying shipshape if you don't know why you're sailing, if you don't know your mission. Clearly, the question of humanity's mission or purpose or goal or greatest good is the most important question of all. That's basically what we mean when we ask, what is the meaning of life? Aquinas' first answer to this question is the same as Aristotle's. It's obviously happiness. There are 3 reasons for saying that happiness is our good, our end. First, because that's what everyone wants, not just some people. No different strokes for different folks here. Second, happiness is what everyone wants as an end, not as a means to any further end. Nobody says, I want to be happy so that I can play golf. They say, I want to play golf because it makes me happy. Third, happiness is what everyone seeks by means of everything else. So everything else is a means to that end. Now Aquinas, like most of the ancients, means by happiness not just subjective satisfaction or contentment, but objectively true, real blessedness. We want more than mere feelings of contentment. A drug can supply that. We want not just to feel happy, but also to be happy, truly happy, blessed. We want not just to get what we desire, but we also want to desire and to get what's desirable. We don't want to turn into contented cows. I hope. It's obvious that happiness is our summum bonum, but it's not obvious what happiness consists in. In Aquinas' terms, the formal cause of happiness is clear, but its material cause, its content, that's controversial. Before asking what happiness consists in, he first proves that there must be just one last end, or final end, or ultimate end of everything that we do, and then that we can't have more than one final end, and then that this must motivate everything that we do, and then that we all have the same last end. So those are 4 preliminary questions to the big one about happiness. He proves that there's just one last end by an argument that's parallel to his arguments for the existence of God, that there can't be an infinite regress in causes, not here in final causes or ends any more than there can be an infinite regress in efficient causes. No one would lift his little finger unless motivated by the desire to attain some end that was self-justifying and final. No matter how many means in the chain, there has to be an end to pull the chain, or else it's not a chain, and there's no pulling, there's no movement, no motivation. Aquinas then proves that we can't have more than one final end, because the final end, complete happiness, has to satisfy all our desire, with nothing else left over. Means are many, but the end has to be one. And that gives us a psychological unity instead of schizophrenia. If you give yourself to many ends, you become many different persons. He then proves that this one final end must motivate everything we do, at least unconsciously. Obviously, it doesn't do that consciously, but pre-moderns knew the power of the unconscious. We didn't learn about that first from Freud. In a sense, we're all fanatics unconsciously about one thing. We all want to sell everything we have for the sake of happiness, the one pearl of great price. That's why the question of identifying that pearl correctly is so crucial. Finally, Aquinas proves that all men have the same last end because we all have the same essential human nature. Now he's ready for the most important question of the Summa, of those things in which happiness consists. In other words, what is the true meaning of life? Why was I born? Why am I living? What's it all about, Alfie? How can I avoid getting A's in all my subjects and flunking life? All lovers of wisdom, all philosophers address that question. Moses, Solomon, Buddha, Krishna, Confucius, Lao Tzu, St. Paul, St. Augustine, Mohammed, Machiavelli, Bacon, Hobbes, Rousseau, Pascal, Kant, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, Sartre, Marx, Freud, all sages and pseudo-sages give some answer to that question. And that answer forms and colors everything else they say. Aquinas' treatment of this question in 8 short articles is the most masterfully condensed and clearly argued summary of the basic answers that people give to this question that I've ever seen. The question is the most passionately important question in the world, and Aquinas' treatment of it is the most objective and scientific and logical treatment you could imagine. A perfect example of how he combines the ideals of profundity and clarity. Unusual for philosophers today. In fact, so unusual that I don't know any contemporary example of that at all. Aquinas' method is to rely on empirical observation and logical argument alone. There's no emotional appeal, no rhetoric, no personal winks or kicks or preachings. It's like a scientific medical analysis of a patient in critical condition. The patient is yourself. He ranks the 8 candidates in a definite order, beginning with the most external, obvious, inadequate, and foolish one, and proceeding to the wisest and completest one. And he rejects them all. So does Solomon in Ecclesiastes. So does Sartre in Nausea. But like Solomon and unlike Sartre, Aquinas does not end in vanity of vanities and despair. But by his process of eliminating all the other answers, he finds himself left with God. So it's God or nothing. And then he assumes, without arguing the point, that any sane person will at least make a Pascal's wager and choose God rather than nothingness. The 8 candidates are wealth, honors, fame or glory, power, bodily good or health, pleasure, good of the soul or virtue, and any created good at all. In other words, everything in the whole world. Of all the answers to this greatest and wisest of questions, wealth is the smallest and stupidest. So Aquinas puts it first on the ladder, farthest away from the end. It is literally far from the end because wealth or money is by definition only a means of exchange. So it couldn't possibly be our end. Yet it's probably the most popular of all answers. Aquinas said, "It would seem that man's happiness consists in wealth, for since happiness is man's last end, it must consist in that which has the greatest hold on man's affections. Now this is wealth, for it is written in Ecclesiastes, 'All things obey money.' Therefore, man's happiness consists in wealth." In other words, everything has a price. His answer to this argument is unusually sharp. All things obey money, so far as the multitude of fools are concerned. But fools are quite common. If your friend suddenly shows up with a great big smile on his face, what's the first thing you say to him? "Hey, what happened to you? Did you just win the lottery?" Well, if that's the first thing you say, it's probably the first thing you think of, too. So I guess you're one of Aquinas' multitude of fools. And wealth doesn't look so foolish when you look at the argument for it, which says that happiness is a state of life made perfect by the aggregate of all good things, and money seems to be the means of possessing all things, for it was invented that it might be a sort of guarantee for the acquisition of whatever man desires. Therefore, happiness consists in wealth. You see, money is a kind of whatever thing, a kind of umbrella policy to cover everything. Money can buy anything money can buy, and that's a heck of a lot of stuff. So it's the universality of money that seems to qualify it. But, as Aquinas points out in his answer, that's what disqualifies it, because it's not universal. The best things in life are free. As Aquinas puts it, all things saleable can be had for money, but not so spiritual things which cannot be sold. For instance, wealth doesn't make you wise. In fact, it tends to make you stupid. If power tends to corrupt, so does wealth. The reason for identifying wealth with happiness was only a clue, a common quality found in both. Well, that's a logical fallacy. That's called the fallacy of the undistributed middle term. Happiness is X, wealth is X, therefore happiness is wealth. One could equally say that you are white and a cloud is white, therefore you are a cloud. A clue is not a proof. A common feature does not prove an identity. Aquinas' refutation of wealth comes in two parts. The shorter argument is that man's good consists in retaining happiness, but wealth shines in giving it rather than in hoarding it, for the miser is hateful while the generous man is applauded. Therefore, happiness does not consist in wealth. In other words, money, unlike happiness, is not good when kept, only when spent. Then comes a deeper analysis and argument. He says, wealth is twofold, namely natural and artificial. Natural wealth is that which serves man as a remedy for his natural wants, such as food, drink, clothing, dwellings, and such like, while artificial wealth, such as money, is not a direct help to human nature, but is invented by an art of man for the convenience of exchange. He then proves that happiness, our ultimate end, cannot consist in either kind of wealth, because both are means, not ends. Not natural wealth because, he says, this is sought for the sake of something else, namely as a support of human nature. All such things are below man and are made for him. So we violate the real order of values and the dignity of our own nature when we serve things below us instead of using them, or when we try to use the things above us, like truth, goodness, beauty, or God, and make them serve us, instead of respecting them for their own sake. In other words, three kinds of love should conform to three kinds of things. We should use things, love people, and worship God. We should use things, not love or worship them. Aquinas goes on to say, as for artificial wealth, it is not sought save for the sake of natural wealth. Money that can't buy anything is worthless. So it's only a means to exchange those natural goods, which in turn are only means. Money can't be our end because it's only a means to a means. He also points out that greed for artificial wealth is not only more foolish, but also more dangerous and addictive than greed for natural wealth. Because, as he says, the desire for natural riches is not infinite, because they suffice for nature in a certain measure. But the desire for artificial wealth is infinite, for it is the servant of disordered concupiscence which is not curbed. You can't enjoy more than 3 or 4 gourmet meals a day, so your desire for food is limited. But you can always desire another $1 billion. Natural qualities have built-in limits. Artificial quantities do not. His second candidate for happiness is honors. This is a less popular candidate in our egalitarian society than in most pre-modern hierarchical societies. Yet we still do want to be thought highly of by others, even if it takes the form of being accepted not because you're superior, but because you're not, because you're one of the lonely crowd. But Aquinas dismisses this candidate with 2 quick and simple arguments. One is that happiness is in the happy person, but honor is not in the honored person, but rather in the one who gives the honor. In other words, honor is subjective to the honorer and external to the honoree, while happiness is internal. My happiness can't be dependent on your opinions. Aquinas' second argument is that honor is given to a man on account of some excellence in him, and consequently it is a sign and attestation of the excellence that is in the person honored. So, identifying honor with happiness mistakenly identifies the sign with the thing signified. like working for a grade in a course rather than for the education and the wisdom. Another example would be going on a vacation just to take pictures of it. That's making the real thing serve the sign of it. His third candidate is fame or glory. We certainly respect this a lot today. Look at all the attention given to movie stars. This is similar to honor, but not identical, since we can be honored by a few, but we're famous only if many know us. So fame is like honor multiplied. Aquinas' short refutation of fame is simply that happiness is man's true good, but it happens that fame or glory is false. So, again, they don't match. But then comes a second, longer and profounder argument. He says, man's happiness cannot consist in human fame or glory, for glory consists in being well known and praised. But the thing known is related to human knowledge otherwise than to God's knowledge. For human knowledge is caused by the things known, whereas God's knowledge is the cause of the things known. Therefore, happiness cannot be caused by human knowledge, but rather human knowledge of another's happiness is caused by the other's happiness itself. On the other hand, man's good does depend on God's knowledge as its cause. This is a metaphysical surprise. God's knowledge is literally creative. He created the universe simply by thinking it into existence. We can't do that. We can only think thoughts into existence, not real things. And these real things conform to God's thoughts, while our thoughts conform to real things. And since our mere thoughts can't create real things, they can't create real happiness. The fourth candidate is power. Unless we're tyrants or terrorists or totalitarians, we tend to be suspicious of power. We like to quote, "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely." But many people today would identify happiness with freedom. Yet freedom and power are at least very similar concepts. Slavery and paralysis and imprisonment take away both. If you mean by freedom simply the power to do what you want, liberation from physical evils rather than liberation from moral and spiritual evils. One of Aquinas' arguments for power here, an objection, is very revealing. He says, "It would seem that happiness consists in power, for all things desire to become like to God, but those in power seem to be most like to God." Think, what's the adjective you first think of when you name God? Almighty God, you say. Maybe we really do worship power more than goodness. We use good God as a swear word. Aquinas' refutation of this argument is that God's power is his goodness, hence he cannot use his power otherwise than well, but it is not so with men. Consequently, it is not enough for man's happiness that he become like God in power, unless he become like God in goodness also. Here again we have a piece of theological metaphysics with practical human consequences. We saw a few lectures ago that for Aquinas God is absolutely simple, which means there's no composition in him, and that means there's no composition of substance or essence plus accidents. And since each of his attributes is one with his single unitary essence, therefore each attribute is identical with each other attribute. In us, justice and mercy differ, and they can compete. In God, they have to be identical. So with us, not only is power not identical with goodness, but there's even a natural tension between the two, a temptation for power to corrupt us. Aquinas proves that power is not happiness for three reasons. First, happiness is the perfect good, but power is most imperfect. He quotes from Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy, "The power of man cannot relieve the gnawings of care, nor can it avoid the thorny path of anxiety. And think you a man is powerful who is surrounded by servants, whom he inspires with fear, but whom he fears still more?" That's the famous master-slave dialectic. The master is really innerly enslaved to his slaves, who are like prosthetic limbs to him, like Sauron's ring was to Sauron in The Lord of the Rings. A second argument is that power has the nature of a principle or beginning, while happiness has the nature of the last end. And third, power is open to either good or evil, while happiness is man's proper and perfect good. So again, there is no match. Cinderella's glass slipper of happiness will not fit on the foot of any of the ugly sisters. Aquinas then moves from external to internal goods, and asks in the fifth article whether man's happiness consists in any bodily good. He means here not bodily pleasure, he'll consider that in the next article, but bodily power and health. And he gives 3 reasons for not identifying happiness with goods of the body. The first comes from comparing man with animals. Aquinas frequently shows a keen observation of animals. He says, man surpasses all other animals in regard to happiness, but in bodily goods he is surpassed by many animals. For instance, by the elephant in longevity, by the lion in strength, by the stag in fleetness. So a trip to the zoo can prove that our greatest good is not bodily good. That should be obvious even to a materialist. We can be more deeply happy than any animal. What ape can fall in love or weep with joy at a symphony? We can also be more deeply unhappy than any animal. Remember, Aquinas is talking about happiness here, not just contentment. The lower the animal, the less discontentment and the less happiness. Slugs are more content than cows, cows than dogs, dogs than humans. But we can be happier than dogs, dogs happier than cows, cows happier than slugs. His second argument is that if a thing is ordained to another as to its end cannot consist in the mere preservation of its being. A captain does not intend as a last end the preservation of the ship entrusted to him, since the ship is ordained to something else as its end, namely sailing. Now, just as the ship is entrusted to the captain so that he may steer it, so man is given over to his will and reason. And man is ordained to something as his end, since man is not himself the supreme good. Therefore, the last end of man cannot be the mere preservation of his being. The third argument is that man's being consists in soul and body, and though the being of the body depends on the soul, that's why the body dies when the soul leaves it, the being of the soul depends not on the body. Also, the very body exists for the soul, as matter is for its form, and as instruments are for its work. Thus the goods of the body are ordained to the goods of the soul as to their end, and happiness, which is man's last end, cannot therefore consist in the goods of the body. Aquinas is not a spiritualist. The body is good, but he's not a materialist either. The body is not the supreme good. As usual, he avoids opposite extremes. Aquinas' sixth candidate is pleasure. This makes more sense than any of the previous answers, for 2 reasons, which he lists in his first 2 objections. First, since happiness is the last end, it is not desired for anything else, but other things for it. But this answers to pleasure more than to anything else, for it is absurd to ask anyone what is his motive in wanting to be pleased. In other words, pleasure and happiness are alike in being desired as ends, not means. Second, all desire delight, just as all desire happiness. Aquinas' argument against this identification of happiness with pleasure first distinguishes bodily pleasure from others and says, because bodily delights are more generally known, the name of pleasure has been appropriated to them, although other pleasures excel them. This claim can be tested by experience, and everyone who has performed the experiment reports the same result. Just as spiritual miseries can exceed physical pain, spiritual joys can exceed physical pleasures. The soul is much more subtle and sensitive to both than the crude and simple body. But even spiritual pleasure cannot be the greatest good, because pleasure means being pleased, and there has to be a reason why we are pleased. So pleasure is a byproduct, or a property, or a proper accident of whatever makes us happy. Aquinas says, Every delight is a proper accident resulting from happiness or from some part of happiness, since the reason a man is delighted is that he has some fitting good, either in reality or in hope or in memory. Therefore it is evident that delight, which results from the perfect good, is not the very essence of happiness, but something resulting from it. You can't get the property without the thing, because the thing is the cause of the property, and you can't get an effect without its cause. For instance, because man is a rational animal, he can laugh, and because a robin is a bird, it can fly. You can't have the flying of a robin without a robin, or a laugh without a laugher. Similarly, you can't be pleased or pleasured by nothing, only by something, and we still have not found that something. When we find it, we will also find the greatest pleasure in it. So pleasure is an ingredient in happiness, but not its essence. The seventh candidate is some good of the soul. Aquinas is thinking of intellectual and moral virtue, which are the perfections of the human soul. And of course, the state of happiness is in the soul. But what makes the soul happy? We still have not found that. Aquinas writes, "The end means two things. First, the thing itself which we want to attain, and secondly, our attainment, possession, or use of that thing. If we speak of man's last end as to the attainment or possession of it, then man attains happiness through his soul. But if we speak of man's last end as to the thing itself which we desire as the last end, it is impossible for man's last end to be simply the soul itself or something belonging to it. For the soul is in potentiality, since it becomes actually knowing from being potentially knowing, and actually virtuous from being potentially virtuous. Now, since potentiality is for the sake of actuality, as for its fulfillment, that which is in potentiality cannot be the last end. Therefore, the soul itself cannot be its own last end." The point is really very, very simple, despite the abstract metaphysical categories of potentiality and actuality. If the soul were its own last end, that would be like a moving arrow being its own target. It would be like a worm eating its own tail. Each of the candidates has brought us closer to the adequate answer, and the eighth and last one is any created good. In other words, the entire creation, everything except God. Aquinas asks whether any created good constitutes man's happiness. Can we be perfectly happy with natural goods, or must our happiness be supernatural? And he lists a very strong argument for natural happiness as adequate. For we are not supernatural beings, and everything in nature has a natural end. So why must we be satisfied only with a supernatural end? The objection is worded this way: man is made happy by that which satisfies his natural desires. But man's natural desire does not reach out to a good surpassing his capacity. Since then man's capacity does not include the good which surpasses the limits of all creation, it seems that man can be made happy by some created good. Aquinas' answer to this argument is to deny the premise that man's natural desire does not reach out to a good surpassing his capacity. He would say it does. Like Augustine, he would say that God has made us for himself, and that is why our hearts are restless until they rest in him. There is in us an inherent dissatisfaction with anything less than God, thus an inherent unconscious desire for God, known or unknown, a lover's quarrel with the world, an inability to be perfectly happy with the world, perfectly happy in this life. So this is almost a sixth argument for God's existence. I am miserable, therefore God exists. He says, it is impossible for any created good to constitute man's happiness, for happiness is the perfect good, which satisfies the appetite altogether, else it would not be the last end if something yet remained to be desired. Now the object of man's will is the universal good, just as the object of the intellect is the universal true. Hence it is evident that nothing can satisfy man's will but the universal good. This is not to be found in any creature, but in God alone. Therefore God alone can satisfy the desire of man. This is the rational justification of Aquinas' answer to the voice that asked him in the middle of the night in the chapel what he wanted as his reward. Only yourself, Lord. So his logic and his life coincide perfectly. Aquinas' treatise on happiness, or the last end, has the same logical structure and strategy as his 5 arguments for the existence of God. The 5 ways try to prove that God alone is our sufficient beginning or and the question on happiness tries to prove that God alone is our sufficient last end or happiness. And in both cases, he does this by eliminating the alternatives. So it comes down to what else is there? But a problem remains. We are not capable of attaining this end by our own power and our own nature. You can't get there from here, as in the classic Vermont farmer joke. It's hard enough to climb the foothills of power or pleasure or health. How can we climb the Mount Everest of God with human legs? But if we can't do it, then why do we want to? Why do our natural desires seek a supernatural object which is unattainable? Well, Aquinas' answer to this puzzle is strictly theological, not philosophical. It is Augustine's point that God has designed us that way, made us for himself, because he intended to give us the supernatural grace to do the impossible, to become united to God, to attain the unattainable. We're made to dream the impossible dream, because that deepest desire in us is our divinely designed roadmap through life. Aquinas would say that God thus designed us to want him because he intended from the beginning to make himself available to us. But how? Another puzzle that has only a theological answer, not a philosophical one. And Aquinas' one-word answer to the question how, and thus his complete and concrete and practical answer to the question of human happiness, is the same as any Christian's. It's Christ. And that's not an answer that comes from his philosophy, but it comes into his philosophy. And when it comes into his philosophy, it doesn't just sit there in the bleachers. It pitches the 9th inning and saves the game. Because, you see, Aquinas is not just a philosopher who happens to be a Christian. He's a Christian who happens to be a philosopher.
This ends Lecture 11. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 12. Aquinas' Ethics, Right and Wrong.
Aquinas makes the role of intellect crucial for his ethics. Ethics is a matter of reason from beginning to end. Aquinas means by reason not just logical consistency plus knowledge of empirical facts, but knowledge of values, an understanding of what is really and truly good. Not just my values or our values, but real values. By the way, he doesn't ever use that ambiguous term values. No pre-modern author does. They use the term good instead. Until a couple of centuries ago, beginning I think with Nietzsche or perhaps with Kant, values wasn't used to describe morality, but money. Just as until a few decades ago, gender didn't describe human beings, but nouns in grammar. So translators have to be very careful not to commit anachronisms by using modern speech to translate pre-modern writers. Aquinas says the 2 most important powers of the human mind are reason and free will, or rational appetite, or reason put into will. So Aquinas calls our soul simply the rational soul. And one of the most important powers of that reason is moral conscience. Aquinas distinguishes 2 parts of that power. He calls them synderesis and conscience. We use the word conscience today to cover both parts, and we don't use the word synderesis anymore at all. In Aquinas, synderesis means the immediate, direct knowledge of moral principles, and conscience means applying these principles to situations. The 2 powers of knowledge in the practical or moral order are parallel to the power of knowing self-evident axioms and using them in logical arguments in the theoretical order. Both of these powers, synderesis and conscience, are powers of the intellect. For Aquinas, we don't have any special distinct moral power or moral sense, as some modern philosophers say. The power is simply the intellect. Synderesis and conscience are not feelings, they're seeings, understandings. Feelings are subjective. I feel lousy says nothing about the objective world. But conscience, Aquinas says, implies the relation of knowledge to something. Conscience tells us truth. That doesn't mean it's infallible. We can make mistakes here as well as anywhere, but mistakes are made by thinking, not feeling. I feel lousy isn't a mistake, it's a pity. It needs something like Aquinas' prescription for depression, a good glass of wine, a hot bath, and a good night's sleep. But I am justified in murdering you is a mistake. That needs a philosopher or a moralist to refute it by appealing to conscience. And if that can't change your mind, it needs a law to curb it by fear of punishment. That's why Aquinas calls ethics a science, in the ancient broad sense of the word. If you look at the word conscience, you can see the word science in it. Its root word, skio, means I know. So Aquinas says conscience, according to the very nature of the word, implies the relation of knowledge to something. He doesn't deny that there's also an emotional dimension to conscience. In fact, he says, conscience is said to bind, to incite, and also to accuse, torment, or rebuke, and all these follow the application of knowledge to what we do. He says that these moral feelings are there only because the moral knowledge is there. The power Aquinas calls synderesis is intuitive or direct seeing, parallel to the mind's seeing intellectual first principles, like the law of non-contradiction, or the whole is greater than the part, or 2 and 2 are 4. In synderesis, the mind sees the goodness or badness, the rightness or wrongness of a kind of act, not a concrete particular act, but a species or type of act, like theft or paying your debts, or a good or bad habit of acting, a virtue or a vice, like greed or justice. That's the first part of moral knowledge, synderesis. Then comes the second part, which he calls conscience, where the mind applies these values to situations and tells you, for instance, you should tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth in court because that's honesty. Or you should give your employer a day's work for a day's pay because that's justice. Or you should use your life to make your family's lives better rather than using them for your benefit because that's charity. Then, because of this rational judgment of conscience, comes the emotional force of feelings, obligation, or guilt. So you could say there are 3 aspects of conscience for Aquinas: the intuitively intellectual, the rationally and judgmentally intellectual, and the emotional. Is there one ultimate moral principle that everyone knows intuitively? If so, that would be the single most fundamental moral principle or practical principle or principle for practice, for living. Aquinas says there is, and it's even more fundamental than Kant's famous categorical imperative or golden rule, which depends on it. It's do good and avoid evil. That's like the law of non-contradiction in theoretical thought. It's self-evident. It can't be proved by anything else because it's presupposed in all other moral arguments. So there's a close parallel between the 2 orders of knowledge, theoretical and practical, or intellectual and moral. In both, I think we can distinguish 4 levels. First, there's a single principle, a first principle, that governs everything else. In theoretical knowledge, this is the law of non-contradiction, that being is not non-being, that a thing can't both be and not be, that everything is what it is and not what it isn't. And the first practical principle is this do good and avoid evil. Then on a second level, there are a number of more specific moral principles that are always true because this first principle is true, like the laws of logic and mathematics in the speculative order. And in the practical order, these are the most basic moral principles or values or virtues or commandments. They're also known intuitively by synderesis, but they can be justified by appealing to the first principle. Why should we not steal? Because we should never do evil, and stealing is evil. Then there's a third level, which is derivative principles, which can be deduced from the second by reasoning, but which are not immediately known. Like pay your taxes. Why? Because stealing the money that belongs to your government is a form of stealing. Don't have an affair. Why? Because adultery is injustice against the golden rule, and also dishonesty against your solemn promise, and all injustice and dishonesty is evil. Finally, there's a 4th level, and that's a potentially infinite number of applications of all 3 of these levels of knowledge to many changing situations. And this power is what Aquinas strictly means by conscience. How shall I report my tips on my tax form? Why report all of them and not just some? Well, because the government commands it and expects it. Or perhaps not. Perhaps the expectation is to give you some wiggle room, in which it's not wrong to take as much wiggle room as the law allows. But if it's explicitly commanded in the law, you should obey the law, unless that law violates some higher moral law. You see, you have to do complex reasoning. This most specific level is where most moral arguments and disagreements take place, because of what Aquinas calls the obscurity and variation of circumstances or situations. Perhaps I can honestly wonder whether the government really expects me to report all my tips. Maybe it's acting like a lawyer suing for 3 times what he really expects to collect. Or is it? What's a moral absolute is the need to find out, to inform your conscience, to seek the truth. But what's often morally relative is what conclusion you will come to when you do that. So Aquinas' ethical epistemology makes room for both absolute principles and relative changing applications, for both certain and uncertain moral knowledge, for demonstrative moral reasoning and merely probable moral reasoning. So he's neither a rationalist dogmatist nor a skeptical relativist about moral knowledge. What is it that makes a human act good or evil? That's one of the most basic questions of ethics. It's much more important than questions we naturally feel more passionately about, like, is it ever right to fight a war, to abort a baby, to tell a lie, to divorce, to have sex outside marriage? Those are obviously important questions, but the question of what makes any act good or evil is a kind of skeleton key question, since once you get the answer to that, you can use that answer to unlock the other ethical doors. Aquinas' first answer to the question is voluntariness. That doesn't distinguish good acts from evil acts, but it distinguishes acts which can rightly be called either good or evil from those that are neither. Voluntariness puts you into the game that the two sides of good and evil are playing. It puts you into the stadium, and only then can you choose which side to play for. You can't be on either side until you're in the game. Aquinas first establishes that some of our acts are voluntary. He then proves that violence cannot be done to the will. Not that it should not, but cannot be done. He argues what is compelled or violent is from an exterior principle. Consequently, it is contrary to the nature of the will's own act that it should be subject to compulsion and violence. So by definition, violence is directly opposed to the voluntary. But can't God move our will from without? Yes, Aquinas says, but even God cannot do violence to our will. God, who is more powerful than the human will, can move the will of man, he says, but if this were by compulsion, it would no longer be by an act of the will, nor would the will itself be moved, but something else against our will. You see, it's almost the definition of compulsion that it's against our will. A corollary of this is that only our body's external freedom can be taken from us, but never our will's internal freedom. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Aquinas has no room for determinism, not even a divine determinism. Influencing, yes. Conditioning, yes, but not determining. Our will may be limited to a small area, but it's never in a straitjacket. So when God's grace or inspiration moves us, that's not against our will, and it does not lessen or remove our free will. It turns our will on, not off, since grace perfects nature instead of setting it aside. Aquinas notes that fear, however, can lessen, though not totally abolish, voluntariness and freedom. He says that things done through fear are of a mixed character, being partly voluntary and partly involuntary. But that which is done through fear is voluntary, inasmuch as it is here and now chosen under the circumstances to hinder a greater evil which was feared. Thus, the throwing of the cargo into the sea during the storm is voluntary, even though it was done through fear of the danger of drowning. Well, what about disordered passions, such as addictions? Aquinas' word for that is concupiscence. This does not cause involuntariness, he says. For the involuntary act deserves mercy or indulgence and is done with regret, but none of these things can be said of that which is done out of concupiscence. For a thing is said to be voluntary from the fact that the will is moved to it. Now concupiscence inclines the will to desire the object of concupiscence. Therefore, the effect of concupiscence is to make something to be voluntary rather than involuntary. So there goes the addict's excuse. An addict loses his liberty, but not his choice. He's not free from enslavement to his addiction, but he's voluntarily obeying it. Passion does not remove responsibility because it does not remove voluntariness. So you can't give the excuse that it's something else outside you, somebody else forcing you like a slave driver, even though it may feel like that when you say you're driven by passion. But that's not somebody else's passion, that's your own. What about ignorance? Some ignorance, Aquinas says, does remove voluntariness and therefore moral responsibility. He says ignorance causes involuntariness insofar as it deprives one of knowledge, and knowledge is a necessary condition of voluntariness. But it is not every ignorance. Ignorance consequent to the act of will, by that he means willed ignorance, ignorance that comes through our ignoring, this is voluntary, as when a man wishes not to know so that he may have an excuse to sin. This is called affected ignorance. You see, Aquinas is unsparingly honest in his moral psychology. No comfortable excuses. The moral law is hard as nails, even though we shouldn't be as hard as nails. We've distinguished acts that are moral or immoral from acts that are amoral by the criterion of voluntariness. We've distinguished the moral from the amoral. What distinguishes the moral from the immoral? Aquinas says there are three things, three moral determinants, which he calls the object, the circumstances, and the end. He means by the object the act that is willed, and he means by the circumstances the situation in which the act occurs, and he means by the end the motive. And he says all three of these need to be good in order for the act to be morally good. They're like systems in the body, the circulatory system, the cardiovascular system, the nervous system. If any one of them fails and they can't work harmoniously together anymore, then the whole body fails. Or you could say they're like different dimensions of a work of art, say a play. It has to have a good plot, good characters, good style, and a good theme. If any one of these is bad, that makes it a bad play. So the different factors are not like different wings in a building, where one can be ugly without making the others ugly. Here each one colors the whole. These are different dimensions of the whole. So here are the three dimensions of moral acting: what you do, when and where and how you do it, and why you do it. I think, like just about everything in Aquinas, this agrees perfectly with common sense. Common sense says everything counts. So if you say that only the act itself counts, you're saying just do the right thing, and you have a list of things that are right and a list of things that are wrong, a list of moral laws that include good and evil acts, but situations and motives don't count, well, then you're a legalist. And if you say everything is relative to the situation, and there is no list of right and wrong acts in themselves, well, then you're a relativist. And if you say that the only thing that matters is your heart, your subjective motive, and not the objective thing that you do, or the objective situation, well, then you're a subjectivist. Aquinas is not a legalist, or a relativist, or a subjectivist in morality. If you do the right thing in the wrong situation, you're doing wrong, like singing opera at a funeral, or making love to your spouse out in the street. Or if you do it for the wrong motive, that's wrong, like giving money to a beggar just to show off. To be morally good, you have to do the right thing, and in the right way, and for the right reason. Today, I think there are few legalists left, but there are many subjectivists and relativists. So here is Aquinas' argument against subjectivism. He asks whether the external action adds any good or evil to that of the internal act, that is, the motive. In other words, how could the external physical deed be important if your heart and your motive are so all-important? And his answer is, if by the external action no further good or evil were added, it would be to no purpose that he who has a good will should do a good deed, or refrain from an evil one, which is unreasonable. And he has a similar reason for adding situations or circumstances to the mix. He asks, whether the consequences of the external action increase its good or evil. Consequences are one kind of circumstance. Pre-existing conditions are another kind. And he says that although the consequences do not make a good act evil or an evil act good, yet if they're foreseen, it is evident that they increase the good or evil. For when a man foresees that many evils may follow from his action, and yet does not for that reason desist from it, this shows that his will is all the more disordered. But if the consequences are not foreseen, if they follow by accident, then they do not increase the good or evil of the action. So Aquinas' moral judgment here, again, like just about everything else in him, turns out to square with common sense. The fact that all three dimensions and not just one have to be right in order for the act to be right might sound more severe and more worrisome than any one of the three oversimplified moralities that I distinguished it from: legalism, relativism, and subjectivism. But Aquinas then says something quite refreshing and liberating. He asks whether there are only two kinds of human acts, good and evil, or whether there are three, good, evil, and indifferent. And he answers that many acts of a man are morally indifferent, like breathing, but every distinctively human act, every act that proceeds in any way from reason, is either good or evil, and that most of them are good. He says if the object of an action includes something in accord with the order of reason, it will be a good action. And therefore most rational acts of most people most of the time have positive moral value, like choosing to eat, or read, or work, because they're doing the right thing at the right time and for a right reason. So he would say that there's much more good than evil in ordinary human life, just as there's much more health than disease in an ordinary human body. Aquinas is not a pessimist or a Puritan or a witch hunter. Aquinas then asks a tricky question about the relation between an act and the reason and conscience that directs the act. Human reason can err, and that includes moral reason or conscience. So is it right to act according to an erring conscience? He asks whether the will is evil when it is at variance with erring reason. If your conscience mistakenly tells you that something is wrong when it isn't, should you follow your conscience? And Aquinas' answer is, you must always follow your conscience. It's always wrong to deliberately disobey your conscience, even when your conscience is wrong, because you don't know it's wrong. So even an erring conscience binds. If you believe it's morally wrong to drink a glass of wine, then for you that's a sin, not because wine is evil, but because conscience is sacred. Aquinas says, to ask about whether the will is evil when it is at variance with erring reason is the same as to inquire whether an erring conscience binds. And his reason for answering yes is that from the very fact that a thing is proposed by the reason as being evil, the will by tending to that thing becomes evil. And then he says something quite striking. When erring reason proposes something as being commanded by God, then to scorn the dictate of reason is to scorn the commandment of God. So our conscience has the authority of God behind it, even though it's not infallible. Obedience to conscience is an absolute. And one of the things your conscience commands is to sincerely seek the truth, to try to inform your conscience. Remember, conscience is not a mere subjective feeling. It's a seeing, or an attempt to see the objective truth. It has an other to deal with, an object. But it's sacred. A related question is whether the will is good when it abides by erring reason. He says, whereas the previous question is the same as inquiring whether an erring conscience binds, this question is the same as inquiring whether an erring conscience excuses. And his answer is, it depends on whether or not the ignorance is deliberate, whether it came from your willful ignoring. If so, you are to blame for your ignorance, and your act is wrong because you are voluntarily acting against reason, ignoring reason. So it depends on which came first, the reason's ignorance or the will's wrong choice. If the ignorance comes first, you have a genuine excuse. But if the choice came first, you don't. If I give candy to a diabetic baby and harm him without intending to, I'm responsible for that harm because I should have taken the trouble to know whether that was safe or not. I should have asked. But if I'm out in the woods and I pee on the grass and somebody says I just violated a sacred Indian burial ground, that's not my fault, because I had no way of knowing that. So Aquinas writes, when ignorance causes an act to be involuntary, it takes away the character of moral good and evil. But when ignorance is in any way willed, it does not cause the act to be involuntary. For instance, ignorance that is due to negligence, by reason of a man not wishing to know what he ought to know. So here Aquinas is fingering our comfortable habit of just not mentally paying attention to the moral law that we know but want to disobey, deliberately listening to the comfortable devil on our left shoulder instead of the uncomfortable angel on our right. Attention, after all, is an act of the will, not just of the mind. Although some attention deficit is not willed, like attention deficit disorder, which Aquinas himself probably had, like most absent-minded professors, we really do wish we could remember what planet we're on, we absent-minded professors. Many readers of Aquinas who expect him to be a cold, logical rationalist are surprised to see him write so much about love in the Summa, and so eloquently, and even passionately. He says, for instance, that a thing can be loved more than it is known, since it can be loved perfectly without being perfectly known. He's obviously thinking of loving persons here, human or divine, rather than things, and loving them with unselfish love rather than selfish love. He also says all the other emotions of the soul are caused by love. And not only emotions, but also actions. For he asks whether love is the cause of all that the lover does, and answers yes, for every actor does every action from love of some kind. Augustine made this point with a remarkable image. He said, "My love is my weight. Amor meus pondus meum. My love is my gravity, my density, my destiny." Even hate is due to love, not vice versa, says Aquinas. He asks whether love is a cause of hatred, and answers, all emotions are caused by love, therefore hatred also, since it is an emotion of the soul, is caused by love. For nothing is hated save through being contrary to a thing that is loved. Hence it is that every hatred is caused by some love. He then asks whether hatred is stronger than love, and answers, it is impossible for an effect to be stronger than its cause. Now every hatred arises from some love as its cause, as stated above. Therefore it is impossible for hatred to be stronger than love by itself. Nevertheless, hatred sometimes seems to be stronger than love because it is more keenly felt than love. But you see, Aquinas does not take feelings as an infallible index to being. Next comes a psychologically profound question, whether a man can hate himself. And his answer is, properly speaking, it is impossible for a man to hate himself, for everything naturally desires its good, nor can anyone desire anything for himself save under the aspect of apparent good. But accidentally it may happen that a man hates himself, for it happens that some men take themselves to be something they are not, wherefore they love themselves according to what they take themselves to be, while they hate that which they really are. This is strikingly similar to what Kierkegaard wrote in Sickness unto Death about a self not willing to be itself, a form of despair. Aquinas further explains that this is possible because it's possible to hate the truth. Even though the mind by nature loves truth, as the eye by nature loves light. He writes, all men desire by nature to know, as stated at the beginning of Aristotle's Metaphysics. But a man may hate some particular truth when he wishes that what is true were not true, or when truth hinders him from getting an object loved, such as is the case with those who wish not to know the truth so that they may sin freely. Or when a man wishes to remain hidden in his sin, then he hates that anyone should know the truth. As Augustine says, they love truth when it enlightens them, they hate it when it reproves them. A lot of practical human wisdom here. And a lot of romanticism, in a spiritual sense. Aquinas borrows a lot of notions from the troubadours, from chivalric love. After all, the Dominicans and the Franciscans were called God's troubadours. We often forget that dramatic, rebellious, countercultural streak in Aquinas that led him to join the Dominicans. He was not a cold fish. He was a lover. And if you think spiritual love can't be even more passionate than physical love, then you don't know Aquinas. Here are some of the things about love that he takes from the troubadours. He says that among the effects of love are a mutual indwelling. Love makes the beloved to exist in the lover, and vice versa. So even ordinary human love is to some extent literally a mystical, ecstatic, out-of-body experience. And he says that one of the effects of love is ecstasy, standing outside yourself. And he says that God himself suffered ecstasy through love. God lives not only in himself, but also in us whom he loves, just as we live not only in ourselves, but also in all those that we love. Obviously, this doesn't mean physical location, but it means that the lover finds his identity in his beloved. Aquinas also says that zeal is an effect of love, and God is said to be a zealot. Aquinas says God is a crazy, passionate, romantic lover, not a proper philanthropist. He also says love is a passion that wounds the lover, and that melting as opposed to freezing is one of the effects of love. You don't find stuff like that in British analytic philosophers. Remember, Aquinas is an Italian. Aquinas' map of good and evil is not just about human acts and their motives, which is what we've been looking at so far, but also about virtues and vices, which are good and bad habits and make up a person's moral character. He takes over the traditional lists of the 4 cardinal moral virtues and 3 intellectual virtues and 3 theological virtues and gives them clearer explanations and outlines. For instance, here are 2 typical passages where he explains why there are 4 cardinal virtues. Notice how very logical his outline is. The principle of virtue is the good as defined by reason, and this good can be considered in 2 ways. First, as existing in the very act of reason, and thus we have 1 cardinal virtue, prudence, or practical wisdom. Secondly, according as the reason puts its order into something else, either into operations and actions, and then we have justice, or into the passions. And in the passions we need 2 virtues, for the need of putting the order of reason into passion is due to their thwarting reason, and this occurs in 2 ways. First, by the passions inciting to something against reason, and then the passions need a curb, which we call temperance or moderation, and second, by the passions withdrawing us from following the dictate of reason through fear of danger or toil, and then we need to be strengthened for that which reason dictates, lest we turn back, and to that end there is fortitude or courage. In like manner, he says, we find the same number if we consider the subjects we find virtue in. For there are 4 subjects of the virtue we speak of, namely the power which is rational in its nature, and this is perfected by prudence, and that which is rational by participation, which is threefold: the will, the subject of justice, the concupiscible desiring faculty, the subject of temperance, and the irascible averting faculty, the subject of fortitude. The moral virtues, especially the 4 cardinal virtues, are different from the intellectual virtues, and here Aquinas parts company with Socrates and Plato, who taught that if you know the good, you will do it, so all evil comes from ignorance and is curable by moral education. So the key for Plato is the intellectual virtues. They automatically produce the moral virtues. Many people today, I think, still believe this Platonic position, though their version of moral education isn't preaching but psychotherapy. Plato's position seems very logical, for everyone loves happiness, and if you know yourself well enough to know that virtue is as necessary for happiness as food is for health, then you'll love virtue. So if you don't love virtue, that could only be because you don't know that necessary connection between virtue and happiness, because you don't really know yourself. Therefore, know thyself is the key to all virtue and happiness. All who lack virtue lack knowledge. So the sole cause of wickedness is ignorance. Not ignorance of facts, but ignorance of values and of yourself, of what a human self needs to attain happiness. Plato's position here is very logical. The only problem is that we aren't. We are creatures of passion as well as reason. Aquinas justifies our common sense disagreement with Plato by noting the power of the passions in our lives. That's what Plato forgot. For instance, Aquinas writes, "No man can ever live without joy. That is why one who is deprived of true spiritual joys must go over to carnal pleasures." The body cannot rebel against the soul, but the passions can rebel against the reason. Aquinas writes, "Because the appetitive faculty obeys the reason not blindly but with a certain power of opposition, Therefore the habits or passions of the appetitive faculty cause the use of the reason to be impeded. Therefore, for a man to do a good deed, it is requisite not only that his reason be well disposed by an intellectual virtue, but also that his appetites be well disposed by means of the moral virtues. In other words, Aquinas recognizes that the causality sometimes works backwards, as Plato didn't recognize. Instead of reason leading passion, passion can lead reason. Plato says this happens always. All reasoning is nothing but rationalizing of desire. And Plato says it happens never, and Aquinas, in the middle as usual, says it happens sometimes. And that's why most of the virtues are a matter of training the passions, notably courage and temperance. The Stoics also recognized the importance of the passions and their power to blind reason, but they wanted to eliminate them. Aquinas does not. He says, if the will is perverse, the passions are perverse also, but if the will is upright, the passions are not only blameless, but praiseworthy. He quotes that from Augustine, who has a greatly undeserved reputation of being a Stoic. Aquinas also points out that Christ was perfect in virtue, but there was great sorrow in him. Sorrow is a passion. So Aquinas modifies the dictum of the Stoics in this way. He says, the Stoics, following Socrates, held that no evil can happen to a wise man, for they thought that man's only good is virtue, and bodily goods are no good to man. So man's only evil is vice. But this is unreasonable, for man is composed of soul and body. As for the positive importance of the passions, Aquinas goes so far as to say that no man is just who does not rejoice in just deeds, but rejoicing is a passion. Therefore, there cannot be moral virtue without passion. Right order or health in our emotions is an essential part of moral virtue. Saints are so happy partly because their emotions are so healthy. Another classic philosophical problem that Aquinas mediates is the one between the optimist and the pessimist, between Rousseau and Hobbes. Are we by nature good, evil, or neutral? He says, whatever is in man by nature is common to all men, but virtue is not in all men, therefore virtue is not in man by nature. However, Aquinas is closer to optimism than to pessimism. He does not say that vice is in us by nature, for the same reason that virtue is not, but he does say that our nature is adapted to virtue. He says, virtue is natural to man insofar as in man are to be found instilled by nature certain naturally known principles of both knowledge and action, which are the nurseries of the intellectual and the moral virtues. What a nice image. And insofar as there is in the will a natural appetite for good in accordance with reason. Therefore virtues are in us by nature according to aptitude, but not according to perfection. What are the greatest virtues? Aquinas says that wisdom is the greatest of the intellectual virtues, and wisdom also spills over, so to speak, into the moral virtues, because practical wisdom, or prudence, is the first and most necessary of the four cardinal virtues, though justice is the most complete moral virtue in action. Among the three theological virtues, charity takes first place. So wisdom and charity are the two greatest virtues. And that agrees with the teaching of all the great sages in other world traditions that Aquinas didn't know about. For instance, Buddha's prajna and karuna, or wisdom and compassion. And it also tallies with what the millions of people say who have had near-death experience. Their value system always changes, it always gets a new focus, and they always mention these two things as the only things that carry over into the next world, and the only two things that matter absolutely in this world. Truth and goodness are the meaning of life. And I think we all deep down know that. Once again, Aquinas lands his philosophical helicopter squarely on the landing pad of common sense.
This ends Lecture 12. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 13. Aquinas on Law.
You may be surprised to see a whole lecture on law in Aquinas. Aquinas' ethics certainly cannot fairly be called legalistic. He doesn't reduce morality to a set of laws or rules. Of his three moral determinants, only one is directly defined by moral law, the nature of the act itself. The others are the motive and the circumstances. Motives are subjective and circumstances are relative, so only one of the three factors is both objective and absolute. For Aquinas, law is not the whole of morality, or even the single most important part of it. Virtue is more important, especially the virtue of charity. So for him, love is much more important than law. But law is a basic and essential topic in his ethics. And his first question is the metaphysical question, what is law and what kinds of law exist? Obviously, human laws or positive laws exist, laws that are posited or made by human wills. They're important, but if there is also a higher law that judges these human laws as well as human actions, then that would be much more important. And that's what Aquinas calls the natural law, or the law of human nature. And that concept is absolutely central and crucial to his ethics. This issue of natural law is highly controversial today. No pre-modern philosophers except the sophists, and no traditional culture in the world ever rejected it in some form or other. But in modern Western European and North American culture, it's rejected today by most influential modern thinkers and teachers, at least in the educational and media establishments. And most of the most influential modern philosophers reject it, beginning with Machiavelli, obviously, and including Hobbes, though Hobbes does teach natural rights, and Rousseau, who replaces it with his social contract theory, and even Locke, who tries to combine some weakened form of natural law with the social contract theory, and certainly Hume, who teaches that morality is a kind of projection of our feelings, the so-called emotive theory, and Kant, who's too skeptical of metaphysics and of any knowledge of things in themselves for him to base ethics on anything other than logical consistency, and Hegel, for whom everything, including good and evil, and even God, are all historically relative and changing and in a cosmic process, and Kierkegaard, who's skeptical of reason in religion and sharply contrasts the rational ethical stage of life with the religious, and Auguste Comte, who says that both religion and philosophical reason have been replaced with purely empirical positive science, and Marx, who says there is nothing in common between communist man and capitalist man, or communist good and capitalist good, and Nietzsche, who sees any morality, especially traditional natural law morality, as the heart of religion, and as stifling to our ambition to fill in the gap caused by the death of God, by becoming gods ourselves, or supermen. And Sartre, who was a kind of pale, rationalistic academic Nietzsche, and John Stuart Mill's utilitarianism, and John Dewey's pragmatism, which refuse all absolutes absolutely, and most of all forms of deconstructionism and postmodernism, according to which language does not reveal truth but fabricates it. So we are living in a very radical social experiment, in the very first civilization in human history whose most influential teachers no longer believe there is any natural moral law. Whoever is right on this issue, the party that is wrong, is very importantly wrong. Either philosophers like Aquinas are enslaved by an ancient superstition, or the other side is cutting down the very trunk of the whole moral tree. Well, to understand this terribly important contemporary issue, I think there's nothing more helpful than to explore carefully Aquinas' treatment of natural law, because Aquinas' name, more than any other, is associated with this idea. I had a law student once who told me this story about Aquinas' continuing importance and influence today. He had just argued a case before a federal judge, and the judge said to him, "That's one of the best argued cases I have ever heard. I'm going to have to rule in your favor. Where did you get your wisdom, young man?" And my student made the mistake of answering, "Thomas Aquinas." The judge's face suddenly turned black, and he reversed his ruling. Well, an idea that for 1,000 years was taken for granted as common sense has suddenly become very questionable and controversial today. Some law schools even teach that it is illegal to base any legal decision on natural law, not only directly but even indirectly, that you may not appeal to natural law to justify your agreement or disagreement with a particular positive law. That was the issue that almost got Clarence Thomas disapproved for the Supreme Court. Aquinas looks at law through the four causes. First, the formal cause. Aquinas asks, what is the essence of law, any kind of law? And his answer is that law is a rule and measure of acts whereby man is induced to act or is restrained from acting, for lex, law, is derived from ligare, to bind. Law induces us, he says. It leads, moves, or commands us. That's stronger than merely informing or advising or requesting, but it's weaker than forcing or necessitating. Law does have a binding force, but only morally, not physically. It obligates, but it does not guarantee. It appeals to free will to obey it. And free will depends on reason. Wherever free will is, there reason must be too. So law appeals to reason, not to force. So Aquinas defines law as an ordinance of reason. That's its formal cause. Its material cause is human behavior. That's what it regulates. The material details are almost infinitely variable. What is its final cause or purpose? Aquinas answers, law is always something directed to the common good. And by good here, Aquinas says he means principally happiness, which is the greatest good and final end. If the common good of happiness is the final cause of law, what is the efficient cause of law? That, he says, can be deduced from its final cause. He says, to order anything to the common good belongs either to the whole people or to someone who is the representative of the whole people. So even in a monarchy, he would say the king exists for the people and their common good, not the people for the king. Aquinas saw the universe as a monarchy ruled by God, but even God ruled it for our good, not his. Incidentally, Aquinas said that the best form of government is one that combined elements of democracy, aristocracy, and monarchy together. One last ingredient in Aquinas' definition of law is promulgation, or making known. Since law is an ordinance of reason, Aquinas argues, in order that a law obtain the binding force which is proper to a law, it must needs be applied to the men who have to be ruled by it. Such application is made by its being notified to them by promulgation. Therefore, promulgation is necessary for a law to obtain its force. So, the complete 5-part definition of a law is an ordinance of reason for the common good, made by one who has care of the community, and promulgated. Aquinas next distinguishes 4 kinds of law: eternal law, natural law, human law, and divine law. Eternal law follows from the premise of divine providence. He writes, granted that the world is ruled by divine providence, and that the whole community of the universe is governed by divine reason, therefore the very idea of the government of things in God, the ruler of the universe, must have the nature of a law. And since the divine reason's conception of things is not subject to time, but is eternal, therefore this kind of law is called eternal law. So the eternal law is in God's mind. He means by this both physical laws and moral laws. By physical laws, or the so-called laws of nature, God governs the activities of the physical universe, which happen by natural necessity. And by moral laws, God governs the choices and actions of human beings, which happen by free choice. Aquinas defines natural law as the creature's participation in eternal law. Aquinas derives natural law from eternal law, from above, so to speak. It can also be arrived at from below, from observing people. People always implicitly appeal to natural law when they argue about moral good and evil. We expect each other to play fair, which is justice, and to help out those in need, which is charity, and not to lie or steal or cheat or kill. We expect each other to know these same rules and to obey them, so we appeal to natural law in practice, even if we deny it in theory. The same person who may say that morality is only man-made when he wants to justify doing something unfair to you will then complain when you do the same thing to him. Even people who deny natural law will usually say that the Nazis were wrong not to rebel against Hitler. How? They weren't wrong legally. They would have been illegal. Well, how were they wrong then, if not by the standard of natural law? How can any human law be a wrong law if there's no higher standard with which to judge it? In the Summa, Aquinas derives natural law from the eternal law, because the Summa is a book about theology, but that doesn't mean that the natural law depends on religion, any more than natural physical law does. Aquinas also derives the natural laws of physics from the theological premise that God created the universe according to divine reason. But that doesn't mean he thinks our knowledge of the laws of physics depend on our knowledge of theology, or that our belief in the laws of physics depends on our belief in theology. That's because you can know the effect without knowing the cause, especially the first cause, and you can do that in ethics just as you can do it in physics. What does Aquinas mean, though, when he says that natural law is a participation in the eternal law? He writes, "Among all others, the rational creature is subject to divine providence in the most excellent way, insofar as it partakes of a share of providence by being provident both for itself and for others. Wherefore it has a share of the eternal reason. And this participation in the eternal law, in the rational creature, is called the natural law. The light of natural reason, whereby we discern what is good and what is evil, which is the function of the natural law, is thus nothing less than an imprint on us of the divine light." Ultimately, that's why, for Aquinas, conscience, the voice of natural reason judging good and evil, is sacred and inviolable, and why it is always morally wrong to disobey your conscience. Because conscience is, in fact, an echo of the voice of God, a prophet of God in the soul, speaking with the authority of God himself. But here, too, we can know the effect without knowing the cause. Even moral relativists and atheists usually agree that an individual's conscience is a moral absolute, that it is always morally wrong to deliberately disobey your conscience, whatever it tells you. And even an atheist will usually agree that we should treat conscience in this morally absolute way as if it were a prophet of God, even if there is in fact no God. Aquinas then adds the other two kinds of law, which he calls human law and divine law. They're both what we today call positive law, laws which were posited or made by a will at some time or for some time, and which could be revoked. That fact distinguishes them from both eternal law and natural law, neither of which can be revoked. Human law is man-made law, laws posited by man, laws on the books. They obviously differ with time and place and culture. Divine law is law posited by God and given to man not through human nature and natural reason, but by divine revelation. Most of divine law, such as the Ten Commandments, is only a repetition or reminder of eternal law or natural law. Aquinas said God added these reminders on account of the uncertainty of human judgments. But there are other examples of divine law, such as the civil and ceremonial laws that God gave to ancient Israel in the book of Leviticus, which were for just one people and time and place. God doesn't require all of us to eat kosher. Aquinas next asks whether an effect of law is to make men good. We often hear the slogan, "You can't legislate morality." In other words, you can't make men good by law. Aquinas disagrees. He says that's precisely the purpose of law, to make men good. If you can't legislate morality, what do you legislate? What else is worth legislating? Of course, you can't guarantee moral behavior by law. Even God can't do that, because we have free will. But law can certainly make a great difference in making us good. I think St. Thomas would agree with Dorothy Day's definition of a good society as a society that makes it easy for you to be good. And how does it do that? Mainly by good man-made laws. But how does law make you good? Mainly by sanction, by fear of punishment. Aquinas says that positive law needs to be added to natural law because it is not always through perfect goodness or virtue that one obeys the law, but often through fear of punishment. And he says that this lower motive of fear can lead to higher motives. From being accustomed to avoid evil and fulfill what is good through fear of punishment, one is sometimes led on to do so likewise with delight and of one's own accord. Accordingly, law, even by punishing, leads men on to being good. Aquinas states a principle here that is widely questioned by modern philosophers, that the common good of the state cannot flourish unless the citizens be virtuous. Our politics usually shies away from moralizing. Yet I think that what Aquinas says here is the single most important and obvious truth in social science. You can't build a good building unless you have good bricks. And a good school depends on good teachers and good students. So a good society depends on good citizens and good rulers. How could private stinkers make a public perfume? Why would anyone have any qualms or scruples against hurting, cheating, stealing, or lying to the public if that's what he does to his own private family? Is even positive law so sacred that it can't be changed? You might think that Aquinas is so big on law that he's a stick-in-the-mud conservative who is always suspicious of rebellion. But it's precisely his belief in a higher law, a natural law, that justifies rebellion against unjust positive laws. He writes, "Insofar as it deviates from reason, a law is an unjust law and has the nature not of a law, but of violence." He says, "An unjust law does not bind." So it's really the opponents of natural law, who today are usually called liberals, who are the stick-in-the-mud conservatives, since they have no rational basis for rebellion against the laws of the state. They won't appeal to any higher law. The natural law, however, is not a single block. It has levels of importance and levels of being known. The first and most basic level is the single principle of do good and avoid evil, the moral equivalent of the law of non-contradiction in logic. And together with this single first principle, we find a number of other self-evident first principles of morality, which are like the other self-evident axioms that can be reduced to the law of non-contradiction in the logical order. Aquinas calls these the first precepts of the natural law, which are to the practical reason what the first principles of demonstration are to the speculative reason, because both are self-evident principles. He explains that parallel in this way. As being is that which before anything else falls under intellectual apprehension simply, so good is the first thing that falls under the apprehension of the practical reason, which is directed to action, since every agent acts for an end under the aspect of good. Consequently, the first principle in the practical reason is one founded on the notion of good, namely that good is that which all things seek after. Hence, this is the first precept of law, that good is to be done and pursued, and evil is to be avoided. All other precepts of the natural law are based on this. When he says based on this, he doesn't mean they can be deduced from this alone, any more than we can deduce anything at all from the law of non-contradiction alone, but they can be reduced to this. The ultimate answer to the question, why should this be done, is because it's good. The meaning of this key term, good, for Aquinas, is unequivocally metaphysical. For him, ethics is about the real good, about objective reality. The term good makes that much clearer than the word values, which is ambiguous and can easily suggest subjectivity, my values or your values. You can translate Aquinas' ethics into modern value language, but the effect will be to take away the edge and to leave it open to a subjective interpretation. Phenomenologists usually deliberately prefer to do just that, to bracket metaphysical questions, to leave their descriptions of human experience open to either objective or subjective interpretations, rather than demanding closure on that metaphysical issue first. In that sense, Aquinas was not a phenomenologist. His ethics is a metaphysical ethics. And it's also a rational ethics. That's a second assumption in Aquinas' centering his ethics on the good. It contrasts with some modern ethical philosophies that say we know the good not by reason, but by feeling or will or moral experience or a moral sense, something other than reason. Of course, the term reason bears a heavier weight for Aquinas than it does for most modern thinkers, in at least two ways. It means intellectual intuition as well as reasoning, and it means not just thinking or consciousness, but knowledge of being, of reality. Epistemology is just as relative to metaphysics as ethics is for Aquinas. I think there's a third assumption, too, in Aquinas' term good. It has a built-in relation to human nature. What is good for us depends on our nature and its needs, its fulfillment, its purpose, its end. So this will be a teleological ethics, an ethics of ends. He writes, "In man there is an inclination to good according with its nature, as there is in everything. As we saw in our last lecture, the most important question in ethics is, what is man's final end? Because our nature is to act for an end, and that's because it's the nature of everything to act for its natural end. Ethics for Aquinas is teleological because all reality is teleological. Final causes are real. So man and human ethics fits the universe. Human nature fits the nature of all things. We're not metaphysical aliens. Aquinas next asks whether the natural law is the same in all men, and answers yes, because human nature is essentially the same, and therefore natural needs and natural inclinations based on these needs must be essentially the same in everyone. For instance, do not steal is based on our nature's need for property, and do not kill on our need for life, and do not lie on our need for truth. And since these precepts are based on human nature, they're also known by human nature, and therefore known by all humans. But Aquinas also admits that there are some precepts of the natural law that are not known clearly by all. And again, he explains this by a comparison between practical reason and speculative reason. But this time he sees a contrast rather than a similarity. He writes, "Since the speculative reason is busied chiefly with necessary things, which cannot be otherwise than they are, its proper conclusions, like its universal principles, contain the truth without fail." In other words, the conclusion of any logically valid argument is as certainly true as its premises. On the other hand, the practical reason is busied with contingent matters, about which human actions are concerned, and consequently, although there is a necessity in the general principles, the more we descend to matters of detail, the more frequently we encounter defects. In other words, the application of the unchanging principles of the natural law are changing and diverse, because situations are changing and diverse. And this means that we can easily make moral mistakes about concrete choices. We know we should not murder, but is it murder to drop a bomb on an enemy city in war? We know we should not lie, but is it lying to tell an ugly woman that she's pretty? We're not sure. Aquinas gives this example. He says, "It is a proper conclusion that goods entrusted to another should be restored to their owner. But this is true only for the majority of cases, and it may happen in a particular case that it would be injurious and therefore unreasonable to restore goods held in trust, for instance, if they are claimed for the purpose of fighting against one's country." So we have to qualify this principle. How? By reason, of course. Reason is always the standard. So to be more reasonable, we should say, Aquinas writes, that goods held in trust should be restored with such and such a guarantee or in such and such a way. The point is that even when we have to make an exception to the rule, it has to be a universal exception, and for a good reason. I can't say, this is what everyone else should do, but I am the exception to the rule. Aquinas says that the natural law is altogether unchangeable in its first principles, but in its secondary principles, which, as we have said, are certain detailed, proximate conclusions drawn from the first principles, some special cases may hinder the observance of such precepts, and thus the precept does not bind. For instance, taking away by force a madman's own property, weapons, that's not theft. Or deliberately deceiving the Nazis about where you're hiding the Jews. That's not bearing false witness. And protecting the innocent by using lethal force against his attempted killer is not murder. It's self-defense. Aquinas next asks whether the natural law can be changed. And he answers that it can be changed by addition, but not by subtraction. It can be changed by addition because many things for the benefit of human life have been added over and above the natural law. I think he means things like this. Modern military morality has to take stricter account of civilian casualties than medieval military morality did, because in the Middle Ages there was no such thing as total war or saturation bombing. And we've had to add to property laws more intellectual property laws because of the Internet. Changing circumstances add new rules, not only to positive law, but also to natural law. Not new fundamental rules like the Ten Commandments, but more specific rules. Aquinas next asks whether the natural law can be abolished from the heart of man. Can we ever descend as far as Brave New World? We may seem to be getting pretty close, and no less a great mind than C.S. Lewis seems to say that we can, and warns us against it in The Abolition of Man, a really scary title. But Aquinas is more optimistic, not by temperament, but by conviction, not by feeling, but by reason. His answer is no, the natural law can never be abolished from the heart of man. But even here he makes a distinction. He says, as to those general principles, the natural law in the abstract can in no ways be blotted out from man's hearts. But it can be blotted out in the case of a particular action, insofar as reason is hindered from applying the general principle to a particular point of practice on account of concupiscence or some other passion, by vicious customs and corrupt habits, and even unnatural vices, which, as the Apostle Paul says in Romans 1, were not esteemed sinful, that is, not by the decadent pagans Paul was writing about in Rome. This not esteeming evil to be evil, this non-judgmentalism, Aquinas would say, is the greatest harm done by immoral habits, the blinding of the reason against even knowing good and evil, the self-righteous justification of evil as good. Well, I think by Aquinas' standards, there are in the modern world certainly many such decadent pagans who have suppressed their own knowledge of even basic principles of natural law. Thus, horrible deeds like genocide and terrorism and suicide bombers deliberately targeting innocent civilians are not only done, but justified by their perpetrators. I think Aquinas would not be naively surprised by that. But even when this moral knowledge is repressed, he would say it's still there, like repressed feelings. You can't repress what isn't there. In other words, Aquinas suggests something like a psychoanalysis of moral knowledge, not just moral feelings. I think he would say that guilt is both a knowing and a feeling. Finally, Aquinas asks some questions about human law, or positive law. These man-made laws always have man-made sanctions, that is, threats of concrete, clearly known punishments, as the natural law does not. And that's precisely why they are necessary to supplement the natural law in a morally unnatural world. Listen to what he says about the purpose of human law in raising children. I think this applies to adults, too. I like to define an adult as a large child. As to those young people who are inclined to acts of virtue by their own good natural disposition, or by custom, or by the gift of God, the moral training they receive from their parents suffices, which comes by admonitions only. But since many are found to be depraved and prone to vice, and not easily amenable to mere words, it was necessary for such to be restrained from evil by force and fear, in order that at least they might desist from evil doing and leave others in peace, and also so that they themselves might be improved by being habituated in this way, and might be brought to do so willingly, what hitherto they did from fear, and thus become more virtuous. Now this kind of training, which compels through fear of punishment, is the discipline of human laws. But Aquinas also says, on the other hand, with his usual balance, that it does not belong to human law to repress all vices, for human law is framed for human beings, the majority of whom are not perfect in virtue, and therefore human laws do not forbid all vices, but only the more grievous vices, from which it is possible for the majority to abstain, and chiefly those that are to the hurt of others. So he would say that it's not the government's job to be your number one moral teacher, or your substitute parent, or your substitute God. So I think Aquinas would be fairly libertarian here. He would say the government should not over-regulate your private life if your private vices do not hurt others. I think he would oppose, for instance, making homosexual acts illegal, even though he believed they were immoral. But I think he would clearly oppose making abortion legal, because that has an innocent human victim. That's certainly not between two consenting adults. Would he censor pornography? Well, if it could be shown that it harmed others, the public, the innocent, yes. If not, no. Aquinas is quite conservative about changing laws. even though his belief in a higher law, a natural law, justifies changing and even disobeying unjust human laws, yet he also says that, to a certain extent, the mere change of law is of itself prejudicial to the common good, because custom avails much for the observance of laws. So he's saying, don't fix it unless it's not only broken, but badly broken. So is Aquinas a conservative or a liberal? Ambrose Bierce once cynically defined a conservative as one who is enamored of existing evils, and a liberal as one who wishes to replace them with new ones. By this definition, Aquinas is neither a conservative nor a liberal. I've tried to imagine what Aquinas would have answered to some of our pressing modern philosophical questions in ethics, as I did in the other areas of philosophy. Next time, in our last lecture, I'll try to bring him into dialogue with all the major modern philosophers and all the major philosophical questions, and we'll see a single pattern that emerges from all these diverse issues. And it'll be the pattern of the Aristotelian golden mean between two extremes, the position common sense almost always takes. But common sense usually seems dull, while the way Aquinas avoids these two extremes often seems interesting. Why is that? Perhaps it's because the extremes are much more extreme and more dangerous in our day than they were in his. So his dancing down the narrow lane of sanity, never falling off the road onto the abyss on either side, seems amazing. How amazing it is that common sense should seem amazing.
This ends Lecture 13. The Philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, Lecture 14. Aquinas and Modern Philosophy.
Aquinas' philosophy is not a relic from the dead past. His spirit is still very much alive, it seems. He haunts the houses of subsequent philosophers in the form of a touchstone against which other philosophical systems define themselves. By using that image of a touchstone, I don't mean to assume or to claim to prove any kind of special authority for Aquinas. I'm not talking about proof or argument. I'm talking about seeing, ordering, getting a sense of perspective. Relating other philosophers to Aquinas somehow puts them all into a clearer order. You can use any philosopher you like as a touchstone for all the others, of course, but if you do, you don't usually get a fair picture of all the others, but you do with Aquinas. The only other philosopher who works as well as Aquinas for that kind of universal touchstone is Aristotle, and of course Socrates in a different way. Why is that, I wonder? I think it's because on almost every issue, Aquinas takes what you could call the default position, the position of pre-philosophical common sense. His terminology is quite abstract and philosophical and difficult and technical and sophisticated, but his content, his conclusions, his bottom lines, that's the philosophy of a hobbit, not an orc. That's why Thomism has lasted so long, why it's been called the perennial philosophy. And I think there's another related reason for its longevity. It's because of Aquinas' genius for combining the insights of other philosophers in a synthesis. It's almost always the middle position between two extremes. Aristotle famously said in his Ethics that vices always come in pairs, one in the form of some kind of excess and the other in the form of some kind of defect, and I think that's true of ideas too. As Chesterton said, since there's one angle at which you can stand upright, there's always two opposite angles at which you can fall. But this golden mean is not merely a compromise halfway between two extremes on a horizontal line, but what the Hegelians call a higher synthesis, a new dimension, a vertical dimension, a kind of mountaintop vista from which you can see all the little hills of the other philosophies, opposite philosophical errors. Thus, from that higher point of view, he can combine the insights in the other philosophies that seem irreconcilable, what Hegel calls a thesis versus an antithesis. Aquinas can make room for both by finding a higher perspective, a more complete point of view, or some distinctions that others forget. In calling Aquinas a touchstone for other philosophers, I don't mean to put forth this philosophy as the last word, as a closed system with no need of important additions. Aquinas himself could very well be just a thesis for some still higher synthesis. Thomas himself added very significantly to Aristotle, as we saw when we looked at the primacy of the act of existence in his Metaphysics, for instance. Yet Aristotle, too, almost always took the common sense position and the one that was a golden mean between two extremes. So someone may do to Aquinas what Aquinas did to Aristotle. It might be one of the people who are listening to these lectures. And this is in fact being done by Thomistic phenomenologists and Thomistic personalists and Thomistic existentialists. There are at least 3 syntheses of Aquinas with new modern perspectives. Phenomenology is essentially a method, testing all ideas by a careful analysis of all the dimensions of ordinary daily experience, spiritual as well as physical. And personalism is a point of view, looking at things from the viewpoint of the human subject, the person, rather than looking at the person as an object. And existentialism is essentially a set of questions or interests centering on critical aspects of concrete human existence, like self-identity and death and freedom and evil and choice and uncertainty and the difference that God or no God makes to human life. Existentialists, of course, give very different answers, but ask the same questions. Each of these 3 modernizings or updatings of Aquinas synthesizes him with a philosophical method or a philosophical point of view or a set of philosophical questions, but not with a philosophical system, not a closed system, not an ideology. That's why you don't have Thomas synthesizing with Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Berkeley, Hume, Kant, Hegel, Comte, Sartre, or Marx. Those are closed philosophies. Open philosophies, they're like open mouths. They're able to take in food. Because they can eat new ideas, they can live longer than closed philosophies. They're like organisms with capacities to adapt to changing environments. And Thomism has that capacity. It's alive. I'd like to use the rest of this last lecture to explore some details in this touchstone pattern that I claim for Aquinas. I see at least 20 major issues in philosophy after Aquinas in which we find this same pattern of a Thomistic golden mean between opposite extremes, or a higher synthesis of opposite insights that are found separated in other philosophers. I find it most remarkable that Aquinas combines the insights not only of his predecessors but also of his successors, without ever having read them. It's almost as if he was not just a philosopher but a prophet. How did he do this? By understanding the permanent things. New philosophies, I think, are seldom new. New errors are usually only old errors in new clothing. Whitehead famously said that the whole history of philosophy is nothing but a series of footnotes to Plato. Since the first point Aquinas deals with in the Summa is the relation between theology and philosophy, faith and reason, let's look at that point first. If there's a common theme to most modern philosophies, it's the crisis of reason, the questioning of reason itself. Sometimes this is a direct attack on reason, and sometimes this attack on reason is purely religious, as in Martin Luther, who called reason the devil's whore, and who proposed relying on faith alone as against good works in religion, and faith alone as against relying on natural reason in theology. Luther was not a philosopher, but there have been great Christian philosophers after Aquinas who were fideists. And by fideists, I mean not just defenders of faith, but attackers on reason. Pascal and Kierkegaard come to mind. And frankly, I sympathize with them. After Descartes, someone had to deflate reason's new pretensions, thus Pascal. And after Hegel inflated his balloon, someone had to prick it, thus Kierkegaard. In secular philosophies, who attack reason, something other than faith replaces reason. Kant said he tried to clear the ground of reason to make room for a rational faith, but of course that was not a religious faith. Heidegger said that reason was one of the deadliest enemies of truth. Other modern philosophers simply reduce reason to a much smaller size, but not for the sake of exalting something else. Hume comes to mind here, and scientific positivism. And still others put nothing at all in the place of reason after it's deflated, and they become skeptics or cynics or nihilists like the deconstructionists. I think Aquinas would protest against one and all of these attacks on reason. He'd say that reason, like light, is not an enemy of anything at all except darkness. Now, it's especially regarding reason's power to know God that the issue between the rationalists and the anti-rationalists emerges. Rationalists like Anselm in the Middle Ages and Descartes in modern philosophy claim that God's existence is rationally self-evident, and they use some form of the ontological argument to try to prove that. Skeptical anti-rationalists like Pascal and Kierkegaard deny that God's existence is demonstrable at all and take refuge in a leap of faith or a wager. Aquinas denies both that God is self-evident and that God is indemonstrable. So he's staked out a carefully defined position halfway between rational dogmatism and skepticism, both in general and on the knowledge of God. Now watch how a second issue follows from this one. Once reason was divorced from faith at the end of the Middle Ages, this newly emancipated reason suffered a further divorce within itself between its empirical and its purely rational aspects, thus the great debate in modern epistemology between empiricism and rationalism. The rationalist begins with innate ideas and relies on mental deduction alone. The empiricist begins with sense experience and relies on induction alone. Aquinas, like Aristotle, combines them, beginning with sense experience and rising by abstraction and induction to universals, and then deducing particular conclusions from universal premises. It's abstraction that holds the steps together, and neither Cartesian rationalism nor Lockean or Humean empiricism has a theory of abstraction. And neither does Kant. Kant attempted to reconcile these two divorcees, but he really turned out to be another kind of rationalist in disguise, because according to his so-called Copernican revolution in philosophy, reason actively imposes its innate structures on experience, rather than abstracting them from it. I hope you will forgive me the shocking image, but this looks to me like intellectual rape instead of intellectual intercourse. Reason does not discover, reason dictates. Kant was, in life, a sweet and gentle person, but the image of a shouting Hitler can't help coming to my mind when I try to understand his picture of the role of reason dictating to experience. For Aquinas, on the other hand, reason's relation with sensation is cooperative. Reason listens. Reason is receptive of form. Kant denies this feminine aspect of reason, like Bacon, for whom knowledge was simply for power, for man's conquest of nature. Poor nature, can't she just be loved instead of raped? Not if reason is all active and not receptive. So I think this rather technical apparatus of Thomistic epistemology, with its cooperation between active and passive intellect, and between reason and sensation, can have major social and cultural repercussions. It can be healing. Kant called rationalism dogmatic philosophy because it began with unproved Cartesian innate ideas, and he called empiricism skeptical philosophy because that's where it ended in Hume. And Aquinas, like Socrates, steers between dogmatism and skepticism, which is why he asks so many questions, like Socrates. Dogmatists ask few questions because they begin with the answers, and skeptics ask few questions because they despair of finding the great answers. I think it's quite significant that the format of each article in the Summa is a short, systematized Socratic dialogue or debate. A related issue is the two anthropologies behind these two alienated epistemologies of rationalism and empiricism. We might call these two anthropologies angelism and animalism. Ever since Socrates and the Sophists, these two answers to know thyself have always been tempting to us, the ignoring of the body or the denial of the soul. For Aquinas, that would be like interpreting a book by either ignoring the words or denying the meaning. For him, soul and body, as form and matter, make up one substance, not two, as in Descartes, who can never solve the mind-body problem, and ends up with the two clear and distinct ideas of mind and matter as unrelated as a ghost in the house it haunts. And yet, Aquinas' emphasis on our oneness, on psychosomatic unity, does not exclude the soul's immortality, as it apparently did in Aristotle. So we get that combination, too, of the soul as form and the soul as substance. of the soul as one with the body and dependent on it for its activity, and the soul as independent of the body for its continued existence. Once Descartes separated matter and spirit and produced the mind-body dualism, the irresistible temptation arose to simply deny one half of this dualism. Thus materialisms like Hobbes's, and spiritualisms like Berkeley's, in which matter is an illusion, or pantheisms like Hegel's, in which matter is merely a stage in the development of spirit, and spirit is what everything really is. Aquinas, of course, is much too commonsensical to reduce either spirit to matter or matter to spirit, or to totally separate them as Descartes did. Another issue dividing modern philosophers is optimism versus pessimism in their view of human nature. Rousseau versus Hobbes and Machiavelli. Is man a lettuce or a potato? Is he by nature good so that evil comes from without, like rot on a lettuce? Or is he like a potato, rotten from within, by nature evil and selfish and aggressive, and only compelled to cooperate by social forces and institutions? Well, by now you will not be surprised to hear that Aquinas says it's both and neither. Man is neither actually evil nor actually morally good by nature, yet he has innate potentialities for both good and evil, so that what he becomes is due to his free choice, and therefore it's his own responsibility. Our nature is teleologically ordered to good, but our free choice is poised between good and evil, not determined to either. Well, a related issue then is how far this freedom extends. Determinism gives it no room at all, as in Hobbes, while a philosophy of autonomy demands total freedom, as in Sartre and Nietzsche. Aquinas reconciles free will with the two forces that seem to contradict it. He reconciles it with divine predestination from above, by the principle that grace perfects nature, and he reconciles it with conditioning from below, by the principle of matter and form, body and soul limiting and conditioning each other in different ways. Another issue in anthropology is the role of the passions, or emotions. Stoicism resents them and suppresses them as much as possible. The good life is the one the least troubled by passions. Kant is basically a Stoic. At the other extreme, emotivists like Hume and Freud give them the reins of the soul. Hume says that moral values come from our projection of our feelings, the emotivist theory. Aquinas integrates the passions into our moral life as a good and necessary property or adjunct, but not as the master or the first cause. They're the matter of virtue, but not the form. They're like horses, sometimes wild horses, to be tamed and befriended and ridden for the sake of their own perfecting, but not to be chained up or allowed to rule and run wild. Common sense again. Another issue in anthropology is voluntarism versus intellectualism, the primacy of the will versus the primacy of the intellect. And here too Aquinas does justice to both powers by intertwining them in mutual dependence, by his distinction between different kinds of causality. The will is the efficient cause, and the intellect is the final cause of human choice. I find it amazing that such a basic and commonsensical idea as Aristotle's four causes should be so pervasively forgotten in modern philosophy. With Duns Scotus, a mere 1 century after Aquinas, voluntarism appears not only in anthropology but also in theology. Scotus is a kind of divine voluntarist. In reaction to Neoplatonic philosophers who taught that what God does is only a series of necessary intellectual emanations from his eternal essence, Scotus so emphasized God's freedom of will, that he ended up making God arbitrary and irrational. And that made a rational natural theology difficult, or maybe even impossible. It's certainly impossible in Occam, his successor, who took it one more step and said that God doesn't even work by the law of non-contradiction. God can make the past not to have been, and can declare truth false and falsity true. Well, as usual, Aquinas affirms both insights, both the divine freedom of will and the eternal necessity of the divine ideas. So he combines divine voluntarism and divine intellectualism, just as he combines human voluntarism and human intellectualism. Another issue in Occam is his nominalism. That was Occam's alternative to Platonic realism, the Platonic ideas. I think more than any other single idea, it was Occam's nominalism that simply ruined medieval philosophy. It was a very simple answer to the classic problem of universals. They're not objectively real at all, Occam said. They're only names, nomina. There is only men, not man. Only this river and that river, no common nature to all rivers. Well, that's nice and simple, but it's not commonsensical. For if all rivers are different, then how can we truly say they're all rivers? At the opposite pole, Plato's extreme realism of universals is also not commonsensical. That made them to be existing substances in some other invisible world. Riverness was as real as the Amazon, even though no one ever lived on it. Aquinas reconciled Platonism's insight that universals are real with nominalism's insight that existing substances are all individual by giving universals their proper homes, two homes in fact, in individual things as their common natures or forms, as Aristotle said, and in God's mind as creative designs for the world, as Augustine said. And then thirdly, in our mind after we abstract them from things. Turning to natural theology, the most obvious issue is the reality of both God and the world. Atheism says there is only the world, and pantheism says there is only God. Pantheists are those who haven't heard about the Big Bang. Perhaps they haven't listened to the news for the last 15 billion years. Hegel's pantheism actually combines the two errors, the denial of divine timelessness and the denial of the creation of temporal beings, any creatures independent of God. For Hegel, everything is a form of God, but God is an ever-evolving being. So history is absolutized and eternity is relativized. Of course, all Orthodox Christians, Jews, and Muslims, and not just Aquinas, are theists and avoid the two extremes of pantheism and atheism. But within theism, theologians usually prioritize either the divine transcendence, like Muslims, Calvinists, and deists, like Aristotle, or the divine immanence, like semi-pantheists, and process theologians, who subject God's own nature to time in order to bring him close enough for us to relate to. I guess they haven't heard the news about how the Incarnation already did that 2,000 years ago. Aquinas' reconciliation of transcendence and immanence is not merely a compromise. As we saw when looking at his metaphysics of essence and existence, it's precisely God's total transcendence over all finite essences by being infinite existence itself. It's only that enables him to be most intimately present to every finite essence, to actualize it from within. Speaking of essence and existence, we have another either-or, essentialism versus existentialism. The essentialism of Leibniz, at one extreme, reduces being to essence and thus denies the possibility of identical twins. Two beings of the same essence, he said, are not two at all, but one. This he called his principle of the identity of indiscernibles. So Tweedledum and Tweedledee shouldn't really have two different names if they're identical. At the opposite extreme, Sartre says there's at least one being, man, who simply exists and has no essence at all, but arbitrarily creates his own essence by his free choices. Now, even though Aquinas emphasizes existence, he doesn't do that at the expense of essence, but as the metaphysical co-principle with it, its consort, so to speak. Essence and existence, the one and the many, matter and form, body and soul, world and God, immanence and transcendence. Aquinas' favorite word is and. And this is true of oneness and manyness. Modern philosophers tend to either monism, like Spinoza and Hegel, or pluralism, like Leibniz's monads or the materialists' particles. On each metaphysical level, Aquinas reconciles the one and the many, right up to the top, where even God is many as well as one, Trinity as well as unity. So the complete unity is the unity of unity with plurality. Of course, all Christians, and not just Aquinas, believe in the Trinity, but I think Aquinas does the fullest justice to its one and many principle throughout his philosophy. And I think that's true of his social and political philosophy, too. Aquinas is neither a Marxist-type collectivist nor a libertarian-type individualist. The common good, he says, must take precedence over the private good. Yet he also says that the state exists for the people, not the people for the state. Like Aristotle, he makes a place in his picture of the good political order for authority and rule and sovereignty, thus ensuring unity, but also a place for plurality and democracy and the sovereignty of the people. A related but not identical issue in political philosophy is the authority of the state, in whatever form it takes, and our proper attitude towards the state. Hegel virtually divinized it, and said that the individual is fulfilled only by identifying with it and subordinating his good and his rights to it. The Germans were already nicely conditioned by Hegel to happily accept Hitler as their political messiah. Most of them actually enjoyed subordinating themselves to his new order. At the opposite extreme, we have Sartre and Nietzsche, for whom the only authentic human existence is perpetual naysaying and rebellion, either to affirm your freedom, as with Sartre, or to become the Nietzschean Superman, the overman, the man without God or moral conscience or social scruples. Aquinas' ideal citizen is neither a blind conformist nor a blind nonconformist, and his state is neither the savior nor the enemy. The major ethical arguments in modern philosophy are between moral relativists like the utilitarians and pragmatists, who say in effect that the end justifies the means, and moral absolutists like Kant, who say morality has nothing to do with ends, only with laws and duty and obedience. Aquinas affirms both the relative and the absolute in morality, as we saw with his three moral determinants, not just one, and thus he simultaneously softens Kant's puritanical legalism and hardens utilitarianism's spineless and unprincipled pragmatism. Finally, on language and linguistics, we also find two extremes in modern philosophy. One represented by the deconstructionists, the debunkers who empty language of meaning, deny its power to reveal the real world and reduce it to a set of acts and objects, and the other extreme represented by Heidegger, who squeezes out of simple Greek words, primitive pre-Socratic sentences, and lines from German poets a mystical metaphysics that no one can clearly understand or communicate to non-Heideggerians. Aquinas succumbs to neither of these extremes, neither the loss of profundity nor the loss of clarity. The Summa is deeper than Heidegger and clearer than Wittgenstein. Something that's most striking in each of these issues is how unoriginal Aquinas has to be in order to be original. All he has to do is not try to be distinctive and unique, but simply say what common sense says, and he turns out to be the most distinctive and unique philosopher in the world. Of course, he thinks and writes this common sense philosophy with tremendous care and rationality and logic, and with an abundance of abstract technical terminology, which enables him to make many distinctions, but it's not hair-splitting distinctions. It's all issue-solving, and it's all in the service of what your Aunt Nellie always told you. We've seen this pattern in 20 different issues. Fideism versus rationalism, empiricism versus rationalism, active versus passive reason, dogmatism versus skepticism, angelism versus animalism, materialism versus spiritualism, optimism versus pessimism, autonomy versus determinism, stoicism versus emotivism, voluntarism versus intellectualism in man and in God, nominalism versus Platonic realism, atheism versus pantheism, transcendence versus immanence, essentialism versus existentialism, monism versus pluralism, collectivism versus individualism, conformism versus nonconformism, moral absolutism versus relativism, and linguistic reductionism versus linguistic mysticism. In all 20 issues, we see the same pattern: a thesis versus an antithesis and a Thomistic synthesis, an error of excess, an error of defect, and an Aristotelian golden mean, a philosophical yinless yang, a yangless yin, and a happy yin-yang marriage. This pattern of thinking seems at first very hard to attain, since most modern philosophers fail to attain it. Yet I think it's the easiest philosophy of all to attain because it's the default position, the position of common sense, the philosophy we all held before we studied philosophy. All the alternatives go off the rails in one direction or the other, but this is the rails. It looks like you don't have to have a PhD to be a Thomist, but you do have to have a PhD to be anything else. You don't need to study the history of philosophy to believe a full and sane and balanced philosophy, but you do need to study the history of philosophy to have a half-empty one, or an insane one, or an unbalanced one. It looks like the best introduction to Aquinas would be to listen to Aunt Nellie before you listen to everybody else. Of course, this doesn't mean that the study of these other philosophers is worthless or harmful. Exactly the opposite. We appreciate things only by contrast, and this is as true of the philosophy of Aquinas as it is of anything else. After you've run away from tradition and home and left familiar roads behind you and walked down every new road ahead of you, you finally get to the point where you try the one road ahead that you haven't tried yet, namely the road behind you. When you try the one social experiment that's still too radical for you, your family. And so you leave your home through the east door and you walk east of Eden, around the whole world, and eventually come home again through the west door and appreciate it for the first time. And that's how many people feel when they discover Aquinas after trying all the other philosophies. And that includes appreciating how radical this home is, how perilous, how adventurous. That the train should stay on its track, that's the amazing adventure. That it should leap off the track and roll down the embankment to either the left or the right, that's not amazing at all. I hope I haven't left the impression that I think Aquinas is the last word in philosophy. It's exactly the opposite. Thomism is like a plant, not like a building. Thomas may be the trunk of the philosophical tree, rather than a mere branch, but even the trunk is not the whole tree. It depends on its roots, and it keeps growing new branches. It did grow. Thomas is the product of Socrates and Plato and Aristotle and Paul and Augustine and Boethius and many others. Those are his roots. And the tree is still growing. Branches that began with the Thomistic trunk are still abounding. The three examples that I gave of phenomenology, for instance, John Paul II, and Thomistic personalism, Norris Clarke, Thomistic existentialism, Jacques Maritain. There are others in analytic philosophy and philosophy of science that I haven't mentioned. The trunk's inherent purpose is to put forth new branches. And this has been done with Aquinas more than with any other philosopher in history, except Socrates himself. You don't hear about Cartesian phenomenologists or Kantian existentialists or Kierkegaardian philosophers of science or Platonic personalists or Heideggerian analytic philosophers, but you do hear of Thomistic versions of all these things. And I think you will continue to hear about them for quite a few more centuries. Aquinas' philosophy is like a tree, and modern philosophical systems are usually like buildings, and trees live longer than buildings, and they also make us happier.
This ends Lecture 14. If you enjoyed this program, the Modern Scholars series from Recorded Books offers courses in a variety of subject areas taught by some of the world's greatest professors. Call 1-800-636-3399 or visit the course's webpage for a free catalog. The lecture text is copyrighted 2009 by Peter Kreeft. This course, produced, directed, and edited by Ian McCulloch, is copyrighted 2009 by Recorded Books, LLC.